little bit. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, this hand. No, the headphones are getting in the way. I don't remember this at all. Okay, here we go again.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
This is fine. Dude, how do you do the horse thing? I don't get it. I literally do not get it. Like, I genuinely don't understand. Alright, I'm done. Oh my god! That was awesome!
So scary. You did it. Okay, thank you. It was fun for like a brief second. Right? It was really brief second.
And you got the dragon's breath.
Okay, thank you so much.
What do you get when you jingle Santa's balls?
Jingle balls, obviously.
A white Christmas.
I don't get it.
Okay.
Are you implying that Santa's balls are white?
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What if he tans nude at the beach? How do you know? Maybe he's black from the waist down. How do you know what color Santa's balls are?
Oh my god. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's go play our London only
Why
match.
you should never tell me a dirty joke. I don't like, it's 2023. We should imply what color Santa's balls are.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
that's what we were, yeah.
Is that not a joke? I'm 21 years old. I want to give me the cheese.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god. Oh god.
How do you make a chessboard laugh? Check.
How?
Tell it a nightmare joke. Why did the chess player go to jail? It's really bad. It's really, really bad, okay?
Yeah, that's why I gave up on guessing it.
Because they can't control their pawn addiction.
It does not even make sense. How did the chess player propose
To their partner.
Oh, there we go.
Hello and welcome everyone to round 3 of the Botez Chess Camp Invitational. My name's Joe. I'm joined once again by, actually not one, this is the first time, FIDE Master James, also known as GM Canty, the big dog in the house. We in here. Welcome.
Yo, what's up, dog? What's good, Joe? Hey, what's up, chats? I got both the chats up. What's up, Nemo's chat and my own? What's going on? What up, what up? It says audio is whack. Audio is something going on with the audio there, Joe? The chat says...
Oh, my bad.
Audio
is
whack.
The camera was giving... Alright, so it should be fixed now.
Ah, there we go.
But yeah, this is Nemo with the white pieces now up against Alexandra Botez.
Okay.
Nemo's been doing really well so far after 2 rounds.
Yeah.
She's 1.5 out of 2, hasn't lost yet. She's undefeated. Starting off with a big draw with the black pieces against the top seed woman grandmaster Jennifer Yu, and yesterday getting a win against Linda Diaz, where she had the white pieces and played a Caro. I actually don't see the moves coming in. I'm not sure if you.
I actually don't see them at all. In fact, I'm only watching on the board. I do know it's a French. That's the only thing I see there. Is on the board, looks like it's a French advance right now so far with F4, but that's what I see on the board. I don't see it updating either. Maybe it's like a what's that thing? A delay, something like that. Could be the problem. We'll see. Hola, what's going on, Oscar Rito? Filthy King, I see you. Sethers in the chat. What's going on? You on both? You have both chats. Sethers, that boy going crazy.
Yeah, I actually just got 2 raids. Shout out to Farzi Plays Chess and Gilby Fish.
Okay. Oh, moves coming in. They're coming in crazy.
Here we go. Okay.
All right, we do.
You can say that again. So yeah, you're right. We have a French defense, Alexandra's specialty, her favorite, advanced, and now we have c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, bishop e7, getting ready to castle. And I wanted to ask you, Canty, how much French theory do you know?
I know a lot, actually, from both sides, in fact. So there's some fun lines. Now, this variation in particular with white, I don't play a lot. I didn't play a lot. I just started studying some of the lines on here. Now it can get really crazy, actually. For like, it's going to be castles on opposite sides quite quickly, very fast. So stuff like queen d2, castle queen side quickly, and push g4. But if you're not careful, black can actually go c4 and have their own attack. So that's why I'm not the biggest fan here, because of you have to remember your move orders. So it might be dc5. You also have queen d2, like, so these aren't their most aggressive. I'm a very, very aggressive player, and I noticed that these lines in particular are not the most aggressive for white. So she is going for the normal line, queen d2. Now, I think after castles from black, I think white has to do something before casting queenside, but I don't remember what that is. Because if you castle queenside immediately, it allows c4, and black gets a crazy attack, believe it or not.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. I know Alexandra's played the French pretty much for forever. Lots of training. I know she's had coaching from Grandmaster Yoon Ludwig Hammer, who I believe should be commentating on the main Botez channel.
He is.
Yeah, I see he's actually now joined by Anna Maya. So Hammer did the first round today by himself. And could you commentate 2 classical games in the same day, Canty? That seems like a lot.
No. Well, yeah, I can. I mean, it's nothing for me. Like I've been doing commentary since 2018. So like, it's another day in the life. Another day in the life of a Jedi. Oh, you bet I is what I like to say. So we're here all the time. That's what we do over here, man. You know, y'all used to it. What's up, chat? I see y'all vibing. B6. So that one, she's not going for the queen side stuff yet. So maybe I could castle, but then c4, g4. Yeah, there's no queen a5. So because there's no queen a5, castle queen side is totally fine. But castle queen side c4, g4, b5 anyway. Knight takes queen a5. Yeah, that's no good because it takes knight c7. So we straight. Yeah, we straight. It's castle queen side from white.
White gonna go queenside castle and black probably kingside castle, and that gives you a opposite side castles game. That gives her a lot of fireworks, a lot of explosion, because you get these opposite side attacks where Nemo can launch her h-pawn, g-pawn, and really go after Alexandra's queen or king if she castles that way. So I think we're in for a treat. Alexandra had a win in the first round, starting off 1 out of 1 against Linda. So both these players have both played Linda, and both these players have played Jennifer Yu. And Jennifer beat Alexandra yesterday. So Alexandra, coming off of her first loss, 1 out of 2, half point behind first. Nemo is tied for first. It's a 4-way tie, unless I missed one of the first game's results. But yeah, no one was perfect. 2 out of 2 to start. So this will be an exciting one. Both players repping Canada. They've been close friends for a long time, competing for a long time together. And I think Nemo's the favorite in this matchup. So I see we've got a prediction going in the chat.
Nemo versus Alex. Let's see what we got. Okay, I'm gonna predict. Prediction up there.
I'd be curious to know their lifetime standings against each other, because I know
That's a
they've
good
played.
question. Anybody got those stats? I'm sure somebody does. What's up, Dirk? I see you in chat up there. Glasses on is GG's. Wow, Taz. It's like that. It's like that. He said glasses on, GG, made in 18. Dang, that's crazy.
Yesterday, I had the luxury of commentating with GM Benjamin Feingold, who put in a very accurate prediction of how many moves Nemo's game against Linda Diaz would last. He said 30 moves, and it went to move 34. So right before they met time control by move 40. But yeah, this one I suspect will probably go a little bit longer. What do you think?
30, 35.
35? One move
35.
longer. Okay. I was thinking it would make at least the 40 move mark. I think we could see this go into an end game.
So thanks for the follow. JPS, man, good to see you. 27 months. I'm in both chats. I'm in my chat and Nemo's as well.
Wow.
SEC commentary was fire. Thank you, boss. Appreciate it. JPS, 27 months.
JPS, what a legend.
APA, yeah, what a legend, bro. He's one of the first subs on the channel in 2018.
Yeah, he's a founder. Shout out to Durkee as well. What's up, Hudden? We won't ignore you. At least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Nemo asking Alexandra how she felt yesterday after her defeat against Jennifer, and Alexandra was not feeling good at all. She was feeling depressed, she said, feeling really down. So we'll see if she can bounce back in this game with her trusty French defense. I see Nemo's playing knight back to d1, getting out of the way of the c pawn. You mentioned c4 earlier. I know a lot of times in these French defense structures, when black plays c5, you want to put a pawn on c3 in order to capture back on d4 with a pawn. Do you think she'll go c3 or c4?
She's definitely trying to go c3. So I think in this sense, this is where black should try to make massive trades and follow it with bishop c5 maybe at some point. So for instance, CD, c takes d4, knight d4, bishop d4, and something like a bishop c5, like cd4, knight d4, bishop d4. Bishop c5 is playable, but you also have a f6 break here too as well. So, you know, I used to play French sometimes. Like with black, I have some wins, I got some draws, stuff like that. But not the biggest fan these days anymore. I'm too aggressive now. French don't give me those type of chances, so it's not a thing. But cd4 is definitely a move here. The b6 idea is mostly to play bishop a6. So you need to go a5. So if a5 here, c3, then bishop a6 is probably our idea. Slow down, it's Friday. We got to see arrows. Sorry, I forgot. I am a Jedi. My bad. Let me slow down for the young Jedi in chat. Yes, it is. Bishop a6 is an idea from black here. We do want to play a5 and bishop over to a6 because the bishop is the bad piece in this case.
Yeah, so the light square bishop infamously bad in a French structure because of the pawn on e6. That's the first move of the French defense, and that is this light square bishop's biggest villain in the structure, blocking this bishop that likes to come out. So instead, we see the b pawn push, opening up for the bishop to fianchetto, and Canty's saying, well, we don't want to go to b7, we want to take it a step further to a6 to trade off the light square bishops. So a move that you should be expecting from black is a5, so that we can control that a6 square with the help of the rook. Yeah, that's good
So
opening
far.
theory to know.
Yeah. So we just kind of chilling. But white definitely is going to try to press. If we get c3 and bishop d3 in, we're already in very good shape. c3, bishop d3. The knight actually can really reroute to f2. And you can play g4, and put the bishop back to c2 in the center. Stuff like that. It's pretty good.
And yeah, I saw JPS saying that your commentary was fire today for the SEC, and I asked you if you could do 2 classical games back to back. You said you could handle it, but today, not 2 classical games, but your SEC commentary earlier with Danya, literally minutes before this one, I saw that one went into overtime between Nepo and Noterbeck.
That's right. LT there. I'm working LT as well, man. We going to be here, bro. That's what I do. So chilling, just chilling with chat, getting some chessy and grinding. It's a good day. So what's up, James? What's going on, Mr. Jones over there? Hey, Jones. What's up, Site Palace? Hello. What's going on, chat? Ben looks different. Yeah. We slimmed down a little bit. I'll be hitting the gym a little bit. Serious, you got the glasses on for sure. Said you claim to hydrate? Oh, I got you. I'll take a sip.
What's up, Speech House? Hello to Chelato. Blazing, good to see you all. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Let us know if this is your first time tuning into this event, your second time, or your third time. I know the real fans have been here all 3 days. We're 3 days into it. It's 7 rounds total, so we're getting close to the halfway mark. There is also a rest day on Sunday. So these players still have a lot of chess ahead of them very early on in this tournament. I feel that Nemo, actually, with her draw against Jennifer, has really set herself up very well to actually get into the top, going for that prize money. I think there's 17,500 total on the line, 10,000 of which for first.
Oh, they going crazy then. This ain't just for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew they got security on the line, but they got the racks on the line. I'm about to go crazy in that boy then. I'm about to snap.
They're going to celebrate over in Malibu. Okay.
Oh, you're going crazy in there. She played F5 there. That's interesting.
F5.
F5. Wow. There we go. It's about to get very combative. You have to take this, though.
Allowing en passant.
Oh, number 1 is forced, and number 2 is you actually, if you don't take this, then you never get a breakthrough. And black is just fine, and they control the pawn breaks, which actually kind of controls the game. So en passant is a big move, followed by maybe a knight e5, but it depends on how she captures. GF isn't the greatest, so en passant definitely is a move. I'm thinking bishop takes, and then we have to figure out what do we do next. Maybe knight e5. And knight e5 is kind of strong. Hold on. See what happens.
Yeah, en passant. I'm never so sure. I feel Nemo might just stick with her original plan of playing c3. But yeah, f5 is a curious move. I know we were saying a5 is definitely a move. But maybe walk us through a little bit. Like f5, is this to prevent white from playing g4? Like if black had just castled immediately, that would really give Nemo a nice juicy attack there on the king side.
And it's also to close up everything. So if you don't en passant here, your bishop on f1 literally never gets in the game unless you do play g4, which can be responded with even the g6 at some point. So en passant opens up the game and it makes e6 a backward pawn. So it's really weak. Pawn structure is obviously something going on with it. E6 is a very weak pawn, so we can deal with this kind of later. The knight can swing around to f2. I probably would still castle queenside. Yeah, I like this a lot for white, not gonna lie. En passant, knight f2, castle queenside. Maybe bishop b5, rook h to e, and then bishop f2, hit the e6 pawn, maybe go knight g5 at some point, knight d3. Like there's nasty ideas for white. But if you don't trade, then like black's just fine. And then black is just totally fine if you don't trade. And you know, go from there. So that's, you don't really want that, you know.
Well, we'll see what Nemo comes up with here. I think Alexandra probably still in some amount of prep, although the players, I think, have debated whether or not they have been prepping. But obviously, Alexandra knows her French. She's played this so many times. We actually asked Nemo if she would stick with e4, knowing that Alexandra is a French defense player, and she didn't want to give away any secrets before today's game, but we see that she's stuck with e4, and that tells me that she's confident that she can get an advantage against Alexandra's French. So I don't know if f5 was part of Nemo's considerations.
Definitely not, because she's in a think tank now. As you know, a lot of times for me, I'm a fast player. Like I like to play fast and put you on time pressure, but it also shows that I'm very prepared. So if I'm not moving quickly, then that means you either play something I'm not familiar with or I'm out of theory. And that's a good thing, especially from Alex's side. Oh, you haven't seen this. You haven't moved? All right, cool. You know, especially if this is in her prep, then you know, she's feeling good about that. But I think just generally speaking, knowing all French stuff, you got to opposite out this pawn. You have to take, even in terrace variations with knight d2 early, you will see this f5, or it's usually an f6 break, but you will take, and then the bishop comes to f6, but the e6 pawn is quite weak. Wesley So got some nice stuff on chessable with that line, but it's more of a en passant is the number one move usually in these type of situations. But you know, I'm looking at the engine. The eval bar don't like it at all. Eval bar is more like c3, c3, bishop b5, and bishop e2 as moves, which that's gonna be hard to play. I ain't gonna lie, it's hard to break. It's gonna be hard to break anything or make anything happen without en passant, to say the least.
Yeah, bishop b5, developing the light square bishop with a tempo. I think that checks out. And I know we were mentioning black maybe going for this bishop a6 trade at some point, but after bishop b5, maybe black just goes bishop b7 and goes only one square, developing as a fianchetto, defending the knight. I guess another move you could consider is queen c7.
C7 as well. Someone in chat says, shout out to you, Fortune Cookie. I'm thanks for follow. Out of curiosity, love playing chess, but new to tournament play. Watching the SCC do these longer formats usually use all the time. Some, I mean, not usually, but they use a lot of it, especially if you're playing slower time controls. You do want to use your time.
Yeah, and time management's a huge part of classical chess. We actually saw Nemo being both up and down on the clock at various stages yesterday against Linda. Linda was in severe time pressure against Alexandra. Alexandra known to be a speedy player. Nemo too, especially in the faster time controls. But even in classical, you want to make sure that you don't get too far behind on the clock. And interestingly, Linda being down so much time, she was able to actually get to a point where it was back to being even. In position, at least she could have found a draw in a rook and pawn endgame, but unfortunately she was in too much pressure and couldn't find it. So Alexandra got that win there. And then in Linda's next game against Nemo, Linda was being super speedy at the start, didn't want to be down on time again, but unfortunately it cost her. She made a couple early mistakes that Nemo capitalized on. So you got to find that right balance of when to think for your moves and when to try to pressure your opponents. So the opening is definitely not a time to try to pressure on the clock. It's a time to develop your pieces and try to be solid. And that's what Nemo's doing right now.
You know, she's trying to look for her best chances here. I always, again, am a fan of the en passant move, but after en passant, I guess there's knight f6, which is, I guess he doesn't want that, but then the knight comes to f2, where if we do cover the e4 square. So it does open up the game. So the choice is, do we open up the game or do we not? If we don't open the game, this is going to be a long game. It's going to be like probably 40 moves or something plus. Because you need to take the breaks. You have to play G4 to really try to get something going. And that's hard to do. C3, knight F2, and then go G4. But after castles, I mean, I'm a fan of that. So maybe she does go with C3 and knight F2. Knight F2. So Hammer says Ampersand does nothing. Yeah. I mean, it's a move, right? But C3, what did she go with?
She played C3, getting herself
C3
connect 4.
What up, Kevin? Yeah, so now this is going to be a very long game, boys. So now black is lacking space, but we're going to have knight F2 and G4 as a very key idea. Very key idea. If we get knight F2, G4, and rook G1, oh my goodness. You know what I mean? Like, that's going to be scary. That's going to be very scary. It might be a G6 in there as a response. But knight F2, G4, very possible.
Shout out to Zildjian for the 33-month sub to Nemo. Much appreciated. Welcome. I see Justin. I see both Kevin C's.
Kevin C's. 10 kids, thanks for the follow. It's going to be a long game. What up, Poltergeist?
So, yeah, opting to keep things closed, not trading en passant. And can Nemo do en passant later, you think? Could she do it next move? Or?
She can try it and see what happens.
They might have to bring over the arbiter. You think Alexandra will call for the arbiter, or you think she'll say dad?
She might. I think she's going to call for the arbiter just to make sure that she can, because she may not be sure herself. So, you know, I'd be like, I don't know, but is this a rule? You know, I just want to challenge it just in case, which is understandable.
Yeah. And for those that don't know, the arbiter of this tournament is actually Papa Botez. So she could say I'm calling my dad on you, Nemo. But okay, A5. This was definitely on the agenda that we had called out. So is Bishop A6 something that Nemo should try to avoid, or is that kind of unavoidable? We just kind of, I mean, I guess you could bring the bishop out and try to duck that trade, but if you duck it, the bishop on A6 is super annoying, covering some key squares in front of White's king.
It's very unavoidable, but you can do bishop b5. What up, MD9? I see, bro. It's very unavoidable. Yeah, bishop b5 is one move. Knight f2 is another. You also have a4, but that idea with a4 was to go bishop b5. But the problem with a4 is after bishop a6, bishop b5, a b5, knight a7, the pawn could be hanging. So you gotta be careful with that for sure. It's just a very close position. From the King's Indian style, like I would play it with the black pieces. I'm fine with that because you get a lot of close positions in King's Indians. But from the white side, not a fan. Like, you got to open some stuff up, create some targets, and or it's just going to be a very long game. Very long game. But yeah, here I still like knight f2. Let me see. Engine says, yeah, few moves: bishop b5, h4, and rook g1. Rook g1. I like a rook g1. That's my type of chess. You know what I mean? Rook g1, go g4 immediately, as fast as humanly possible. You know, because you need to get the brakes off and go for mate.
Canty wants the aggression. I mean, I love this g4 idea as well. If you don't play en passant, which Nemo didn't, g4 is definitely top of the list of ways to open up the position and start getting at your enemy's king. But, you know, she could slow play it. So we'll see. The fireworks haven't happened just yet, but they're in preparation right now.
Yeah, we're in preparation. So, see what happens. Knight f2, rook g1. Definitely, I like a knight f2 because it's more principled. It's definitely very principled because you're trying to play g4. But also the problem is there may be a cd4. But okay, you have to take with the knight and the bishop because you can't go cd4 because the bishop b4. So you gotta be careful, boys.
Shout out to Justin. Thank you for gifting to Kevin C. We see MD Knight in the chat saying Canty the Great, the commentary.
Whatever. That's right. MD Knight, my God.
Canty the Great, the GOAT, the Jedi Knight.
The Jedi. It's a dual commentary game today. Been in commentary since 12:30 today.
And back to back.
Back to back.
Plus there was time. I mean, this one could be a long one depending on how slow they want to go. This is a positional battle right now. out of the opening. But you never know when the sparks are going to ignite because, like you said, g4 is a move coming from Nemo at some point. It just matters on how she wants to prepare it. You mentioned rook g1, knight f2, both very logical moves. And I was wondering, how about a move like h3? I know that's maybe not the fastest, but maybe it comes with some downsides as well.
Definitely comes, not, I mean, it does weaken dark squares, but we can always block them with knight f2 again. h3 is very possible, though. h3 is very possible with the idea of g4.
Yeah, the computer is saying h4 is the second best. So not going for h3 supporting g4, but h4 just taking space on the king side and maybe preventing any bishop h4 checks. But yeah, the top choice, bishop b5. I think this makes a lot of sense, right? If black's trying to play bishop a6, you can't do that after bishop b5. You're developing a piece with a punch, with a tempo against the knight, and forcing black to make a decision there. The computer actually doesn't want to defend the knight with a piece. It wants to actually move the knight with a counterpunch, knight a7, forcing the bishop to find a new home and maybe even contemplate taking on d7. That was a move that Nemo played against Linda yesterday.
Right. That's correct. That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Correct. It's the goal. It's the goal. 2353, 5 FIDE. That's right.
Yeah, GM Canty is FM Canty, also Jedi Canty.
On paper, right? On paper. I had my biggest feat so far was beating few GMs OTB. Also going to the finals of the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship, beating Shuvalova, who's 2500 FIDE, beating Kostia and Lawrence Trent in three different 3-hour matches. So,
that's huge. And we'll be joined by Kostia in later rounds of commentary, actually. Shout out to the Chess Dojo.
That's right. Shout out to them boys. Keeper plays. What up, bro? Tier 1, 3 months. Oh, wow. What up, bro?
Big sub there from Keeper. Appreciate that. Yeah, at what point do you think Nemo would start to get worried about the time management? It looks like she's just made a move here, so she's not too far down.
Where's she going?
Bishop b5 is played, top choice. She's played the best move the last 2 moves at least.
Very nice.
But yeah, Alexandra, she hasn't used barely any time, less than 4 minutes that she spent.
Yeah, knight a7 and then bishop e2 probably.
Yeah, and that's a nice little subtlety. If the knight goes to a7, which is the top move, the bishop can go to e2, and I know perhaps some people are thinking, well, if you're just going to go back to e2, why not go to e2 in one move right away? And you'll see the difference being that after a5, like we talked about, black's threatening bishop a6 to trade off the bishops. But with the knight on a7, you're blocking your rook's connection to a6. So the bishop can go to e2 with no fear of bishop a6 from black. So that's why this move is the top choice. Even if you're moving the bishop twice, you're allowing black to play with the tempo. But the knight is definitely inconvenienced on a7, right? The knight on c6 is helping control the center of the board and is just more centralized. So we don't mind losing a tempo of the bishop because black is also losing a tempo, moving their knight backwards.
There might be something with after knight a7, bishop back to e2, knight c6, with the idea of, okay, yeah, your bishop got to e2, but bishop a6 is coming next. So, I mean, we could repeat. Obviously, you repeat once and you go back and then you figure out what to do from there. But very possible idea is knight a7. I always like to tell students a lot of times too is keep the threats up. So attack. So knight a7 makes a lot of sense. Then bishop back to e2. Then you go back to knight c6 with our idea of knight bishop a6 anyway. So then it's up to Nemo to figure out what do we do next, knight f2 or castles.
Yeah, and now that the light square bishop's lifted, I'm wondering if white would actually go for an even slower game plan of castling kingside, which is definitely a possibility. Also, I feel like after pushing the c pawn, castling queenside maybe is less desirable. But no, we don't see knight a7. We see queen c7, developing the queen, defending the knight. I think this is a very reasonable response.
No, a few moves. I mean, obviously castling, knight f2. Yeah, one or the other. There's not really many moves you can make here. Knight f2 or castles is good. Black didn't make any threats. You just defended the knight, which is fine.
Yeah, and this way the knight on a7 doesn't block the bishop, so black can still play bishop a6 next. So yeah, do you think g4 is still on the agenda, or do you think white's planning on castling? And you know, even if you castle, you could still play g4 later on, playing king h1 or something. But
yeah, an idea would be like knight f2 castles, king h1, rook g1, g4. That's a very nasty plan. A very nasty plan. Castles on the board. Castles, king h1, rook g1, knight f2, g4. And if you take, oh my goodness, this game over. It'd be like knight g4. Like knight g4, and like it's just mate in like 8 moves.
Mate in 8.
It depends on what black does. You're not casting queenside for sure. So king's probably going kingside.
All right. Well, yeah, this could be a moment for Miss Botez to likewise castle kingside.
That's right. Ferris says, will there be a time when we ignore those engine moves again? Asking for myself. Yeah, in fact, you do ignore an engine moves. Usually, I always recommend have the engine off when you're doing this, so it's easier for you to try to create plans and etc. Okay, bishop a6. We got a trade. Probably gonna take that. She gets rid of the problem piece. Knight f2 and g4.
Yeah, I'm curious. You mentioned an idea earlier in the game. If white plays a4, defending the bishop with a pawn, bishop takes b5, a takes b5, and then black plays knight a7, going after that pawn. Are we going to defend that pawn like with a queen? Or
in fact, this is going to be ugly. Yeah, we have to, but it's very ugly to do so, because then we have to play c4 later to try to really keep it. Because black has an idea of like, believe it or not, knight f8 or b8 and go queen d7. So then we hit this knight, this pawn on b5 twice. So we're actually losing it, which means we have to go c4 at some point, which is going to really open some things up, but we would lose the pawn. So it could get very murky. So in fact, like it would be bishop takes, knight a7, sorry, a4, bishop takes, knight a7, queen e2, knight b8, c4. There we go. Yep, queen e2, knight b8 or something. Knight f8, actually. Knight f8 is better because it defends e6. I had this idea of c4 takes, queen d7, and like, so yeah, knight f8 defends e6. So now when we go c4, the e6 pawn isn't hanging. Right, there was cases with queen d7, correct? So now e6 is defended by the knight. b5 is hanging, but we have knight c3 here. So interesting enough, we're able to get away. It takes and rook c8 is now something. This is spicy. You know, I like this kind of chess, but it is possible, but you got to be able to see through all of that at the end what happens with c4.
Yeah, c4 not only directly defending the pawn, but also clearing the c3 square for our knight on d1. And we actually are not going to go into any of those lines because we see a trade on a6. But yeah, that line, Canty, I feel like after queen e2, maybe black just plays c4 immediately, shutting the queen out and preventing white from playing c4. So maybe that was something that Nemo didn't like.
So now she goes with knight f2. And yeah, here we go. We got ourselves a game. It's going to be fun here. It's going to be fun because we have an obvious push of g4. And there's no light square bishop. So we can go king h1 and rook g1 and play g4 without worrying about the light squares being super weak.
Yeah, and it's really important to know where the pawn breaks are, right? Because when black plays f5 and we have a choice of playing en passant or not, if you play en passant, that opens things up and allows your pieces to move around the squares and to create attacks. But if you don't take en passant, which is what Nemo did, you'll see this structure becomes very stagnant. A lot of these pawns just unable to move, and the pieces around them also unable to move. And we see Nemo now, or I guess Alexandra has played c4, which further locks up the position. So if all the pawns are locked, you can't really progress. That's definitely heading towards an equal position or a draw. but because we still have pawn breaks like g4, and now white can play for like b3 or something along those lines, you could try to trade pawns and open things up. There's still a lot of life left. It's just going to take a bit more maneuvering to get there.
This is really why one of the reasons I was not the biggest fan ever of this line. There's some lines where like you just trade and you go to an in game that's slightly better for white, but I was like, bro, I don't want to play that. Like French, I'm always looking to like crush the French, right? So I would always play knight c3, which is the most aggressive option. It does allow the win hour, which is a very strong and aggressive idea from black too as well, trying to play for counterattacking ideas. But the lines get very, very wild. And the advanced variations like this, or I forgot what they call this one. It's like a delayed advance or something. I forgot. There's a name for this variation. But with the e5, f4 pawns, it can get fun. But also, again, if we look at king h1, rook g1, g4, black never has to take on g4, and black could probably go g6. But white has a nice slow build-up. Like rook g2, we double the rooks. I think maybe black could go king f7. And we're just hoping for the best. It's going to be a long game. Or it's going to be shuffling somewhere in there. Black may get some queenside play with b5, b4, but even then, like, it's kind of futile, I think. So I would rather be white here in these type of positions, but it's going to be a long game.
Well, yeah, white definitely has more space. And that g4 idea is definitely very tempting.
They got 8 players. How many players in this tournament?
Yeah.
MD Knight asking.
8 players.
8 players. We got 8 players in the tournament. 10K prize fund. Nice.
For first. Yeah, second
bad,
place
not
gets
bad.
5,000. Third
Second,
is
5Gs.
2,500. So only the top 3 players walking away with cash, but they're all walking away with a fantastic experience. It's a beautiful venue. They've been posting a ton of content, so definitely go check out their socials. Top seed is Jennifer Yu, 2-time U.S. Women's Champ, definitely the favorite,
Right.
#1 seed.
Right. Yeah, that's good.
Highest rated. Second player is Dina Belenkaya, who had a rough start against Anna
Really?
Camling in the
What happened?
first round. She actually blundered a piece in the time
What?
scramble before move 40. But
He
then
lost or what?
no, she was able to climb back and hold a draw.
Wow.
But yeah, that game was a game that neither player walked away happy from.
Dang, that was crazy.
But okay, h3 now, prepping that g4 idea. Maybe the king wants to step to the h file. Now we have an option of h2 as well. Shout out to Thinker Teacher, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're watching round 3 of the Botez Chess Camp. This is Nemo versus the host, Alexandra Botez. They're playing live in Malibu, just about a little car ride away from me. I've been going there helping out. I actually helped them set up these DGT boards.
Malibu. Oh, is this Cali?
California, that's right.
I didn't know that. Okay, Malibu.
Yeah.
I never been out there. I was only out there with you with the where was we at, man? Where were we at? LA or I don't remember where we were, bro.
You and I, we were not in LA. We were in Sacramento
Oh, Sacramento. Okay.
for the Eric Armstead Foundation Gala.
Yeah, that was fun.
We set up a chess booth. Eric Armstead is an NFL player for the 49ers. So
That's
yeah, fun fact, Canty and I have met in person.
That's right.
Canty's a big guy, and the NFL players are even bigger.
No, bro, that man was huge. It's like, listen, bro, what's wrong with you, bro? You don't need to be that big. Okay, you know that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, huge, bro.
Hello, Monkey Rook from Central California. Stockton. Yeah, one of the DGT operators that's helping this event from home is actually from that area. There's Dina walking in the background.
So Dina, what's going on?
Another woman grandmaster. So yeah, they have 3 women grandmasters. The top 3 players. I think Botez might be number 4 in terms of seed, and then you have Anna Cramling. There's Andrea Botez. Linda Diaz,
Okay.
who's a musician.
Okay.
I don't know if you've heard of her. She grew up playing chess as a kid. She's about 1950 FIDE, and the lowest seed is Jules Gambit, who actually upset Andrea in round 1. So any of these players have a chance of beating any of these players. So yeah, Dina judging their game silently.
Checking out what's going on. B5 having this is a race of. Well, you know what's funny here? Black can actually try to run the king D8 and king C8 with a weird castle, king side or queen side by hand. Not necessary, but very possible, as everything is locked down. Again, this is like I am just never the biggest fan of these type of positions from white side. We're gonna try and we're gonna go for it as much as we can. To play A3, try to lock some stuff down. But guys, this may be a very, very long game. Very, very long game.
Super close right now, but
Super
still.
close. Ugh, exactly. Go to sleep here, man. Like, wake me up when they break some pawns up.
Yeah, they traded off the light square bishops. The bishops are not too happy in the French, but now with dark square bishops, you see Nemo has pretty much all of her pawns on dark squares, making her bishop kind of like a tall pawn. But yeah, knight f8 played. This is a move you mentioned earlier. Is the knight going to go to g6 or?
There's no purpose actually, but that is I wonder like where are we going? I'm actually very curious to see what we're doing with this knight. So knight g6 doesn't do anything. It actually provokes me to go g4 now because g6 is a defense to g4. So if you block it with the knight, oh, I'm going g4 all day. Then that makes f5 a little bit weaker, which means you have to take back with the e-pawn, which makes d5 a weakness, like weirdly enough. So knight g6 would be a very bad move. So we really don't want to go knight g6. I mean, it could be played, especially if we can get maybe the rook to f5 or something. So it's possible. She may be going knight g6 anyway and castles, right, and take with the rook at some point. Then that entices me to, believe it or not, go stuff like knight h1 to knight g3. So imagine like g4, knight g6. Well, that doesn't work because I could take. So yeah, what if I go g4 now? I'm going g4.
Yeah, g4. This is the break that we've been waiting for.
Take. Okay, let me see. Engine says, wow, they just say knight g6 anyway. You gotta be kidding me. g4, knight g6, and king h2? What is that? King h2, bro? This is a wild game. You're not even taking on f5? They do want to go knight h1 though, which is my idea. Like, you want to get that knight around g3.
Yeah, knight back to h1. This is probably one of the worst squares on the board that a knight could be on.
I've done that too in a game. I won a game where when you put a knight on h1, you have to, like, I always say you have to twist it. You have to like twist it and like do it clockwise twice. You know what I mean? Do it clockwise. I've done that. I played it. I won the game because I wanted to go knight h1 to g3. No, my knight was on g3. So I went knight h1 to f2 to h3 to g5, right? So it was a crazy game, but a long time ago. But I remember doing that. You want to twist it when you do it because you never get a chance to put a knight on h1. So when you do, you got to exaggerate it. Just twist it once.
I was watching Hammer give commentary on Botez game, and Hammer was calling for knight h1, some knight in the corner move, and I commented in the chat saying like, "Oh, what a horrible move! Like, never would play it." And Alex played it, and it was like the best move.
It was the best
Hammer
move.
was like, "I called it. That's why I'm commentating."
right. That's pretty gross.
But yeah, knight. If your knight goes there, it's got to be for a good purpose, right? And here we want to get the knight to g3. It's literally the only other square that it could go to from that corner square. And the point being, the pawn on f5 kind of annoying, right? Because it's blocking our knight on f2 from moving forward. All of Alexandra Botez's pawns are preventing this knight from moving. So
king b7. Oh, the delay, BG baby. The delay on cloud. That's crazy.
So yeah, no castling from black. And Nemo, she didn't go g4 right away. She played queen to c2, and what this does is it applies even more pressure on f5. So g4 is still very much on the agenda. We'll see. I don't know if Nemo will do it now. It is definitely one of the moves that she could play to try to open up this king in the center. But yeah, king d7. You think she's gonna go back to c8 at some point, or like does
Yeah, I
this
talked
king
about
have
this
a home?
before. Absolutely, I talked about this before because the king does want to like get out of what's going to happen. Where, believe it or not, there are French games where you actually give up your whole queen side to actually go, aggressively on the king side, or like, you'll play stuff like g5 h5 or h6 g5 in return just to try to open things up. But here we go, g4 on the board. She played that quickly too, bro.
g4. She's
Here we
bringing
go.
the heat.
Here we go, y'all. Played this quickly, and g6 played. Yeah, so this is a sigh, guys. Like, this is not going to be fun. I'm just saying, this is not going to be fun. This is not going to be fun. You can try knight h1, knight g3, take on f5, take on f5 again, queen f5, and maybe she could block with e6, but you just don't have anything. It's going to take a long time before you get anything to happen. In matter of fact, there might be even an idea with knight h1, knight g3, king f2, king e2, rook g1, rook g3, double the rooks. Take, sack the knight on f5, then put something on the g file. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's going to be a long time, boys. It's going to be a long time.
That's about a 10-move plan in the works.
A long time.
That Canty's cooked up in mere seconds. And Nemo's got over an hour to figure something out here. So, yeah, this board is getting locked up. It's up to Nemo to see how she wants to break through this French defense. And we see king g2.
All right.
So is she going to go with the h-pawn?
I actually don't know where she's going with that move. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe she wants...
I think
yeah,
rook
I don't know.
h1.
Yeah, rook h1, rook g1. Man, rook h1, I don't understand. Oh, maybe she wants h4, h5.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
She's going to put it in h.
Yeah, maybe she wants the h-pawn as well. Rook h1, h4, h5. Or any other rook over. King f1, e2.
That's the thing about these close positions. Not only do they have a lot of time playing classical, but they have a lot of time on the board to make their plans, right? The kings here are moving around. Usually you don't want your king in the center, like on d7. Delayed bond cloud, like you said. But here it's totally okay because the position's so locked and closed. There's no way that Nemo could get to that king, take advantage of the king that hasn't castled, right? Because the pieces just can't move. There's no space. The pawns are blocking everything. So Nemo's trying to find the best way to crack open the structure, and she's played g4. Of course, Alexandra does not have to take. Canty said if you take, you're gonna get mated, right? Instead playing g6, which continues the pawn structure, putting all the pawns on light square. The last move, maybe Alex is gonna play a4, completing this this checkerboard setup.
Yeah, if a4 happens, we taking white all day, because then you just have, now you really have a setup where you can sacrifice on f5 probably at the right moment. You just need to make sure everything is correct and ready to go. Hold the tension. Rook h1, rook g1, bring the king around to e2, h4, h5, and that could be winning. That could automatically be winning. h4, h5 with the rook at the g8 though. You take with the pawn, you would have to. But then g5, do we take the h file? That's going to be difficult to make anything happen. Maybe double, rook h8, trade the rooks, rook h6, knight h4. It's hard. It's possible. It's very possible. But you know how many moves that takes? Like, guys, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is like 10, 12 moves we're talking here before anything happens. 10 to 12 moves before anything happens here, guys, at least. It's going to be a while.
So buckle up. We'll see. Nemo's gotten up from the board. She had a can drinking out of today. Usually she's been drinking her green tea. She switched it up. I think she's still going shoeless. We've seen that the first 2 rounds. And I guess it's worked out for her. We saw Alex round 1. She was wearing some red slippers. I don't know if she brought them back the next round or not, but whatever she was wearing, it didn't work out for her. But she was playing against Jennifer Yu. But yeah, people saying what if h5 from black.
I was thinking that same idea. That idea is possible. Great idea, chat. That is something that I was considering. If h5 happens, I may have to take on f5 at some point. Maybe play h4 and knight g5, and try to make that h pawn very weak. Very, very weak. It's a good observation though. h5 does make us make some type of decision.
You know, what's funny? I was just thinking about the shoes or lack thereof again. I feel like there's probably not a lot of opportunities to do that in a FIDE tournament. So Nemo's making the most of it, and it made me think, you know, Anna Maya, I think, got in trouble for her shoes not being
Man, come
serious
on, bro.
enough.
Not mad at shoes,
So-
bro. Get out of here. Oh, you gotta have proper shoes, bro. Sit down at this board. Get this work. Be quiet. What are you talking about, bro?
So what do you think? Is FIDE gonna accept this tournament if they watch the entire of the? I mean, luckily their arbiters, Papa Botez, who they all know and trust. But
Right.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this. I guess each specific tournament might have its own unique dress code.
Listen, it wasn't no dress code growing up, you know, through chats, and like you just sat down and played, bro. Now, of course, at the top level, like big boy money on the line, you know, with even here, there's thousands on the line, but still, it doesn't require you to have to even wear shoes. You ain't gotta wear no shoes. Dude, I hope that you know, if my opponent, hopefully, if he get cold, make you mess up or something, right? Whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about that. I never did. So it's more about just play the game.
Yeah.
Play
Well,
the game, you know.
Nemo's definitely not getting cold feet here. She's
Oh, no,
definitely playing
definitely.
for the attack.
She
She's
locked in. She comfortable.
sending it forward. I mean, she's put that G pawn in motion, and she's adding the king to the attack. King on G2. He wants to get up in there, get some action on the board.
Yeah, she's very comfortable here, as you can tell. You can just tell from body language, focused, comfortable, little nods there. Like, yeah, she likes the position, which of course I would too as well. I'm always going to take white in these positions because I just have a little bit more space and I have some clear plans. On the other hand, with black, if I'm playing with black here, I do not have a clear plan. The knight on f8 is really bad. I mean, everything's all locked up, cool, nothing's going on, but I feel like I'm just defending, and I am not a fan of that. I'm more of an attacker. So if I can't attack, you know, I'm just kind of chilling, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, black definitely on the defensive. Black still hasn't moved their rook from the H file. And the knight on f8 has no legal moves. He's just staring at a bunch of pawns. So, yeah, g4 and g6. Well, I guess the knight isn't going to g6 anytime soon. So yeah, what is the plan? Like the rook on a6 isn't doing anything. Maybe black, like the only breakthrough, I guess you have. Well, we mentioned h5 is one idea, but there's also perhaps b4 at some point. But yeah, your rook on a6 is hanging, so that'd be free pawn for white to take with the pawn on a3.
Which is why you do have to be slightly careful of shifting the rooks over to the H and G files, because B4 could be a potential break where it opens the A file, and that could be a little problematic. A little problematic here.
Okay.
But we sit and wait, and we kind of figure out what is going to happen, as it is on Alex's move. What is she going to do, guys? Let me see what the engine says. Engine says best moves. Let me check. Queen b7, I don't know. Okay, maybe b4. Queen b8, same thing, weird. And king c8. Yeah, so it tells you, you know, it's not a good day in the office. Like, these are just moves, in fact. It's just kind of shuffle moves. Queen b7 makes sense, and the reason why is because it's, you know, as you see, strong players usually don't have pieces that are loose. What does loose mean? Loose means undefended. So the a6 rook is undefended. Also, exactly, iron, maybe the king there too as well, but at least it just keeps the rook defended just in case. And when I do go b4, my h6 rook is actually defended now in some trades. We have a move. She plays h6. Was not expecting that one.
H6.
Not expecting that one.
So now the knight or the rook could go to h7.
It's a nice waiting move, and we wait to see what white does now.
Giving Alexandra 2 additional moves here, and that was her longest think of the game there, almost 8 minutes. So she's down to 1 hour and 16 minutes, just about 7 minutes ahead of Nemo. So yeah, she's definitely out of prep at this point.
Definitely. So now we wait. 8-6. Yeah, nope. We got a few moves, guys. Rook H1, Rook G1. Move the king around. Maybe Knight H1 still might be possible, but I don't like Knight H1.
Yeah, I think King G2 is the one that I'm most curious about. I'm not so sure Nemo's plan after that, which she just played. Because we were thinking about putting rooks on the G file, because anytime we take on F5, that helps open up that file. So they haven't traded any pawns. Rooks love open files, so every single file is completely closed right now, not even a half open file or anything. So the file that could open the most is the G file. That's where the rooks want to go. So it's kind of curious why the king is on G2, right? That would be blocking any rooks that go there. So top move is actually this move B3. That is one of the potential pawn breaks.
Can't who won Nepo versus Abdu? Great question. What up? And Gupta, Nepomniachtchi won by 2 games in the bullet. It was crazy.
Yeah, I saw that Botez gambit.
Oh yeah, he was on between Norderbeck, and Norderbeck was at 4 games too in the beginning. So it was a very wild match. So you know, unfortunately for him, but hey man, it happens.
So Norderbeck, one of the top players in the world right now, losing to a Botez gambit. So, and we're watching Botez now, the originator of the Botez gambit. Maybe not the originator of losing your queen, but the namesake for popularizing it. It looks like Alex maybe giving a stare. Is this a stare down?
Stare down. She's looking at beyond her though.
She's looking off into the distance.
She's looking staring off in the distance. After Lee, he was a favorite. Yeah, he was, Gupta. He was the favorite. Who was winning? It's a tie. It's equal so far. We're going to be here for a long time. In fact, I'm going to go make some coffee very soon because we're going to be here, guys.
Yeah.
We're going to be here. So whatever time it is, whatever you got going on, we going to be here, chat. Make some dinner. You know what I'm saying? Go take a walk. You can go to sleep for about 1.5 hours. Come back. We're probably going to be here still figuring out what's going to happen.
Make sure you leave this on in the background so you can hear the action. You don't want to miss anything, right?
Yeah, we're going to be here. And girls.
Yeah, shout out to White Noise and Stuckfish. Hello, buddy. Good to see you all. Thanks for tuning in. We're watching Nemo try to bust the Botez French defense. But right now, Botez is holding firm with this pawn wall here.
That's right. Somebody says, okay, be right back making dinner. Go ahead, do your thing. You can probably eat it too. I'm telling you, we'll be here. I guess I'll get my workout in. Oh, definitely. Keep us on in the background. See you doing that.
2-hour drive from Hema H.
Okay, 2-hour drive. Nice. What you working on today? What's the workout today? So I can count it. You've been working all day? Yes, sir. Ton of mic is to use.
Yeah, Botez is building a wall here, trying to keep Nemo out, and I think Alexandra would be happy with a draw, but I think the problem is when you play for a draw, you really are giving Nemo with the white pieces a chance to really give it her all and attack and bring it to her. So would love to see Nemo break down the wall and try to infiltrate along one of the files. So the question is how to do that, where to do that. We were contemplating the G file as one entrance, but the computer here with the top choice recommendation of B3, perhaps suggesting there's another way to open things up here. So, yeah.
It's going to be some time. You got a hit workout, burpees and push-ups. Nice, bro. All right, have fun. Yeah, we're on every night, usually 5 p. I see you. What's going on? What is going on? So Nemo in the think tank, what do we think she's going to do, boys and girls? What do we think? So she's looking on, a lot of times when you're looking at your opponent, when I'm playing OTB, I do like to look at my opponent and not stare at them, you know, because that it gets awkward. Like, but you just try to look to see where they're glancing at. And she's glancing on, it looks like she's looking at the queen side of the board. So B3 is a possibility. I think she might play B3 based off of where she's looking. She's not looking at king side too. So we'll see. A lot of moves.
Yeah, I think I like B3 because you're also maybe preparing for A4. Or could you play A4 right now, or is A4 going to be met with B4?
A4, B4, B3 is possible.
Yeah.
That's a crazy sequence, boy. A4, B4, B3, BC, BC. That should be good. That's opening up the game. A4, B4, B3. It's going to get spicy.
And I think
it's going to get very spicy there.
You could also have that transposition like B3. Black doesn't have to do anything, and then we play A4. Right, and then that's where I would expect a move like B4. Because if you allow A takes B5, then we get that open A file to work with.
Yeah, then we'll be definitely feeling good.
So
taking up one, as she should.
Yeah, Nemo wants to open this up. Her pieces, I think, are a little bit better to maneuver once something does open up. Black's pieces, not quite ready. You have a knight on F8 and a rook on H8. They're not going to be able to coordinate very well together, right? As opposed to Nemo's pieces, a little bit more centralized, and the rooks are definitely connected. So you could maneuver the rooks to a open file a little bit easier, and perhaps double them and try to infiltrate Black's position. So, yeah, I am curious where Nemo actually wants to play, right? You have two sides of the board that you could start something. Obviously, lots of tension on the G file right now between the F5 pawn and G4 pawn. But at any moment, Nemo could try on the queen side an A pawn push or a B pawn push.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, she's got options here. She's got to decide what she wants to do.
That's correct. She got to figure out what she wants to do here. B3, or like maybe rook H1 and rook G1 and king around to E2.
Oh, shout out to A Lebo in the chat, my coworker who may or may not be on site currently, but fellow streamer. Shout out to Luke as well. Good to see Luke. Luke is a musician living out in France, tuning in from overseas. If you guys are not from the U.S., let us know where you're from. And if you're from the U.S., maybe tell us what city you're from. I know Canty coming in from Michigan, right?
That's right, Michigan. That's right. Michigan, still a Michigan native. Oh, down here ain't gonna lie.
Sac Accountant is from Sacramento.
Sacramento, okay. ATL.
You got
Southfield?
Germany, Mexico.
You're not using Southfield, bro.
Morgantown, West Virginia.
I'm in Utica. That's where I'm at.
Atlanta. Lebo might be tuning in from inside the house.
Canada. Sweet home Chicago.
We got an Australian. What time is it there in Australia?
Good day, mate. Good day, mate. All right.
Down under. Canada. So watching a couple of Canadians here. I see some Canadian flags in the chat as well. So either way, I guess the Canadian's going to win.
Brazil, New Jersey, Brooklyn. Nice.
Sweet home Chicago.
Chicago.
That's where Gary is.
Yeah, Gary's in Chicago.
Buddy of the Midwest from Minnesota.
I'll see y'all.
All right, so yeah, lots of Americans. Lots of internationals. New York City,
Tracer.
Charlotte.
Good luck, Tracer. I'll see you got OTV tomorrow. Ann Arbor, Michigan. Hey, okay. Ann Arbor. Good to see you too, Proven. What's up?
Arizona. Yeah, Charlotte is another huge chess city. I feel like they're making a lot of moves, and Dina in the background there actually recently moved there, hanging out at the chess center there. I know Danya's there, who you were commentating with earlier.
Twin brother Danya. Southwest Michigan. Wow. Where is it? Where you at in Southwest? That's crazy. Michigan natives here.
I've been to Michigan once.
That's sweet, bro.
I
That's
took
sweet.
a
Where? What
train
part?
from Chicago for my friend's
Okay.
bachelor party. It's right on the coast of Lake Michigan.
She's here, Wisconsin. Nice. Okay. I see you. 45 from the lake. Okay, man. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Bortnick's also in Charlotte.
Bortnick out there with his family. Shout out to Bortnick. Michigan weather is bad half the time. I mean, it depends. Detroit's an amazing city. It depends on where you are, bro. I'm born and raised from Detroit. So I'm just saying, bro, you gotta be very careful
Yeah, I've heard
where
some
you're
bad
going and
things.
what times. Yeah, you gotta be very careful.
But you know, you could say the same about St. Louis, right?
That's true. St. Louis.
Another big chess city. With the chess club there.
And it's true. Now I'm out in Utica. I'm in like a suburb now. So
So apparently
it's nice out
Detroit,
here.
the birthplace of techno.
Oh yeah, Detroit techno, something like that. Yeah, that's a
Also
different group.
birthplace of Eminem, maybe?
He was actually part of not the hard 8 Mile. So when people say 8 Mile, we're not talking about like hood 8 Mile. He was like across the park type 8 Mile. So it was still a rougher area, but it wasn't what people think it is. You know, I'm like, oh, he grew up over there. It's nice over there. That's compared to where I grew up at. So it's cool though. It's cool because Eminem definitely came from Detroit on 8 Mile, but a different part of 8 Mile. It wasn't like
The ninth
trenches 8 Mile. You know, yeah, he was closer to the 9th Mile, which is the higher you go up in miles, the better area it is.
Got it. So like the first mile is
But they don't really have a 1 mile, but 5 and 6 mile, 5 miles Finkel, but 6 and 7 mile was east and west, bro. Was definitely some territories you need to be very close to getting out of or not be around. So I grew up on both sides of the 7 mile area, which was good and bad. There were some good areas and some very bad areas. So I grew up somewhere in the middle, and then moved out to Warren, Michigan, and now I'm in Utica. You grew up on 7 Mile? What part, Southwest? You got to figure out what part of 7 Mile. 7 Mile runs very deep. It's very deep. My rating makes an FM 2,300 feet. My peak's 2,353. Great Rug. Southfield 7 Mile. Okay, yeah, that wasn't that bad. That was like okay. You got to be careful. There's still some areas on there.
I actually don't know. I didn't know that that there were like individual miles that they count. Like I don't know what that is. Like I don't know much about Detroit. I just know that
Yeah.
they make a lot of cars out there, you know.
Yeah, GM.
Auto industry.
General Motors, North Michigan is the coldest I've ever been. Yeah, I don't never go up there, Sad Rabbit. What's up, boss?
Actually, you know, it's funny. Feingold is from Michigan too.
He is. Fine goes from Michigan. I remember we played one game OTB. I was winning. He told me I could have won an exchange, but I was like 2,100. I was in high school actually. I had 2,200 in like 11th grade.
That's
so
awesome.
I remember. Yeah, I remember that I was playing Feingold, and I'm like, oh, I'm playing Ben Feingold. I think he was the strongest IM at the time. He was an IM, but he was still like 2,500. So super strong, and lost the game with the white pieces.
Man.
Back in the day, high school days.
So Feingold's been around a lot of
Long
places.
time, boy. Yeah, he been a long time. That's my dog. It's not the Feingold.
So I'm just commentating with a bunch of Michiganders.
Yeah, Michiganders, stand up, Michigan. Let's go. We here. We deep through here.
But yeah, Kostya, I think is California guy. I know he's like in St. Louis now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I definitely know he's been around in California.
Yeah. California. What a chess pawn. This is the boat. Oh, we got to move. Hold on. And she plays.
There it is. Queenie 2.
Queenie 2. Okay, so now let's try to get in her head here and figure out what is she threatening. What does she want? She's threatening. She wants the B5 pawn. So B3 A4 is going to be very diabolical now.
Still, yes. And yeah, they're just maneuvering, trying to get any sort of slight advantage or cause any sort of nuisance Queen c2 originally putting pressure onto f5, inducing, g6 as well. Another reason why Miss Botez would do that. And when you push these pawns, you make these pawns move forward. They can't go back. So they're also taking up space from the pieces, right? We mentioned knight g6. Maybe it was a possibility. Not anymore with the pawn there. So queen e2, poking and prodding. Nemo's trying to see if she can induce some sort of other weakness, right? And the idea is that after b3, these pawns are going to be pinned, or even a4 as well. There's always going to be a target down that diagonal.
I like it. I thought it was a very creative way to create something in the position, because b3 is a real threat. But okay, black can, if obviously, Alex is looking and understands, oh, you want that? So she can try to parry it with queen b8 or b7, just to defend the b5 pawn.
Yeah, queen b7, one of the top moves. Previously, we mentioned defending the rook, supporting the b file. Also, being opposite the king doesn't hurt as well. But yeah, we're gonna see a lot of this sort of little moves here and there, some posturing from both sides, and
a little indecision there. Knight h7. Like she wasn't sure at first, which was good. As you like to see the indecision. Knight h7. But I've actually done that one time because I knew I was like losing, so I act like I played it on the square. I was like, oh snap. I didn't say that, but I like indecision showed that I wasn't confident, but I was setting a trap and he fell for it. I actually ended up drawing the game. It's funny, you can do that sometimes when you're losing. Obviously, little tricks like that work. But I think this is not a trick at all. I think there was a little indecision with knight h7, but what's the idea? Like, I don't know where we're going. Maybe she wants g5 and really gonna spice some things up here.
Yeah, g5 is the only move I could consider that this helps, and maybe she's gonna prep it as well with like rook g8 and say, Nemo, why is your king on g2? Because the pawn's intention, it's a two-way street, right? Like, not only can Nemo take, but black could also try to take and open things up. And yeah, this g5 idea definitely makes some amount of sense. I would say that the knight on h7 is actually kind of like the prospects aren't great unless you consider g5, right? Because the only way the knight could go from h7 as it stands is right back home to f8. Maybe you want to bring the rook over somewhere, getting the knight out of the way first, and maybe the knight does go back. But this is definitely something that's going to make Nemo think even more. And she's under an hour. She's at 53 minutes compared to Alexandra's hour and 14 minutes. So even if they're out of prep, it's very clear that Alexandra is still very comfortable in this position, not spending too much time on any particular move. That move that Nemo actually just made was the longest think of the game so far at 14.5 minutes.
Yeah, she definitely thought they were trying to figure out what she wants to do now. I would probably go with the plan, which is b3, but g5 is something to really think about. I don't believe in psychology. I believe in good moves. Yes, chess pawn. That's a Bobby Fischer quote. b3 from Sethra says, do it, b3. I say rook g1. Yeah, rook g1's a nice move too. You can tuck with the king on f1. A lot of possibilities here. I mean, there's so many things to do. But it tells you like how close this position is, and like there's just so much to do. It's a very rich position, which can make this a very long game. Looks very complex. Absolutely, chess pawn. 100%. It's a very complex game.
Buddy's asking, well, you usually want to gain tempo. Is there ever a situation where you want to lose the tempo? I would say definitely, because have you ever heard of zugzwang? You're stuck.
Correct.
Sometimes if you can pass your move, you'd be winning. But unfortunately you can't. So you're forced into making a bad move. But typically out of the opening or like any other time in the game, I don't think that you would want to lose a tempo on purpose necessarily. I think you lose a tempo sometimes, like if you put a piece where like a pawn could attack it, but a lot of times that's actually intentional because inducing that pawn push is exactly what you wanted. So you could say it's a loss of a tempo because you move with piece twice, but you could also argue that that was worth the tempo because you got something out of it.
Yeah, sometimes it just depends on the position there. Sometimes you do want to lose the tempo. You want to provoke them. Maybe you provoke a weakness. For instance, I had a game I beat actually Casa Corley. Shout out to my boy. But I beat him in the first time we played over the board. It was a Millionaire Chess 2015 in International Master. But I won that game. But I remember as a Carol Khan, I played a move Bishop to G5 to provoke him to play H6 to actually attack my bishop. So I gave him a free move. I could have went Bishop E3, right? Like you can go back. I could. Do you want to go G5 or E3? So I went G5 to provoke a weakness that I actually used later to win the game, right? So it's something. Sometimes you can get it to provoke something, and that's what I used it for, to provoke a weakness around the king, and to win the game later because of one of those weaknesses around the king. So it depends. It really depends on the position. No senses. So good question.
Yeah, and Nemo, she's about to get under 50 minutes here in the next minute, so she's definitely spending a lot of time. Alexandra's got her thinking, but I mean, White still has solid position. It's still very much her game. She can come up with a plan, but she's got to decide is the thing, right? There's a lot of different ideas that you can go with. She just has to choose one of them and trust that there's multiple ways that you could play here. There's no right or wrong answer in these closed positions. Sometimes there is. Sometimes there's only one breakthrough, right? But in this situation, she could break through on either side. So she has choices, and that's why she's taken so much time. And meanwhile, Alexandra, more limited, I think, in what she could do. But still, she's largely waiting, I think, for Nemo's decision and just kind of react.
Just inconclusive gifted a tier 1 sub to Peter
Yeah,
_CBB.
and I think okay, so yes, 49 minutes is a lot of time, but also if we think about this in 5 to 10 moves, if we keep thinking it the same amount of time, we are going to get in some serious time trouble. Even though okay, this is a long game, but you have to think about the same pattern of thinking. If we think too long, we will put ourselves in some time pressure. So we do want to move probably slightly faster if I'm Nemo here, but not too fast where I'm playing a blitz game because we have so much time to steal. But we do need to be aware of our time. And there it is. She plays A4. Here we go, chat. Here we go. It's about to get crazy. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. I love it. Let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. So the idea here is to play B3.
A4, and she hops away. So she's made her decision. Queen side it is. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You put your king on G2. Maybe it's not so incentivizing to open up and play on the king side where your king is. You don't really want to give black these sort of avenues to come at you because you could really hand over the initiative if you're letting your king get attacked. So instead going for the queen side, starting with this move A4, that's going to keep this A5 pawn back and force this B pawn to do something, either allowing white to take, opening up the A file, or you're going to push or defend it, and still you're going to create some weaknesses. So
I do like it, but I also now, after calculation, problem I don't like is, okay, now the B file is going to open up where, okay, BA, rook takes A4, and now the whole idea with this queen E2 thing is to play B3 because, obviously A6 will be hanging. Remember, we say loose pieces lose games. So a lot of times, loose meaning undefended, the rook on A6 being undefended, so we highlight with B3. But after rook takes, or BA4, rook A4, rook B6, and there might be a shift in pressure, believe it or not. As rook B6, now black can play double of rooks. B2 is quite weak. I don't think we can win it. It's going to be some problems, but after BA, rook A4, rook B6, maybe rook A2 or B1, and then rook B8, and black has some sort of initiative, very slight, but I don't think it's enough to do anything yet. And I heard a capture, so she did. She captured on A4.
yeah,
see what happens. That's about to get spicy.
Alex is not using much time here. Yeah, trade, and wow, rook b6 instantly. So almost pre-moved, and this is stopping our b3 idea. The rook is no longer hit by the queen with the x-ray on a6.
And now we're defending, which I just don't really like this that much. You know, I mean, our rook look ugly on a4. Like, what do we do? I mean, we're just kind of shuffling around now. I'm kind of like not happy with this position that much. If I can get b3 in, maybe I'll be a little happy. But yes, this is tough. It's either gonna be a very long game, yeah, or I don't know. Rook b1, rook a2. Like, I mean, obviously Black has a clear plan of bullying the b2 pawn. Very clear. You go like even rook b5, queen b6, and rook b8, or you do Aliekin's gun, rook b5, rook b8, rook b6, queen b8. So you put every piece you have, every heavy piece, on the b pawn.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Alex, I think, was hoping for or even waiting for, right? And yeah, super passive idea. Rook to b1, not really what you wanted to do. So Nemo spending a lot of time and coming up with this. This is really ideal for Alex, who we were saying closed position, not a obvious plan in sight, and she just waited, held back, and I guess this is how the French players play, right? You just kind of put up this wall and wait for your opponent to feel the pressure of trying to do something, opening things up, and it ends up backfiring on Nemo a little bit here. So yeah, that b2 pawn is now a target and a weakness, a liability. We wanted to play b3. Now it's going to be really difficult to do so.
It is. I mean, and Black has a very clear plan, as you mentioned before. You would love to put every heavy piece you have on the b file. So that would be rook b5, maybe even doubling now. You could try. I mean, it's up to you, however you want to do it. But double the rooks, and then go rook b7 or rook 8 to b7. Then play queen to b8, and you see a classic Aliekin's gun here, where you'll be able to put some pressure there. You can't actually win it yet because rook a2 kind of defends everything. And then it's sort of a shuffle city. So, you know, White's just kind of holding. It's just going to be a long day.
Yeah, Alex bringing the second rook into the game. That rook was hanging out on h8 for a while. The knight was blocking it in. So, yeah, we mentioned knight h7, maybe prepping for g5, but really the knight doesn't need to go anywhere. It just needed to get out of the rook's way. So now Black has moved every single piece. And yeah, this is looking optimal on the b file for Black. So questionable decision. The queen comes back to c2, and it's tough. You know, Nemo's had some tactical games so far.
I got a prediction here, bro. Draw.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be a draw. I think it's going to be a draw. Maybe by repetition, which you know, it's just fine. Like, you know, I didn't get anything out of this game, and I moved my rook back to a2. And then I need a plan. Like, what else do I do? I could try to break through on the king side with h4, h5. It's actually possible. We're queen on c2. So maybe rook a2, h4, h5. But that is a risky idea. It is very possible, though. I think that might be the last choice. Rook a2, play h4, and h5.
Yeah, I don't think this will be a draw. I think we're going to see a decisive result for one of the two players. We'll see.
Let's see. It's a yes, draw. No, draw, no, draw. Nemo gets the dub. Everybody wants blood here, right? Yeah, no. If we get h4, h5 in, I could definitely see something happening, especially with this queen c2 idea. She is eyeing, you know, the loose piece on h7 via, obviously, f5 and g6. So if she gets h4 in and h5, she is in the driver's seat for sure. But after h4, there might be a knight f8, and then h5. There might be a trade g4. You take on h5. I take on h6. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, that's a crazy game. But then I have f5. Yeah, White definitely has some chances still. I mean, a lot of chances with h4, h5 as a human. Here. Engine's like, yeah, I like Black, you know, like, and of course, Engine's knows all. But h4, h5 is a nice practical try, I think, especially after queen to c2.
Yeah, and you know, I know what it looks like. The queen just went from c2 to e2 back to c2. It's like, okay, maybe Nemo's out of ideas. She's just shuffling. But you know, if you pay attention to these details, the rook was on a6, no longer there. Queen was eyeing that rook. you know, she's moving around making threats depending on the position, right? So this knight on h7 was defended by the rook. Now it's no longer defended. You mentioned the queen is extraing that nice now. So loose pieces drop off. You don't leave them hanging around too long. Otherwise, Nemo could stir up some trouble now on the king side with that h4, h5 idea, putting pressure on f5, putting pressure on g6, and the knight on h7. So even though it's a very close position, there's still other opportunities here for Nemo and Nemo's queen in particular. Also, you said rook a2 is an idea, and maybe that opens up for the queen coming to a4, hitting that king if the knight ever moves, but probably not expecting that knight going anywhere anytime soon. It is playing a very important role of defending this a5 pawn that is also kind of a target in black's position that white could access with the rooks. But yeah, I think it's fairly solid now for black. And what's unfortunate is Nemo spent a ton of time to come up with this idea, and it looks like it's backfiring. And it's going to be maybe even harder to come up with something solid now that you've given black all this activity on the b file. But Alexandra is giving some time back here.
That's it. We just got that one plan, h4, h5, and we live. We're going to hope for the best. h4, h5 seems like the only legit real plan that could create some chances on that side of the board. But it's going to get frisky, and it's going to get very sharp if the game opens up, which is why I do like to move rook a2 before I open up everything, because rook takes b2 will allow obviously an entry on the second rank. It's not a lot going on. I do have my king nicely defended over here, but I don't want rook to b2 to be with check. So rook a2 definitely has to be played probably before we open up things with h4, h5.
All right, so we have a plan in mind, but does Nemo have the same plan in mind? Will she find it or go for it? Shout out to Christy. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Christy's been playing some Elden Ring DLC. Are you playing the other games, Canty?
Do I play any other games?
Yeah.
Nah, bro. I be studying chess. I ain't gonna lie, but I also
chessing.
trade in the forex market. So
Okay.
I trade futures actually. So
Got it.
Yeah, I trade futures. There's a lot of money in there because I got a buddy that makes like thousands per day. So
Huge.
I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Ain't no chess money doing that. So
Chess money.
it's so I learned how to trade in the futures. But I'm also I work out a lot and I do boxing. So
we can tell.
Those are my things outside of chess.
Working out, boxing. Someone said chess boxing perhaps between Nemo and one of the Botezes. Like Andrea obviously has been playing some chess boxing before. I feel like Nemo's done some boxing experience. Haven't seen her fight though. I know she was signed up at one point and maybe some event got canceled, but when are we gonna see you, Canty? I think people are saying you could be the
I just actually, if you go to my Discord, I just posted some boxing actually in I had a match on last Friday. It was more of an exhibition with my sparring group. So I spar every Tuesday with a group of guys, and I box 3-4 times a week doing conditioning, and then I spar on Tuesday. So I just sparred last Friday. It was fire, and it was sweet, man. It was actually really good. I fight more of like Canelo head movement with more of Tyson punches and stuff like that. So it's fire. I like my style or whatever. But I posted in my Discord. So if you go to my chat and type in Discord, you can go and find. We have a COE boxing channel where I actually put videos of me boxing in there. So it's pretty fire. You can go.
Nice.
I have some on my Instagram too. I'm at 100K on IG. So
let's go.
You got some stuff. You got to scroll to find that though. I haven't posted recently.
What's up, Kaczynski? Good to see you.
What's up, Kevin? See you. Long.
All right, Queen B7. So yeah, Knight F8, good move from Alexandra, bringing that knight back, so the knight's no longer hanging on H7, and Nemo brings her knight back as well to D2, preparing and helping to prepare at least this B3 idea. But Alexandra says, not so fast. I'm going to triple up. Ali Ekin's gun on the B file,
But it's
triple
actually
stack.
not. It's actually not that. Yeah. In fact, Eliakin's gun is with the queen behind both rooks. So here it's
Oh,
more like Eliakin's little,
this is Aliekin's sandwich.
Eliakin, exactly, sandwich or Eliakin's BB gun, something like that.
Okay, okay.
Because it's like it's the queens needs to be behind both rooks for it to actually be correct. So it's a little different.
That's
This
my
one more of
bad.
a little pea shooter. Exactly, a little potato gun. Eliakin's potato gun. Because they don't really work this way. You want to be able to take with both rooks first, then queen. So with the queen in between, not as good.
But Chalky's asking, who's winning? I'm new here. Well, we're all winning because we're seeing some amazing chess play here from both these players. But I would say it's an even position. It's fairly equal. No one quite necessarily has a winning advantage yet, but the computer gives a slight edge to Alexandra with the black pieces, and it's because of this activity on the B file. We see black is tripled up with the heavy pieces, barreling down on B2. Lots of pressure. It's attacked 3 times, only defended twice. So Nemo on the back foot. She's got to play rook back to A2 to defend this, and she does. And now we'll see how black wants to continue.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this might really be a draw, guys. I mean, it is very likely that something can happen, like where they could just kind of shuffle pieces here. We still have the H4, H5 idea at some point with white. But I mean, yeah, this might go a lot quicker than we thought here. Because there's got to be a shuffle. I can't move anything as white. I can move the knight and maybe, the worst piece. In fact, one book that I recommend. I mean, it's a hard book to read. I ain't gonna lie. And if you aren't looking, or if you aren't ready for the book, I totally understand. But it's good to have maybe for later. So if you are ready for the book, then great. And you can use the questions. But there's it's called a Grandmaster Preparation Positional Play. Jacob Agar has a series of books like this. I went through it multiple times. The 3 questions are: what's the weaknesses in the position? I added on for both sides. What's the weaknesses in the position for both sides? Number 2 is what's the worst place piece for both sides again. And then the third question is what's my opponent's idea? And the second question, what's the worst place piece? You would have to say this bishop on E3. So we would have to play something like knight F3 or knight F1. Bring the bishop around to C1 to defend B2 so I can free up the rooks, and then try to figure out something from there. But other than that, this is just a slow maneuvering fest, 100%. Lupe, thanks for the 12 months, bro. Wow. 1 year, Lupe. Appreciate you, big dog.
1 year mark.
1 year, big dog. Lupe
Yeah.
the killer.
Bishop on E3. No legal moves for this piece. It was like Botez's knight on F8 before she played H6. So nice little maneuver from Alex. Playing H6, knight to H7, bringing that rook over to the B file. And Nemo just kind of played into it. So now she's kind of having to figure out a new plan to get out of here. And you mentioned bring the knight around to play bishop C1. Not a fun move or plan because your bishop's kind of blocking your rooks if you ever wanted to swing over back to the H file. But how else are you going to defend this B pawn? Because right now you have all of black's heavy pieces lined up really nicely on the B file and all of white's heavy pieces babysitting this backwards B pawn. So unfortunate this didn't work out. This A4 idea that we had earlier, it looked good, but now it's starting to look good for Alex. So maybe B3 first while she could have done it to get rid of the B pawn, then A4. So she started with A4, and now it's going to be really tough to try to get this B pawn taken care of.
Yeah, I think it's harder for a human to sit around and kind of wait and figure things out. Wait, is there a possible? No, the knight defends. Okay, so I was looking for A4, A3, but A4 we can also just take with queen A4. So yeah, that doesn't work. So it might be just a shuffle city from black back and forth at some point. Just kind of shuffling. Your pieces are optimal. You have everything where you want it. So now it's more of a fact of shuffling.
Blizz is with the prime. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Blizz.
All right. We see Dina still hanging around back there. Nemo Looks like she's shaking a leg. She's just moving along, thinking.
Just move on. Exactly. Just thinking it out.
It is Alexandra's turn, so Nemo's waiting. And yeah, Dina taking a different approach, moving around while waiting for her moves. We got a question: how much do you press?
Bench press. I actually like to do no more than like 315. I do 315 all around, so that means 315 deadlift, 315 squat, 315 bench press. I don't like to go really more than that because you can really start having injuries, even though you're very strong. You can have injuries when you're lifting that much weight on your chest. 315 pounds on your chest is a lot of weight. If you throw that thing up and you put that on your chest, it takes a lot of energy to put that boy back up in the air. So I am always a fan of just staying at 315 and like working more on strength and endurance and hypertrophy, which is more volume, and also growing the muscle too as well. But I'm not trying to go more than 315, bro. So usually on bench days, I'll do like 135 for 20 as like a warm up. Then I'll do 185. Then I'll do 225, 275, and then 315. I can go up, but I just don't. I'd rather go do something else to avoid injury and stuff like that.
Man, I can barely do a push-up.
The philosophy that's saying chest on. A lot of work, man. A lot of work. Love lifting. Love lifting. But you know, you want to be healthy, lift healthy, and not lift ego lifting. You know, like, oh, let me put 4 plates up here. Oh, I could do it. And then like you tear a pec muscle. But you could do it, but you tear a pec muscle. So I had a friend do that. Tore a pec muscle. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
You
but they
lifted too
lifted
much,
4
bro?
plates. I mean,
Yeah, 4 plates.
I could put down 4 plates at a buffet.
4 plates. I put them boys down. That's funny. 315 is plenty. Exactly, bro. 315 all around. I just did what I do yesterday. I did full body yesterday, which included some bench and 3 plates on deadlifts. Sometimes I'll go up to like 3 plates and a quarter, like 25s. So it's more like, 385 or 385, 365. 405 with a belt though. If I got 4 plates up there, you got to have a belt, which I've done. Even on squat, 405, you got to have a belt.
I think in this opening, Nemo was struggling to find a plan because she had so many good ideas and it was costing her so much time. And she knew Alex was just playing defense the whole time. She wasn't really pressuring her in the position. So she's like, you know what? Let me just throw away the A pawn and give her a target so that she has to figure out what her plan is and I can just quickly play these defensive moves, get some time back on the clock, because Alex is in a deep think here, and Nemo's still under 50 minutes, but Alex is about to pass the 1 hour mark for the first time.
That's right. Alex being up time. Nice job from Alex, but Nemo, I think, is feeling comfortable here. She still has the idea of H4, H5. H5 is the best here. Yeah, I think for white, H5 is, for black, actually, H5 is possible, trying to stop the whole idea itself. But then we might be able to take and try Queen D1, then Queen H4. I don't think black wants to allow that, even though Engine probably can defend that quite well. After H5, we take once, play Queen D1 to attack the pawn, and then bring the queen on that side of the board. And maybe hide the king on F3, believe it or not, in some cases. So there's some things you can do. Pawn H4 could be a thing, though, so we'll see. H5, G5, close the position. Yeah. But then I'm like, I'm actually playing for a draw then. If H5 happens and I go G5, I mean, you might as well offer a draw when you play that as white and hope the black takes it. Because, I mean, it's just, black, I don't even think black can do anything, really. A4, we can always take it. So it's literally just going to be a shuffle fest after that.
Yeah, H5, I think you don't want to play G5. You really limit yourself. Like, all the play gets shifted to the queen side, where black is currently, I would say, winning that side of the board. So we had a question, how Dina do, or is she still playing? She is playing right now against Jules Gambit.
Jules is playing. How's she doing in tournament?
Jules actually got a win in the first round against Andrea, and then she lost the next game, I think, against Anna.
Okay.
Anna also won earlier today, and Anna and Jennifer, you are now tied for first with 2.5, and it's Nemo and Dina trying to join them with a win each. So we will see. We will see if Nemo can turn things around here, because right now she's kind of on the back foot, but she's bringing the time advantage back down within 10 minutes. So that's good to see. Alex is starting to spend some of her time. And yeah, I'm curious to see if Alex is going to keep playing on the queen side, because that's where the action is right now, or if she's going to switch it up, play a move like h5, which she very well could play. But
She's looking on that side of the board, by the way, too. She's, like you can tell, you always like to see where they're calculating, and sometimes it helps, like when you're playing players and you see them calculating on one side of the board, and you're like, oh, you don't even see what I'm doing, like, which I've actually had games like that where I've beaten players where I'm like, oh, you're not even looking on the right side, right? So, but in this case, I think black obviously is slightly better, as the engine thinks too as well. H5 is a very good move. It's kind of annoying, in fact, because that was my idea. Now I can't go H5. I can't even go H4. It's like Bishop H4.
I know. I would
like,
love. We had H4, H5 ideas previously, but I'm wondering if we still want to go H4. Does that mean we want to go King G3?
that is something. Very playable, though. Very playable. King G3, H4, H5. That king out here fighting. Lead with the king.
Well, Nemo played King G2. She didn't really follow it up. I wasn't sure the purpose of this. We were speculating King to the H file to put the rooks on the G file, but that never happened. King is kind of in the way, and so if you wanted to play H4, the bishop's protecting that square. Like, if you play King G2, logical continuation, bring that king even further.
Okay, tactic senses are tingling. So, all right, I was looking at H5. If H5, GF probably. Knight takes C4, takes D5. Doesn't work because the king's on G2. Yeah, king's misplaced. There's an idea of a sacrifice with knight C4 and playing D5 and just literally blowing open the game. But with the king on G2, that's a really bad idea. I could play something like knight D8, immediately exploiting the pin, and then you would be losing. So, but if the king's on H2, we have some ideas of actually playing GF, knight C4, and imagine like GF, EF, right? So if king H2, let's actually make some moves here, right? King H2, let's make let's back to move. So let's go knight H7 again. Move knight back. Knight H7.
Let me see if I can. Oh, black to, sorry. Knight H7.
Yeah, knight H7.
King H2.
Yeah, king H2, and then knight F8.
Okay, now we take on F5.
No, oh, you're right. Yeah. So you're right. Take on F5. Yeah, after knight F8, correct take. So if pawn takes, E takes, you might have knight C4, believe it or not. So take with E pawn. Yeah, and then knight C4, and it takes. And you see how the eval bar, okay, it jumps a little bit, but not that much. You see that? It's equal, push. And you got these pawns in the center, plus the bishop. You might be able to get the C4 pawn too, queen A4 at some point. That's nice. So let's go back and take with the G pawn, though. Go back and take with the G pawn instead of E takes F5. So G takes F5, same idea. Knight takes. It's a hit's a little different here though. Knight takes, pawn takes. Yeah, you see how the eval bar changes. Push. So it's a little bit different because we can't really hit F5 the same anymore. But if takes, yeah, takes. Now knight E6, and we could. I mean, this is desperado. This isn't like necessary because knight E6. There's some play here, but this is really like if you're in a must-win situation type thing. Yeah, rook D1, and you're really trying to fight him this way as much as you can. It's possible. You also have the F pawn. Like, man, there is some stuff here, but eval bar says it's only -1, and that to be sacking a piece and be -1, that is something that actually is very playable on a human level, very human. So like practical. There's some chances.
That's definitely compensation, and I mean. We were looking at knight h1, knight g3 with sacrificing ideas on f5, getting 2 pawns for a knight. These are really strong ideas to consider. I know a lot of people are hesitant to give up a piece, but you got to look at the compensation, right? Two pawns, two
Exactly.
connected pawns, definitely
Right.
two connected pass
Playing a
pawns
human
in the
practical
center.
game right in the center,
Yeah.
exactly, and you're banking on them making a mistake, which is chess, in essentially, like that's what you're playing. You know, at the top level, you can't take them type of mistake or those type of chances, risk. I mean, it depends, obviously, but this is, you know, we're practical. We're playing against the player, right? So having these type of shots and making them calculate. If the time was lower, definitely that's a shot we go for. We have to try to maybe even set those shots up in the first place. But it is still Alex's move, and we're doing great on time.
Shout out to Hair Parent. Hello, welcome. Thanks for the sub.
Just fine, bro.
Hair
Yeah, it's an official Peter
from
game.
the
TC.
land down under as well.
Thanks, Hebe. Let's go. Sethler says, I left to get burgers. Where you get burgers from, bro? That's good. That sounds fire, dude. Where you go get burgers from, dog?
Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers. My favorite place to get burgers from. Let me think about that. I don't actually have one. Shoot.
Five Guys.
But I don't really be going to Five Guys like
too
that. I
much.
usually cook at home, or like I'll go to somewhere like I like chicken shawarma with like rice.
Nice.
And,
So not
rice,
burgers.
pickles, and and not too many burgers.
What's my
I
favorite
will
burger
smack a
place?
burger, though.
I like shawarma.
I will smack a burger though, for sure. We got farmers market steak burgers in Royal Oak.
You come out here, out west,
come
get
out
some
this
In and Out.
Yeah, In and Out slaps. Okay, rice and chicken, solid choice. That's right, MD Night. You went to farmers market, got them steak burgers. Veggies, cheese, chicken and rice, and enjoy it. Yeah, chicken, rice, and veggies is always a go-to. I like the chicken shawarma because they get the little garlic with it. You know, they put pickles and cucumbers in mine too. You get everything. Cucumbers is good for the hydration, so it's fire, dude. And they give you a whole lot. It's like, yo, that's like 3 meals, bro. This is crazy. You know, chicken shawarma would be slapping.
You're making me hungry, man.
Oh man, definitely.
It's gonna
definitely.
be. I hope you got some food. I don't know how much time you had between SCC and this.
I actually had a nice little. I had 2 eggs with like 2 burgers. It's basically ground beef, and I had 2 protein shakes today. I had some apples and some beef jerky, so pretty good. I need to track that. Yeah, a little 2 of everything. Low carb day.
All right, so Botez has made a move, and that was her longest think, and the longest think of the game to that point. That was 16 minutes on the clock that she just spent, and she's still ahead of Nemo by 5 minutes. But hey, taking an over 20-minute time advantage to 5 minutes, I would say that's a good chance here for Nemo to try to make up some time. And yeah, the computer's calling for this King H2 idea, and that's exactly what she's done. She's been ready for this, and probably what she's been mulling over in her mind is like, I gotta figure out some sort of tactical shot. You gotta look at these knight sacrifices, right? You gotta look at these ideas to open things up, because Black's king is just sitting there in the center. Alex tried to move it over and making space for her knight, which he follows up with really quickly. But Nemo's very aware that there's tactics afoot, right? With the queen on b7 on the long diagonal opposite the king. This is a moment for Nemo to readjust the king and say, hey, maybe my king wasn't the best placed on g2. Maybe I need to open up the g file and use that to my advantage. But yeah, Alex said, what's my worst piece on the board? It's that knight on f8. So where does it want to go? Well, I can't move the e-pawn. I guess I'm not going to go g5 just yet. So I want my pieces over on the queen side where I have that advantage. So I got to move my king, vacate the d7 square, knight d7. And what's the follow-up, Canty?
I'm looking at rook b5, knight b6, a4, knight a5, knight b3, knight takes on d2, and play a3.
All right, that is definitely all legal moves.
All legal moves, bro.
So yeah,
you
you kept mentioning a4, a3 earlier, and so what's the idea here? Well, Black's got 3 pieces lined up on the b file attacking this poor b2 pawn, and white has 3 pieces defending it. So 3 attackers, 3 defenders. How do you add another attacker? Well, if you move your knight on c6, that's going to drop your a pawn, and there's really no other way you can get a knight in to attack it. So the only other piece that makes sense is that a pawn. Well, if you push it to a4, you're going to drop it with the queen.
Question is, how do we what is white's ID? Like, what do we do, bro? Like, this is very annoying because black does have a nice clear plan of getting that off with rook b5, knight b6, playing a4, then you go knight a5, you go knight b3. But I guess after knight b3, I don't have to take it, so I'm gonna go like knight f3. I'm just getting out of there, and I'm just not gonna take it. It's like, all right, cool, I'm gone. Like, I'm gonna wait till you get there and then go to
Peace
the
out.
other side. Exactly.
I'm out of there. So yeah, knight to b3 is kind of annoying, but it also blocks all of your attackers. But you were mentioning this knight move and maybe bishop c1 defending the b pawn, freeing up our rooks. The computer's suggesting a similar move, knight to d1, defending the pawn.
Come on, man.
But yeah, these are sad moves.
It's crazy.
To have to
91
make.
is ridiculous, bro. I'm not trying to play knight d. Like, I'm not even considering that move.
And knight d1 sad, bishop c1 is sad. So it's just a sad position, and this is why Canty wanted to take en passant a lot earlier when we had the chance.
We would have a different game. The whole e file would be open, and we would just have things to do. Here, we just kind of. And again, this is why I was never a fan of this French. This one, I just never had good positions. I'm not gonna lie. And I know the theory, like e5, pawn f4, pawn. Like, I just was never a fan. I never got great positions. Sometimes in bullet games, I mean, anything happens in bullet. But like in these slower games, I just never had good positions here. And I know that you have to en passant, or maybe at least try to give yourself some chances to open up. But Nemo still has a shot with h4, h5. Like, there's still some play on that side of the board. Because black, it's going to take a long time for them to do anything. I mean, yeah, you got rook b, like that whole idea, rook b5, knight b6, a4, knight e5, knight b3. That takes a lot of moves. And as soon as you get the knight to b3, I run away. Knight of 3, and then I go h4, h5 myself. So I think white still has some big hopes here, in fact, of knight f3, h4, h5. Maybe even now, knight f3, followed by h4, followed by h5, and hope for the best. Because again, the queen is misplaced on b7. If the queen was on b8, I would have to stay around the b2 pawn forever, unless I go knight f3, bishop c1, which is what we talked about before. But the queen's on b7, so you're not going to play rook b2. Even if I move my queen away right now, you're not taking rook b2 because your queen's there. So you're going to go with the queen in that sense. So it looks like knight f3 with h4, h5 seems like a very logical idea.
Yeah, I like this knight f3 idea, just preparing for h4. Not a lot of other ways to break through. So got to get that h-pawn in motion. Got to protect h4 first in order to do that. So there's still some juice left to be squeezed from white's position. Even if it's a little sad right now, she's still got potential. And yeah, she's got both hands on her head. She's tapping her fingers.
Locked in. I gotta think. I gotta find something here. Now, of course, a draw is not a bad result. Even if it's lower rated, hey, it is what it is. It happens. Draws happen. But at least you didn't lose, right? They say the key a lot of times to even gaining rating and just doing good in tournaments is don't lose. You got to win every game, but don't lose, right? So, if we don't, we don't lose, we're successful if we don't lose. But also, you don't want to have that mindset. You still want to look for your chances.
There
and
she
plays.
goes.
Hold on, she grabbing something.
Queen d1.
There she goes. Queen d1. Okay, that was actually a top engine move, by the way.
So
D1.
yeah, bring the queen back, and this is what you're talking about. She's losing one of the 3 defenders of her pawn, but black's not going to take because even though there's 3 attackers, it's all about the order, not Alyakin's gun, because the queen's not in the back. The queen's in the middle. The queen's the second piece in the lineup, and that's not a piece that you want to trade. So she's bringing the queen around to d1. But
I like this idea. She wants to go GF and queen h5.
She's going to take and bring the queen in.
Yeah, and queen h5. And if EF, I mean, that's disgusting. Queen f3, and I might just be winning on the spot. I guess you have rook b5. Okay. Rook b5 defends d5, but I'm definitely feeling good here. But GF, Queen H5, Rook H8, Queen F7. I'm hitting E6. Knight D8 hangs the bishop. Yeah, she got some shots here. She got some chances. GF is a real try. So maybe you might have to go EF. Queen F3, Rook B5. And then what? Maybe I go E6. There's nothing there. I can't find anything after that. Wow. EF might be a potential move. That is insane. GF, Queen F3, Rook B5. Can I go Knight C4? Takes. Pawn D5. Where does the knight go? It's possible. Let's put it on the board. Let's see it. So, what does black go first off? All right, let's try Rook B5. Take. Yeah, the idea here, let's go Rook B5. Rook B5. Move the Rook up one. And then after takes, taking with the E-pawn, Knight C4. Oh, Knight C4 actually here, because we could just play it now. We don't even need to go Queen F3. Let's go back. Instead of Queen F3, Knight C4. Yeah. Takes, D5. Wow. Engine says black is much better. That's crazy. So what if I go D5? What's the problem? Because I'm playing D6. I'm getting my piece back. It's -3. Unbelievable. Oh, 95. Wow. He sack it back. Dang. That's crazy. It's probably knight takes C5. And then takes. And then takes. This is crazy. And apparently black's better. That's crazy. Bishop F4, Bishop D6. Queen D4, Knight F3, you lose on the spot. Even Rook D5, yikes.
So they give the material back, and they bust open the center. So
that's crazy.
Doesn't quite work. Our Knight C4 idea.
That's crazy. Joshua idea, that's funny.
There wants Queen A4.
That's right. Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah, it's tough. That's tough. Dang, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Wow.
Canty's motto, COE, calculation
over everything. Over everything. Oh, yeah. The Nemo said I can plug the merch. So here I go, chat.
Canty's got the chain on.
.com. I got the chain on. You know what I'm saying? ShopCantyMerch.com. Thousands of orders across the globe. Shout out to you guys. Oh, shoot. They just kind of gave me a warning for that. Well, no links in chat. There we go. No, I'm good. Okay, I'm good now. You will not get timed out. Okay. So Canty Merch.
I put it in there.
Oh, it didn't work.
I put it in there.
Oh, you put it in there. Okay, I have to wait 30 seconds.
You.
Oh, there it is. Got it. There we go. There we go. There's no link to the necklace yet, Thunder Mike. We got to get a lot of these.
Necklace is custom.
It's custom,
is
bro.
Is it one of a kind?
Yeah. One of a kind.
One of one right there. That's priceless.
That's right. That's right. All right, let's get a refresh. Did anything happen? Oh, it's still her move. It's Alex's move.
So yeah, Queen D1 on the board. We're looking at all these ideas. Both players see G takes F5 is in the works. Nemo wants that queen activity. She says, my pieces are too passive. I think it's time for me to trade a pawn, get the queen in, cause some ruckus over on the king side. So she started off with King H2. Probably something she could have done a lot earlier. Probably regretting A4, frankly, giving black this activity on the B file, but making the best of her situation still. And she has things under control now with both rooks defending the B pawn. Not the happiest of rooks, but neutralizing the three heavy pieces from black on the B file, and now shifting back over to the king side. So lots of maneuvering, lots of back and forth between these players.
See what happens is let me see what Engine says top moves are. Yeah, moves that are not considered that I would make at all, because you just don't want to release that pressure. It says Queen C8, Rook G8, or Rook H8. Those are top Engine moves and not very easy to find.
Yeah, I think the computer is acknowledging white's threats on the king side and saying that black needs to shift over as well to address some of that. And I guess it's showing that Nemo's pretty much defended B2 sufficiently because black has their queen and rook in the wrong order. Maybe Queen C8 is also another way to try to go for Ali Ekin's gun with rook from the 8th rank to B7 and then Queen B8, maybe. but maybe it's
Yeah.
too slow because that's going to give Nemo some time to do what she wants.
It's correct. As we're getting closer on time. We are getting closer on time. 4-minute time edge for Alex. She was way more than that. But this is a critical moment.
Someone's asking, what is the percent accuracy so far from both of these players? Maybe we could put our best predictions in the chat and see whoever's closest wins.
Predictions, chat, predictions. While you do that, I'm actually run the restroom real quick, and I'm going to turn off my air. It's like cold in here. Be right back.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, Zuka, 94%. Angie Rank, 87%. Tommy, 95%. 96.9%, 96%, 92%, 91%. So yeah, mostly in the 90s. Definitely checks out. One person in the 80s so far. Lowest guess, 87%. Now we're getting some decimal point guesses, which makes sense. All right, so yeah, some really close guesses. Actually, the first from Zuka, pretty good as well. No one's guessed the exact decimal, but that might be hard. Okay, Michael Dakota with both players' guesses actually really close. Might be the closest guess actually so far. Actually, binary depth is the no, yeah, Michael's the closest with 94.6. Nemo's accuracy is at 94.9. And Alexandra is slightly ahead of that, 95.6. We saw the first game, Nemo and Jennifer both had a percent accuracy ahead of 97%, which I think is going to be the highest accuracy game of the entire tournament from both players combined.
97, nice. Very nice.
That was a 93 move game.
Ooh.
So it was a rook and pawn. It ended up being a Philidor. So that can boost the stats sometimes if you play a really long, perfect endgame.
Very nice. What's up, Lucy Chess? What's going on? Hello.
You know, some of these like professional athletes do similar stuff, right? You know, getting your own rebounds.
Yeah, all those rebounds, padding the stats.
That's what Jennifer and Nemo were doing with the Philidor position. They're like, you know, we know it's a draw, but let's
pad the stats.
Let's get 97% accuracy before we call it a day. But yeah, Botez actually looks like, okay, she's making a move here, so almost equaled out the times on the clock. She plays what the computer doesn't like very much. Rook to F8.
Here we go. Here's a chance. Now B2 is defended. So we take on F5 and we just try to see what you do.
And this is a very interesting moment. I mean, the computer is so brutal. It's so harsh. It's gonna make something out of nothing, right? Like this position, clearly Queen D1 was not something I think Botez perhaps was ready for, because this is a really solid idea. Take on F5, bring the queen in, and she's diverting the focus of the board from the queen side to the king side. And the computer was calling for rook G8 or rook H8. Instead, Alexandra sees the tension on F5 and says, let me put the rook on the F file. But the computer gives this a question mark. It doesn't like this. It just wants Nemo to continue with the plan, and the rook maybe not where it needs to be. That's also going to limit the other heavy pieces of Miss Botez is if they ever want to try to go back to the 8th rank and shift to the king side.
Yeah, it's gonna be problematic. Actually, that's gonna help B3, a B3 break, which actually maybe not possible now, but getting close, especially if the queen moves away or something. B3 is a possible break to really try to open up this game. But we got to start with GF5 first, just to see what happens.
So what is wrong with B3 right now?
Probably rook back to B8, but then there's rook B2. Well, maybe it is possible.
Ooh.
So we're able to put the rook back on B2 there. Oh, but then bishop A3.
Ah, yeah,
okay,
A3's
though,
annoying.
yeah, we would have a shuffle.
A3 is annoying.
We would have a shuffle. Princess 50, thanks for the 3 months. What's up, girl? Yeah, question mark is a mistake. Blunders are 2 question marks, correct.
Yeah, blunders twice the mistake. And Jin's not calling for B3. We just, with Canty's mind engine, calculated a potential repetition.
Let's actually put it up there. Let's see what B3,
Yeah.
what they say about it.
B3.
Yeah,
So
immediately.
Rook B8.
Okay, so now let's try rook.
If you
rook
play
B8.
rook A to B2, it actually wants to take on B3.
Okay, takes. So I take with the rook.
Oh, it wants queen A6.
What? Yeah, that's too dank, bro.
Or it wants, you could take on B3, rook takes, again queen A6. And I guess the idea long run is that black just has a passed A pawn.
That's it. Just got to pass A pawn. So B3 is not the move here.
Not the move.
That's right, Princess 50. Let's see you.
If you got
Let's
those
evaluation
emotes, put those not the move emotes in chat. Not a move.
Yeah, B3 is a no-go. So we should just go with GF5, which is our intention anyway.
Yeah, B3, it's so tempting. Like, we've been trying to see if we could push this for the longest time. Alex potentially even setting a trap here, saying, you know what, if you want to do it, be my guest, because I'm going to simply just trade off and say, what are you going to do about my A-pawn? Going to move down the board. Keep the focus on the queen side. So yeah, Nemo's doing a good job shifting the attention to the king side, because that's where black's pieces aren't, right? If you're gonna fight fire with fire on the queen side, Botez is ready, she's there, and that's not a battle that you're gonna win. You're gonna end up having to deal with this passed A pawn running down the board, and that's no fun. So she's got to take on F5 now. If she doesn't, I mean, there's still other solid moves, but doesn't make sense. You play queen D1. Let's get that queen over there. That's what the computer wants. Let's see if Nemo finds it and goes for it.
That was our whole idea with queen to D1, is to take on F5, bring the queen over. There's a possible rook F5, but maybe I go like knight F1 over to G3.
So someone's asking if Nemo's plan is to take on F5 and Alexandra played rook F8, is there a plan to take on F5 with the rook?
It is possible. And if that does happen, I can get the knight to G3 to kick it away. Rook takes, and maybe, wait, hold on. Let me look. Knight C4. No, he still had that rook E5 idea. Okay, or knight E5 idea. So maybe knight F1. I want to go knight G3. There's a bishop H4. Queen G4 is pawn G5. Wait a second. Queen G4, pawn G5, knight C4. Takes push. Hold on, we might be cooking. Let's see that. Let's see that. Queen G4.
You want G5?
Queen G4, pawn G5. Knight C4.
You're still trying this knight C4.
Yeah, knight C4 is just is something. Pawn takes? No, it doesn't work. But I wonder why now. Like, why now? Why doesn't it work?
It still likes this knight takes E5.
Knight E5 idea, yeah.
It's going to keep hitting you with that.
Crazy, because I'm trying to bully the E6 pawn, obviously, because the queen F5, but it just doesn't work. 95, 95, and like, yeah. So close. Wow. 95 there. I mean, this looks like there's something, but there's nothing. Knight
Lucy
f3, GG.
Botez gambit the other way. All right, so there's still ideas here.
No, this is scary, bro. I don't like this is scary. Like, I do not want that to happen.
Things starting to open up.
I don't. What's the follow up is the hard part. I'm saying, yeah, exactly. The engine's cooking, right? What? What is this? Oh, takes tag. What? Rook f2 is a thing. This is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy, bro. What? It's not happening. It's not happening.
It's not happening. All right.
Yeah, that's just not happening.
All right, so yeah, I mean, it's a good question, right? Because Alex did put the rook on the f file. Like, why does she want to do that? Well, I mean, clearly she saw g takes f5 is coming, and she's got to prep for it somehow, because the idea that we were looking at, e takes, is...
Okay, try it. Rook f5, knight g4. I'm still trying to get something to go here. Rook takes, knight g4. If h5, knight h6, and then I go queen g1. Yep, h5, knight h6, rook f8, queen g1.
Yeah, that's very good for
That's
white.
it. I'm cooking. There it is.
Very
Yeah,
good.
that's fine. What about rook h5 then? Because h5. So all right. What about rook h5? This is what I didn't like. Wow. Does knight c4 work now? I'm trying to get this. Knight c4 might work now. Let's try it. Let's just throw it out there. We can do it. Knight c4 takes d5. Oh, steal does it. It's equal. Okay, that's better. That's better at least.
You get something.
Better. Jeez. It's better. Not great.
What's
Man.
up, Kim Stud? This is not the official broadcast. This is Nemo's, perhaps Nemo's official broadcast. But the broadcast of the whole event is over at Botez Live. And that's who Nemo's actually playing. The one and only Miss Alexandra Botez, the founder of the Botez Gambit. But
So this is the g4 and rook h5, and then we have to figure out the kill shot after knight g4, if there is one. So
no,
what if we go
knight g4, rook h5? It likes queen
yeah,
c2.
rook h5. Oh, it likes queen. Oh, because it
Go
hits
for
g6.
G6,
Simple.
exactly.
Ah, simple.
We have a move actually. Let's see what happens.
There you go. She do.
She goes knight f1.
Okay, knight f1. Okay. Miss
Keeping,
here. Yeah, I'm assuming
keeping it
g5.
slow. Keeping it slow.
But now she wants to take and play knight g3. Is the idea. Because if rook f5, she wants to be able to attack the rook now.
I'm gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
So I'll let the Jedi take control.
Here, bro. We're here, bro. What's up, chat? I didn't like that either. Yeah, the idea here is gf5 and then knight to g3 after rook f5. That's what it's about. So we're waiting. Okay, what is eval bar like? Let me see. They say queen c8, queen b8, and rook b8. Rook b8 is insane. That's not happening. Queen b8 and queen c8. Yeah, this is a crazy game. 200 bits there. Let's go. Did you analyze rook h8 for the last move instead of rook f8? That's a great question. Rook h8 is hard to play because it doesn't seem like it does anything. I would just probably take f5 though, and still go queen h5. Difficult. That's why nobody likes the French. Believe it or not, it depends. You know, French can be very dynamic. It depends. It really does. Made no sense to play the knight. Queen d1 was useful if she took g takes f5. Well, her idea here is she missed knight g4, which is harder to see. Like gf5, rook f5 is kind of annoying. But now she wants to go gf5 because I can immediately respond with knight g3, which is the whole idea. So, Candy Joe, what up? What up, Cabby Chess? That's good.
I'm back.
Yep.
No moves missed. Anytime Ben took a break, they immediately started moving. So
Ben's up move.
I made my move after Nemo made hers. So, but yeah, looks like Alex still thinking. What's she thinking about? Did we figure that out? What's up, Cabby? Good to see you.
Okay. All
Looks
right.
like
Anything happen? Nothing.
Nemo
Nope.
also was taking a break.
Yeah, walking around, get some water. Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, computer thought that G takes F5 was the moment, the opportunity to strike for Nemo. But it looks like Alexandra brought the rook over and Nemo wasn't quite ready. And so knight F1, and where else could the knight be going from F1? She's gonna play knight G3.
But she's gonna take first and then knight G3, because that's the whole thing of the rook F5 thing. She's like, I don't like rook F5, so when you go rook F5, I'm gonna respond with knight G3. Then when you move the rook, wait, there is a possibility. Yeah, I see her idea completely. G5, knight G3. When rook moves, then you go queen C2. If G5, we go F5. So, very strong idea. It's very practical from a human sense, because we were like, oh, okay, rook F8. Why would you play rook F8? Because you're probably going to take with the rook on GF5. So knight F1 makes sense, because after GF5, we're going to play knight G3. Exactly. Knight G3, rook somewhere, maybe anywhere, and then queen C2. Now we're attacking the pawn, or even G4, yeah. But maybe there is rook G8. Rook G8.
Can we take
Or
on
queen E8.
E6?
Yeah, rook G8 and a queen E6. Boom.
Well,
Yeah.
computer, this is getting crazy because now once queen E8, if queen takes, there's one shot here that wins.
What? You gotta be kidding me, bro. Yo, this is crazy. What?
Well, so the pawn's defended tactically.
Oh, knight B4.
Once knight B4 attacking the rook here.
Oh, knight
I'm
B4.
wondering if why
so
not
annoying.
knight B4 now? Oh, because
that's so annoying. E7's hanging.
Yeah, the bishop's hanging.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It says we can give up the rook, but then we have rook A1.
You have E6. Oh, rook A1. I was just gonna go E6, which is a simple route.
Right
rook A1, rook B2.
This trade now.
Man, eval bar. Man, eval bar is
going
engine
down,
crazy,
bro.
man.
It wants queen
A3. Queen A3, no.
Yeah, so I guess there's knight C3 getting the knight back out and actually winning a couple pawns, probably. So that's not good. But yeah, you guys, these lines are exciting because we're about to see some action, right? There's trades allowing for the pieces to finally start moving. And so far it's been super closed, lots of shuffling, back and forth. This is a slower game for sure as far as the moves go, but surely we're going to see something happen. We're waiting for Botez to make her response after knight F1. It's funny to see so many backwards knight moves. Josh basically getting their very limited moves in because there's so many pawns in the way. But they say that knights prefer closed positions. Definitely the knights have been moving more than this bishop on E3, who hasn't even had any illegal moves for a while now.
Yeah, I went to E3 and never moved again. That's where it was. Knight to E3. Okay, getting closer on time. This is the closest we've been on time since the start of the game.
Yeah, Kimsta, this is a streamer invitational, essentially the Botez Chess Camp. 8 content creators, 8 of the biggest female content creators in chess, all invited to play in a round robin. So every day there are 4 games with a guaranteed exciting matchup because, everyone's got their fan base tuning in, cheering on their streamer. Maybe we could put in chat who our favorite streamer is. I'm assuming it's gonna be Nemo, but Miss Botez is definitely very popular. Um, I guess I guess her and her sister have the largest following out of all of them. Oh, and there we go. Alex has made a decision.
Whoa,
Rook
she
up
going
to
in there, bro.
b3.
Whoa, shoot. What's she going for? Hold on. Let's see. Okay, what's the idea?
So there's one idea that I have immediately. Rook b. I mean, what's funny? We were looking at b3, saying it's possible, and it wasn't good for white because black gets the passed a pawn. But maybe Alex was worried that she brought her back rank rook off the b file and didn't want to allow this possibility. But the first thought that comes to mind is that the b pawn is pinned. If the queen ever lifts off the back rank, black might have this shot. Rook takes on c3, but the computer says it's a miss. And you'll never guess what the top move is.
Instead of rook b3?
No, for white right now.
Oh, right now. Top move. It's not gf5. It's probably knight d2 then.
Yeah, I like knight back to d2.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Probably
Which makes sense.
Knight back to d2 and then take on f5.
Ridiculous.
But yeah, taking on f5 is second best though. And I think that's probably what Nemo's gonna do. Although the follow-up, it doesn't want knight to g3. It still likes knight d2.
No, yeah, we gotta go knight g3 there.
Shout out to Speed Chess. Thanks for tuning in. CL Smith said his favorite streamer is not even a player, so we got lots of fans for lots of streamers.
Nice.
Hope your stream was good, Speed Chess.
GF, rook f, and knight g3.
Why is Nemo not taking on f5? Well, she very well could right here, right now. She's been waiting for the opportunity. I think neither player, I mean, it's easy as a commentator to see all the different lines and evals and say like, okay, this is what's best. This is what the computer wants. But the computers obviously don't have access to that information. Although I think Alexandra Botez posted a video suggesting she might be using some Hans technology at some point in this tournament. But no, Nemo has played the top move, knight back to d2, and now black bring the rook back to b5.
b5.
And now it's once that g takes f5 capture. We'll see if it comes in now.
gf5 and knight g4 if rook f5. GF is a superstar move. It definitely looks like that. We got to see what she wants. We got to see what she wants to play. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how these players like are deciding like, do they think that like this is better for black or better for white? Like when Botez puts the the rook on b3, is this a concession to force Nemo to bring the knight back to d2, right? Or do you think Nemo's like, oh, like I should have left the knight on d2, like this is a good opportunity for me to come in. Does Botez think that she gained a tempo by like getting the rook to b5, right? Like
He kind of has actually, because of GF and now if EF, Queen F3 is kind of out because it's not with tempo. Like tempo, it obviously would have been with tempo.
yeah, but you know the computer, I don't know. It's giving white, I think even a maybe a stronger edge than earlier. So yeah, I know we mentioned psychology earlier as well. But okay, here we go. Knight to h1. So the knight from d2 is not going to g3. The knight from
It's gonna be the
f2
H1 knight. Okay,
going
one
to
of those
h1.
knights was going.
Wow. And yeah, like it's crazy to think that g takes f5 has been the move that we've been waiting for, and neither player is addressing it. I mean, maybe Alexandra is prepared. I mean, as prepared as one can be. Both E and G pawns defending, plus the rook as well on f8, and Nemo is maybe thinking that's sufficient and not taking if Alex is ready for it. But that's exactly what the computer wants.
Yeah, like GF5, knight C3. Good idea though. She found that the knight on F2 is a very bad piece, so she's just rerouting it.
Yes, knight in the corner. The least amount of squares a knight can go to, but one of those two squares is g3, an improvement from f2 for sure.
Takes knight C3 and try to find out or figure out what is best.
There's Nemo walking to the other side, maybe getting a glimpse of the position from a new perspective, but coming back. And yeah, 30 minutes to 34 minutes. Both players super close on the clock. Definitely Alex has been spending more time later on here than Nemo. So Nemo's fighting back on the clock at least, and we're on move 31. So we're less than 10 moves away from the additional 30 minutes.
We're gonna use all those at least. I actually thought I was like, oh yeah, 35, and then they locked up the game, and now we're probably gonna go another 35 moves from move 35.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this position so close, so dead even, right? Like we've seen the eval go back and forth depending on who's played a miss or what have you, but the previous game,
a tier 1 sub to GM Canty.
yo, Cabby gifting the
Hey, Cabby, thanks. Appreciate that. I got a sub.
Let's
Yo.
go.
Let's
Shout out Cabby,
go.
thank you.
Let's go. Big Dog says, I just got up for an hour nap. Good advice. Yeah, we still here, bro. I told you, we was going nowhere. Nowhere, I'm telling you. Yeah.
What's up, Darson? But yeah, Nemo was, compared to yesterday, at this point, she was 3 moves away from getting the win. Here, it's very far off before this game ends. So, all right, a move. Nemo comes back, or sorry, Botez goes back to the queen side.
And she wants a4. Okay, so now take.
I mean, yeah, you got to take on f5.
Yeah, we have to probably take it now. Are we going to take it or not, Chad? What you think?
Is this the time? Did rook f8 deter Nemo from taking on f5? And is this going to be her opportunity to strike? Or is Nemo thinking, well, if Alex doesn't want to leave the rook on the f-file, maybe she's not worried about g takes f5. Maybe it's a bigger issue to worry about a4. The point being, yeah, if white takes on a4, black now can enter on the second ring, taking on b2.
Chad says this has to be the time. I believe it as well. This has to be the time for g takes f5.
And a lot of chess is calling your opponent out on bluffs, right? Like if one player says, go ahead and do it, I don't care, I'm going to do something else, you're going to have to double down and say, no, like you really should have cared, because now I'm going to get an advantage on the king side where none of your pieces are, right? So it's all about like who's gonna break through first and where. Is Nemo gonna break through on the king side, or is Black gonna break through on the queen side?
I think GF5. This is the time, guys. Now, okay, what happens on EF5? Because that's the one I'm still calculating. Yeah, no, nothing moved. Like it went to zeros. Like I figured that because I was like, I
Triple
don't know
zeros.
what to do next. Queen F3 doesn't really do anything. I
Yeah,
was
that's
thinking of it, but I mean, Queen G1
that
maybe.
rook on B5. The queen G1 pressure here.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like okay, rook G8. Like,
It wants the knight going back to its favorite square on F8.
wow, yeah. And then you can go around to E6 too. Yeah, GF5 for sure. I like GF5, but then we need a good follow up.
Yeah, it's still very knotted up here in this position, even with the capture, and there's also a chance Nemo doesn't go for it. So
Wow. 27 minutes too as well, or just under, but or about to be. Move 31. Okay. They get time at 40.
yeah, they got 9 more moves to make. This is a very close game. It's
EF2, knight F2, and knight G3.
It's got to be nerve-wracking. You don't want to be, you know, the side that breaks first, the side that makes that first blunder, especially when both sides have been playing so evenly so long. I still don't think it's going to end in a draw. I think that there's going to be a mistake, a blunder, some point down the line here, especially in these next 10 moves. These players are going to start getting into time pressure, depending on how long they think. They seem like they got plenty of time right now. But like a lot of these moves have been taking, 5 to 10 minutes each. You don't have that kind of time if you only have 9 moves left. So
yeah, you're gonna have to speed it up just a little bit here in the next few moves. We're gonna have to see some speeding up, just slightly though, nothing too serious.
I have a question. What was the opening? This was a French. Nemo with the white pieces playing confidently into Alexandra's French. Maybe we can go back from the start and show everyone how we got here while they're still thinking with this time that they have. So, start of the game, E4 from Nemo, E6, the French defense, and we see a E5 push after the knight makes it to F6, and F4 from Nemo. Both knights coming out. Bishop to E3. Keep an eye on that guy because he's going to stay there for a while. Knight back to D1, C3, bishop B5, castles. Trade off the light square bishops. And this is where, things starting to get closed down here. Queen over to C2. The king opts for D7, and then G4. Nemo trying to open things. Alexandra keeping things closed. Couple shuffles. And yeah, this is a big moment playing A4 because now Black has all of the play on the B file. Some more shuffling from the pieces and the kings. Queen back to D1, looking to shift things over to the king side. And finally, Nemo.
We have it.
Makes
capture, guys. Let's go. Capture. And she took back that way. So now, I mean, Queen H5, like.
And she's played that real quick. So
yeah,
Alexandra,
like Queen H5, attacking the pawn. We on it. Hold on. Here we go, Chad.
Alexandra did not want to take with the E pawn, and that forces her to retake with the G pawn, allowing Nemo to get the activity of the queen, the H5, immediate pressure on the pawn, and a retreating move, defensive move, bishop back to F8, taking that square away from the knight that loved it so much. But now There's another pawn that's weak in the position, that e pawn that we didn't take with.
Yeah, but it's still hard getting through here. Wow. Queen f7 is knight d8. Wow. Bishop f8 is a nice move. Okay, we made some progress, but
So
not the
yeah,
main ones.
Queen f7 is the first move that comes to mind because you're lining up against the king and you're also attacking that pawn. But knight to d8 is a really nice counter, defending the pawn but also kicking the queen out. So the computer says, let's not attack the pawn from f7. Let's attack the pawn from g6.
Oh, queen g6. Okay, knight d8 anyway. And yeah, well, it's a game. The knight on h1 is pretty bad. So we got to probably move that.
Oh, yeah, the computer wants it back on f2, though.
Yeah, that's
So
ridiculous.
It's kind of sad. Okay, well, let's see what Nemo comes up with. Yeah, some fast responses from both players, but Nemo's still on the clock, having to come up with another follow through. Alexandra's answering each punch left and right. But can she keep doing it? Can Nemo keep throwing punches? Is another big question.
Can she keep throwing those punches?
What's up, Vindictive? What's up, Dabo?
What up, what up? Knight on h1? Her knight on h1 is just a flex, yeah, right? Thank you, Chester Cheetah. All right, well, I'm about to make some coffee. We're about to be here for a minute. So I got a late night anyway. I'm going to be up all night. Not all night, but pretty late. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, guys. Probably will be no moves. We will see. Maybe like knight g3 or something, but knight f2, I don't have a plan yet. I can't move my rook either. So we're going to be here, guys.
The rooks can't move, unfortunately. Commentator Canty getting some coffee. He's getting ready for a late night here. Let us know who's watching from the latest hour. What time zone is that? I don't even know. Probably people in Europe. We asked where people were tuning in from earlier. Saw some people in Europe. I'm sure there's probably a couple stragglers left behind. But probably a lot of you have already gone to bed. 2:40 a.m. 8 p.m. So you're on East Coast. Yeah, that's where Canty is. It's only 5:40 for me and the players here. So okay, 2:41 a.m. 3:41 from Christomir. I mean, I guess that's got to be a.m., right? 3:41. Anamaya from the Netherlands. Poland, 3 a.m. Nemo's definitely got some Polish fans. All right, Queen G6. Let's go, Nemo with the top choice. White noise is from the future. I wouldn't doubt it. She played the top move. Top move. And she's bringing the queen. The queen is causing a ruckus on the king side, storming in, starting off with the capture on f5, breaking down this Botez wall. Queen comes in with a punch. Botez, bishop back to defend. Nemo steps forward again, attacking another weak pawn, and another retreating move from Botez, putting the knights, the bishops back to the back rank, each delegated to the defense of a pawn. And all of this for a plus 0.41 advantage for Nemo. This is what we've been waiting for. The excitement is reaching its peak here in the position so far. And we haven't even started yet, guys. We're on move 34. We've got 6 moves left before they get an additional 30 minutes. Botez still over 30 minutes left on her clock at 33. Nemo on the lower side of the 20-minute mark. She might dip below 20 minutes, and Nemo is the one with the pressure. Nemo's the one that got Jennifer Yu with the draw with the black pieces, and that makes you question, can Nemo be the new favorite to win the tournament? You know, definitely one of the top choices. And Alexandra coming off of a loss, feeling dejected, depressed, defeated. And Nemo now with the white pieces, all the pressure's on her. And she's been playing this a little passively, choosing sometimes not to trade to keep things close. But only now she finally opens the position up, brings the queen in, putting the pressure. But Botez is answering every question. So, the next move, the computer wants the knight to join the party. That knight went to h1. He didn't go there to stay. h1 is a pivot square. h1 is not the final resting place for the knight. The knight has a future, a new home to go to. So, yeah, she's got to move the knight somewhere. She's decided, I mean, probably you want to go to g3. The computer likes f2 a little bit better. I couldn't tell you why, honestly.
Yo, we get any moves yet?
She did play the top choice, queen g6.
Okay,
Knight
knight
d8. And now the computer wants knight f2 or g3.
Okay, knight g3 with some sacking possibilities, but that's far-fetched. What's up, Savage? I see you. James, are you streaming today? I mean, we're streaming right now. Yeah, everything is. That's how you're in the chat. Almighty Mustache, what's up? Right. Be in here, bro.
So I just like, are we going to f2 to go to like d1? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, this is a difficult one.
That's sad.
This is very difficult because you have to figure out
She's gonna go to
where
d1
we go
to double on the a file.
I have an idea. Knight g3, knight h5, knight f6. Just to make something happen. And then knight f6. Excuse me, after knight f6, we take with the pawn and we go knight f3 to e5. So if knight takes f6, we're going to take back with the pawn. We go knight f3 and knight e5. We also have the pass pawn with f7 and h6, maybe a little weak. So we got some plans.
Plans to be had for sure. So, yeah. Now, Alexandra's next move, maybe a little bit more obvious. The idea is simple. a4.
Yeah, definitely. So knight g3, a4, knight h5, a3, knight f6, pawn takes, rook takes a8, queen takes, queen h7. Okay, there's a lot going on. Knight queen c6 there. Yeah, somehow she's doing okay. Okay, knight g3, a4, knight h5, a3, knight f6. Okay, let's just put it on the board, right? Knight h5, a3. Yep, and knight f6. It is holding. Okay, ba. A takes b, sorry. Rook takes, I was okay with.
We allow.
Yeah, here. This is murky, but it's possible. Now we got to figure out, is it knight d7 or queen e8 is very possible, in fact. That might be a killer move.
That's what it wants. Yeah, it doesn't want the rook trade. It wants rook takes.
Oh, it wants rook takes? Okay, because the rook defends d8. Oh, that's classic. She went knight f2 though.
So she did play knight f2. Yeah, she was worried about the a pawn. And the whole idea of knight f2 is that we have d1 to continue the defense over this backwards b pawn.
Yep.
Why can't you do queen e8 now? Queen e8 now is
I could just go knight. Oh, I can't go knight c6.
yeah,
Queen
knight,
e8
knight queen
doesn't.
c.
It doesn't really do much though.
We're
It
not
looks good
threatening
though.
anything.
Correct. There's no threats. You could probably go there, but it doesn't
But
threaten
the
it.
problem is black continues with their plan, and we haven't addressed the issue. So
Which is what she's doing now. A4.
yeah, and Alex is feeling really good, I think, on the clock, almost double Nemo's time. So knight f2 was played. A4 comes quickly, and now Nemo should follow with knight d1 because knight on f2 doesn't have any other purpose other than to defend, because the knight on d1, even if it seems sad, it's much better than the knight on h1, and it's just in time because yeah, the pawn push. That's remember how black was planning on breaking through this b pawn is by getting the a pawn involved. So Alexandra brought the rook all the way over to the a file to push that a pawn, and Nemo is just in time to play knight d1 right here, right now, because
I can right now she has some pressure though, as in like you can see body language wise and time. Usually a lot of times I see this, when I'm playing in tournaments too as well, that you do get a little bit more antsy and your shoulders kind of rise a little bit because you are noticing I'm getting lower on time. This is a critical moment and she has to move a little fidgety, which I totally understand. I've been there too on both ends of this, being on the side of pressuring the time and being on the side being lower on time. So it is she has to try to figure out something here, and we got to figure it out fast. So maybe just knight d1, play it, and then what happens on a3?
what did she play it? She did. She's played the knight back to d1. She's been playing the top moves consistently here.
Oh,
consecutively.
a3, and we double. That's probably an idea. A3 and just rook a1, rook ba1.
And this brings us to move 36. So she has 16 minutes left to make 4 more moves. And now we see Alexandra here is thinking she's banked up some time. Still over 30 minutes on her clock. So let's see how much she invests into calculating, because you could say, okay, well, obviously she should just play a3 and continue on with the plan, but computer actually doesn't even say that that's the best move. Canty, you were saying double up a3. You want rook from b to a1?
A1. It looks like something. Rook ba, but I was curious if ab even works. A takes b2.
There is rook
and then
takes
a8. Yeah, and then it's probably just equal. Yeah, rook takes, and then you take. But then I deal with this whole a file stuff. So now I can reroute everything to the king side, but I got to be careful because of the b2 square.
Yeah, and that's another. This is a way to trade a pair of rooks and the a and b pawns, which is actually in favor of white, because essentially what we've done is we've gotten rid of our weakness on b2, and we've also gotten rid of their a pawn, so, and their a file rook as well. But yes, it's hard to get the rook active over back on the king side because their knight is in the way, and the knight still controls b2. So even though there's no longer a pawn on b2, the b2 square is still tender. It needs to be watched over, because otherwise black is going to start infiltrating along the second, and that's not going to be fun.
Yeah, that is correct. So now it's more about figuring out the next plan. Let's refresh, see where we at. No moves yet.
Now, if the computer is not saying a3 as the top move, what is the top move?
Something ridiculous like rook a6.
Some shuffle. It's calling for queen c6.
Yeah, like same idea. I mean, defending but it's shuffling.
They got that shuffle going on. So I think another idea for white that it's calling for that knight coming from f2 to d1. Yeah, the knight defends, but the knight's also clearing the path. And remember this bishop that we've forgotten about?
Oh, the bishop
The
roundabout
bishop can
F2
go.
H4 D6 take on E6, which is why I mean eval engine's crazy because the engine's thinking of that way in advance. That's why Queen C6 makes
You
sense.
you want this knight C4 idea? Wait.
I can't wait, man. I mean, it's well, you can't play it now, but you know, because D5 is on lock. But
It wants the bishop back to F2 to get to H4.
yeah, then take on D8.
And yeah, we can take that knight that's defending the E pawn. So yeah, Queen C6 helps defend the E pawn. But I mean, I think trading off our bishop's so bad, guarded by its own pawns. I mean, the knight on D8's not great either, but it is serving a purpose. And so bishop in can cause some problems. We don't have to take the knight. We can keep the bishop around too.
Right. You can just move the bishop around. And then what? So yeah, we got to try to figure out what to do. Obviously, with the bishop gets to H4. No real plans though. No breaks. It's just maneuvering.
We had a question, chat. Why did Nemo run away? Nemo answered and after her game yesterday, she's been not feeling great, maybe a little bit of a cough. She's
I
brought
can
some
tell. I've been seeing the
inhalers.
call. Yeah, I've been seeing
So
the
what she's doing is she's running to the bathroom so she can get her cough out and not distract the players. So it's even tougher for her to be playing not at 100% and also being as courteous as possible to the her fellow players.
Yeah, I had one tournament. Actually, last tournament I played in. I gained some rating, but I also, man, I was like sick towards the end. Playing sick is the worst. It's tough because you're trying to focus and also sick. But man, if you can play through that, you can play through anything. So pretty good. I'm actually let me plug my phone up. I'm at like 20% here, so I'll probably be at a full battery by the time this came in. So I got the fast charger too, though. But one sec.
Yeah, Nemo, just like Canty's phone, not at 100%. So we're gonna try our best to bring them back up. I'm gonna charge my phone too. Because I lent my usual phone charger to Nemo. So yeah, it's been fun for me being able to go and check out the venue and help them out, help out the players. Someone actually asked a long time ago in chat. I forgot about it. Sorry, I didn't answer it earlier. So hopefully they're still here. But someone asked if the players have to go out and get their own food, or if they have food provided there. And the Botezes have been ordering Uber Eats for everyone for literally every meal. So shout out to the Botez. I mean, it's an expensive event. I mean, first and foremost, players have to travel. Flights aren't cheap. You got Anna Kramling coming over from Europe, so people could probably look up that flight ticket. Nemo from Toronto, Dina from Charlotte, etc. And then yeah, obviously the venue costs, and you factor in the cost of food, the time. So yeah, Canty, phone back on charge.
Phone on charger, bro. Phone is charging, so I'm chilling. Anything before a coughing break? Not at all. How do you handle playing someone that starts coughing at the board? Kind of curious if the game can be stopped. If someone's too sick, I've never had that actually. But if someone is coughing at the board, I mean, you know, it's etiquette. Hopefully, they aren't coughing in your face. I've never had that. Never had that.
Maybe a kid could do that.
But yeah, okay, you can say, hey, can you just cough away? Anthony, are you streaming from a mansion? Yeah, I'm in the new crib, you know, mansion, all that streaming money. I mean, streaming money.
Canty's out there in Malibu.
Yeah, they're doing our thing, bro.
Vindicta's saying they lost a game once due to their own hiccups. That's a hiccup gambit. Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's hard to focus there.
There's a question: is chess gender split? I don't think it's a very stupid question. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that it's a tournament with only girls. And essentially, there's just a lot of guys that play chess. I don't know what the split is exactly. Maybe like over 90% men. that play, and so chess has events sometimes that are girls only to help encourage more girls to play. Um, and this, I guess, is technically one of them. It's a girls' invitational event. And also, I think CL Smith pointed out they updated Nemo's title. It was showing FIDE Master earlier, now it's showing Woman Grandmaster. So there's also women titles, and Nemo has the highest woman title, WGM. She also has a FIDE Master title. And Ben actually told me it's rare to have two titles, because I thought if you make IM or GM, like, you keep all the titles. But Ben said no, he's just a GM. So I didn't know that.
Yeah, you switch it out.
Jennifer Yu is a WGM.
Correct. She's a two-time women's U.S. champion as well.
Yeah, and Nemo is also Canadian champion. Nemo and Jennifer are also both world youth champions. So they got a lot of championship titles under that roof, just between the two of them alone.
Going crazy. Going crazy. Okay, whose move is it? Oh, it's Alex's move. And looks like she's about to reach out. She's about to do something.
Yeah, I don't know if Ben has any other master titles, but I think it's just the one. I think Canty has both FM and GM.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his name? Ben was the strongest IM at one point in the world. Min Lei actually had that before he became a GM just recently.
I feel like Theodoro is another famous strong IM.
Oh, he's GM now, but yeah, he was a very strong IM. Very, very, very strong.
Yeah, someone asking what my title is. I have no title.
Okay. Working on it.
We'll see. But my online rating, if they gave out NM for online rating, I'd be an NM. But I'm just a non-M.
That was funny. Nesmedina was the strongest IM for the last 100 years. Yeah, he was beating everyone. He was beating Tao consistently, all them boys. Nesmedinov. That's what I like to call him. Uncle Rashid Nesmedinov. Yeah, very strong, very aggressive.
And yeah, Alex is really getting into this time thing here. She's weighing A3, the logical move, or if she needs to do something else. And yeah, A3, there's a couple options. We looked at doubling on the A file for Nemo. We also looked at this bishop F2 idea, which could cause some problems if it gets to H4, attacking the defender of this E6 pawn. So, and if the E6 pawn falls, I think the entire black center is going to fall. I mean, look at these strong pawns of Nemo's just begging to break through this dam that Botez has built. It's only holding on by that knight on D8.
She's locked into Alex's thinking. Oh, she made a move. I just heard it. Where'd she go? Oh, she played Queen C6, bro. She found the move to defend that pawn.
Alex not playing A3,
Wrong.
playing the top choice, Queen to C6.
Very strong.
She's ready. She understands the significance of the E-pawn, and perhaps Nemo's still going to follow through with bishop F2. And that's just going to keep black's pieces tied down, right? Because they're all serving a purpose. Like, Nemo could get to a point where she's just going to force some sort of zugzwang, right? The bishop on F8, defending the H-pawn, it can't move. The knight on D8, defending the pawn. If the bishop comes around, the queen's defending the pawn, but that means the queen can't move, right? And black had the triple stack on the B file. Now it's only just the rook there. And Nemo maybe is now kind of untangling her position. She's made a breakthrough. G file is completely open, and it's hers. and her bishop now is freed up, but also her rooks are freed up because that pressure has been alleviated. It's that b pawn's defended sufficiently. She moves the rook over. This is kind of a curious move. Rook c1, and she played this relatively quickly. Maybe feeling a little bit of the time pressure. It's honestly a lot of time left because they only need to make 3 more moves before they get an additional 30. So, yeah, what do you think is the idea behind Rook C1?
Just getting out the way. Maybe you could have played Rook A1 as well. Can White double Rook on A4? Yes, chess pawn. Maybe Rook A1 was actually another way to do it too as well, to really stop A3 altogether. A3 can still be played, but maybe it's a baiting move to play Rook A1 after A3. But even then, we looked at AB2 and then BA1 queening and giving the pawn back. So Rook C2, pretty natural move. Now we have to figure out what Black does. But where do you go? Maybe Knight B7? Knight B6 or something? Maybe double rooks. Rook B8.
I think an idea that comes to my mind, I don't know if this is what Nemo's thinking of, but do you think it's possible to play Knight B1 to A3?
Knight B1 to A3. It is a very possible idea. I just don't like that I don't have anything afterwards. Meaning, after rook moves away, okay, I could go Knight C2 and try to go Knight B4, but that's not the greatest. Either I am giving up the B pawn, but that H6 is hanging. So maybe we could, I give up the B to take the H and have a pass H pawn. So in a scenario, Knight B1, A3, Knight C2, Knight B4, let him take and then take on H6 and push the H pawn. Very clear plan there.
Another idea, actually, is to play Rook C2.
And defend.
And then you move your knight
From
on
the
D2,
side.
and now you can get the rook to the G file.
Which could be a great plan. Queen H7, and then Rook G8, and take on F8. That's a long-term plan.
So, yeah, Nemo spent 11 minutes on that move. It's saying. Actually, no, sorry. That was Botez that spent a really long time, and then Nemo spent only 1 minute and 13 seconds. So, yeah, Nemo's been at a good pace. We'll see how long Botez thinks. She has a 3-minute time advantage. Nothing significant. But yeah, it's tricky. Your rooks have been tied down this whole time. Finally, Black alleviates that pressure, and our knight on D1 is defending. But if we move the knight, maybe Black can then attack that pawn again. But this Rook C1 idea, it seems a little weird at first, but if the more you look at it, the more you think about it, I feel like she's going for this Rook C2 to G2 idea. So she wanted to bring the rook over without moving the knight.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually, because now the rook can actually defend on both sides, Rook C2 and A2. So now there's no pinning pressure on the B file like there was before. Rook C2, and now I can move the knights around. Man, these knights have been very, very extravagant today. Knight D2, Knight H1, Knight F2. A lot of knight moves. And look how the knights are all on the D file. What a configuration.
Yeah, there's some symmetry there I didn't even notice. The knights have been really left in the cage of this pawn structure. They're just begging to break free.
That's crazy. Very rare that you have all the knights doing the same thing.
They're just defending pawns.
Rook
Okay.
B8.
Rook from B to B8 played, bringing them back, and now, I was thinking Rook C2. Computer still likes Bishop F2. The
It's
top
getting that piece active finally.
It likes Queen H7.
Oh, Queen H7, yeah. Okay, it's a nice pin, but I can step out of the pin.
Yeah, pinning the knight. I'm not sure if there's a follow-up. I don't think we'll see Queen H7. I still
Yeah, just
feel
going
like
for
rook
five.
c2.
And bishop f2 as well.
Bishop f2 was good. It liked it earlier, so I'm not sure if Nemo will find it now or play it now, but it's definitely a move.
And how many moves? Looks like they got about 3 moves left for time control.
This is move 37, so they have 3 moves left to make. Plenty of time for both players.
Time control is coming up.
So we'll be here for another hour.
That's it. About right.
Maybe more. Maybe less.
Maybe more, boy. Exactly. I never know.
Yeah, Nemo's first game was over 5 hours.
Okay. That was
Yesterday's
against
game.
who?
That was against Jenner for you.
Okay.
The 93 mover, 97% plus from both players. Who's your favorite to win, Canty?
That's a good question. I think it's a little bit easier for Nemo because she just has some clear prospects of like, bishop f2, bishop h4, and then like maybe navigate the knights. The rook can get to the g file. Just because I have these ideas means I can play for a little bit more, it feels like.
And who's your favorite to win the tournament?
The whole tournament? That's a great question. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Well, it's between, I would say, Nemo and Dina.
There's rook
Nemo and
c2.
Dina. Rook c2. There we go.
There it is. There's the idea.
All right. Let's go, Chad. Go ahead.
Is the knight going to go to f3? Or f1?
Let's go, Chad. Knight f3 or f1? I want to go f1. I remembered this idea. Knight f1, knight g3, knight h5, knight f6. So, I mean, I can get around that way. It's going to take a while, but very possible to get that knight over to f6, make the nice trade. Like that. It's going to take a while. I had a game like that, actually, when I went from knight g3 to h1 to f2, h3, g5. It was like a 4 or 5 move travel, and I ended up winning that game. It was nice. Over the board.
All right, I'm expecting, either knight f3 or knight f1.
Yeah, this is getting clear. Knight a5, maybe she might be going like knight b3. But it's just some shuffling here. That's kind of what's going on. Black doesn't have really any good plans. You can try to get the knight to b3 like we talked about before, but I could just abandon that whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you say, okay, get your knight to b3. Congratulations. Now what?
Right.
Right. So what's your follow-up? We'll leave that there. You can keep it. I don't mind. Our rook on a2 maybe is a little sad, but Nemo wants to play on the king side where her queen is. So yes, I think we're gonna see. She's got to decide between knight f1 or knight f3, depending on where she wants to put the knight. Does the knight want to go to h4 or does it want to go to g3 and h5? It's funny, the difference in the eval right now between knight f1 and knight f3 is that knight f3 is reading triple zeros and knight f1 is the top choice reading 0.01.
0.01. Nice.
Yeah. So big advantage here for Nemo if she finds
Big
it.
advantage. Big advantage, guys. Knight f1.
That 1% of a pawn. Oh, and she's made her move.
Knight f3. Oh, man. Dang it.
I'm surprised
She
the
blundered
computer's
her
not.
whole advantage, guys.
It's not giving the X's or the question marks.
All right.
Yeah, it was reading triple zeros. Now it's saying it's like minus 0.05. But no, the position's very even. It's very much even. We're on move 39. So one move left to make for both these players before they make the time control. They're going to get an additional 30 minutes. But this game is far from over. There's still a lot of time left and a lot of moves left to be made and a lot of opportunities for both players to continue their attack and a lot of opportunities for blunders. And I still like white. I like this idea. Rook c1 to c2. I was questioning rook c1. Why play rook c1? People were saying, why not double the rooks on the a file? Nemo wants to play on the king side, keeping black's pieces tied down, defending pawns, right? Black has a queen defending a pawn. Black has a bishop on the back rank defending a pawn. Nemo just needs to bring in a couple more pieces, and sooner or later she's going to cause some issues and break down the defenses. Black, meanwhile, a lot of pieces on the queen side, hasn't been able to do anything just yet. All the attacks on the b pawn have been thwarted, and now Botez is going for a3, and it's just not working out.
Now we're trying to see what is the plan with knight f3. Where are we going? Maybe knight h4 or queen f7, knight h4, knight g6 type ideas. Like what?
Yeah, it's gotta go to h4, and I think Nemo wants to move her queen maybe h7, and then put the knight on g6.
Knight b6 played.
So I'm expecting rook g2. Where else?
Yeah, right. Yeah, just put the rook on the g file. That seems good. That's a quick move you can make as well. And queen h5 maybe afterwards, or queen f6 is possible too.
A queen f6 is a new move that's available. I wish that we could have the rook already on g2 and give queen h7 check. The problem with queen h7 check right away is that we don't have a rook on g2. So black's just going to block with their queen on d7. I guess even with the rook on g2, the bishop is guarding g7. So it's still not as good.
Or even knight d7 as well.
Yeah, the knight could go back, maintaining status quo.
We got a game. Yeah, we got a game. We have a game. And then we have time control coming too as well. So they'll be able to really think more, use their time. I think, is this move 40? Yeah, here. So this is move 40. So she gets time after this move.
So Nemo just has to make a move in the next 11 minutes.
Very likely. You can do kind of anything. Like, nothing's going on
Actually,
yet.
it looks like it already added the time to Botez's clock. So I'm a little confused. I don't really know.
Interesting.
Unless we time travel, can't he?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Can't rule that out.
Wow. Can't rule that out. That's true, guys. You don't know where I am.
Imagine it adds another 30 minutes after.
Wow.
You get that hour bonus.
Okay, hour will be here. We'll be here, guys.
But yeah, Nemo and Alex, I mean, Alex kind of roped Nemo into streaming. Like, they were friends. They were playing. Rook G2 played, by the way.
Beautiful.
That's definitely a much happier rook than it was on B1.
Yeah, now we have to figure out how to use this rook. Where does it go? And how is it going to be super annoying? And there it is. The 4 time has been added. But yeah, it looks like she got her time added. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, they were around the same. So she definitely got her time added before. Like, that is weird.
I guess, like, in the long run, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there was a time that Nemo, like, had never played Bullet, and Alexandra, who had been streaming for a little while already, introduced Nemo to the world of streaming. Actually, the OG fans will remember that Nemo's streaming career started actually on
Botez
the
channel.
Botez channel. Yeah, Canty was there.
I do remember that.
Canty was in the before times.
I do. I remember that. The
So,
before times. Yeah, I've been around 2018, 6 years of streaming. 6 years we've been around the block here. It's nice, man. Nice to see it all come together where it is today.
yeah, look at them now. They're playing against each other in classical. in a Malibu venue,
Streaming.
streaming to thousands of fans from across the world. Okay, Botez saying, let's trade off these queens. That was the
Trade.
idea between knight b6. So clearing that path for the queen. And I mean, it makes sense. Nemo's most active piece is that queen on g6. And Alex says, I don't like your queen all up in my space. So let's trade the queens off before I gambit my queen.
That is a good move. I don't want to trade. So where am I gonna go? Yeah. A rook on a2 is like gross. Like, look at that piece. That rook is so bad on a2. So maybe we try to make it better by like doubling on the G file. That's gonna take a long time. I mean, a long time.
Yeah, so I'm ducking this queen trade if I could. Thinking queen h7. The computer likes queen to f6, which was a move available to us because the knight left d7. But the knight could go back to d7.
That's the problem.
And then we might be forced into queen h8 at that point.
You have queen h4 too, though.
Oh yes, queen h4.
Yeah, queen h4 is probably the better move. But queen h8 is something because now I'm staying around the h6 pawn. Actually,
you might play rook g8 there.
Exactly, and then bring the other rook over, but that's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
Okay, a1, rook c1, rook c2, like the same route.
Nemo has been getting up between moves frequently. It's not uncommon. A lot of players will get up, walk around, move around, refresh their drinks, get a snack.
Stretch. Exactly, walk around. It's important because these games are long, so you want to keep the blood flowing and like stand up.
Just a mental reset sometimes. Breath of fresh air.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, and once you've made time control, the players have extra time, so it's even more of a reason to move around and think a little bit extra here. Also, I feel like
queen trade.
Yeah, the rook comes back. Nemo's okay with taking back with her rook on g6, inviting the rook into black's position, replacing the queen, still keeping pressure on the e-pawn. But yes, rook back. And all this pressure on the b file, these knights now are blocking, so it gives white an opportunity here to move the knight out of the way, completely undefend the b pawn, but try to swing this rook over and double on the g file. And I assume the knight probably is going to come back to d1. Because I mean, from f2 you really can't go anywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the knight can, especially, we can defend b2 because if we go knight f2, we actually do block the rook's connection on g2. There is a trade. There it is.
Yeah, and now there's not even going to be a rook on g2.
Rook takes. Now, how do we defend the pawn? Maybe a king something. d7.
So, Canty, I wanted to ask, obviously a lot of people get in time pressure around the move mark, but in this game, these players had sufficient time getting there, and now have an extra 30 minutes added to each of their clocks. But I've heard that it's actually common, I've actually experienced this, that once players make the time control, they still are prone to making blunders, even with the extra time. I've definitely had a game where I was pressing and pushing and really trying to get an advantage before we met time control, and my opponent defended every move tit for tat, and we finally make time control. We both get up, take a little break, a breather, and after a long think with that extra time, my opponent made the first blunder And I'm
It
like,
comes from fatigue. Yeah, from fatigue and like sitting there for many hours, and then you kind of get you're like, I can breathe, but you let your guard down. That's kind of what that is, and that can happen a lot. Sometimes you see the blunder literally right after time control. That's how it happens. Thanks for the 27 months, Curious. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
what's up,
Gabriel
Curious?
Martin, thanks for the follow.
So, yeah, even though the players managed to not actually get into much time pressure, they made time control with decent amount of time left on the clock, and they even have extra time now. That does not alleviate them from the mistakes or blunders that they could make, right? They still have to be on top of their game. They still have to be fresh. And so far, everything's been so good. Both players now getting over 94% accuracy each. It's been up and down a little bit, but overall, this game has been super even and still pretty closed. It very well is likely to still end in a draw, but I still have high hopes. I think that Nemo's attack is still just getting started, infiltrating with the rook, and I think she's going to bring the other rook over as well.
Yeah, I think a hesitation move there is I'm just realizing that A3 followed by, let's say we move our rook to C1, A3 is going to be annoying. And then after BA, there's a rook takes A3 followed by knight A4 and rook B3. So all of these pieces and out of nowhere, there's just this queenside, onslaught ambush very fast, right on that C3 pawn. So you're gonna have to really kind of hold and defend. We do have a move though.
There it is.
Heard it. She played
Bishop
Bishop F2.
Bishop. She's going for this idea to H4.
Bishop H4, take the knight, or rook takes E6. So, yeah, we got to get the rest of our pieces active.
King D7 is good. Reconnecting another piece to this base point of E6.
Yeah, that's correct. King D7, Bishop H4, and obviously with Bishop D8, we take with the rook. But then that frees up some time to move the knight away to E3. And if rook B8, rook G1, then knight back to D1 to just be in time to barely hold the B2 pawn.
All right, another move, King D7.
King D7 on the board.
An expected one. The computer actually now, I was thinking Bishop H4, and also with the knight on F3, we were thinking knight H4, but the computer wants the move H4.
What? H4 is crazy.
Yeah, it's taking that square away from two of your pieces. I guess you want to play H5?
Yeah, you know what? But I think, okay, I have an idea. So if we get H4, H5 in, we have an idea of Bishop H4 to F6 to G7. So we don't even have to take the knight. We can actually try to get rid of that bishop that holds H6.
Mm-hmm.
And we may be able to grab that pawn instead. What a spider. See you.
What's up, Spider?
What up, dog? Spider rider.
Yeah, H4, it's a similar idea to Bishop H4, but you're going to play H5 first. You know, get that pawn as close to the other side of the board as you can before you start blocking it. So that's an interesting idea that Nemo could go for. I'm wondering, I guess Black's pretty much never playing H5 because then your pawn is essentially indefendable after like Rook G5. Although Rook G5, maybe there's Bishop H6.
That is possible. That would be quite annoying. Yeah, so we need to get rid of that bishop. That's a good idea plan. Bishop H4, or maybe H4, H5. Bishop H4. No, but then they can play H5 themselves, and that plan of yours actually works. So, yeah, Bishop H4 probably first. And then we go Bishop F6. Then we go Bishop G7.
H5, we don't have to play Rook G5 right away. We could try to defend the F pawn first. And then
King G3 or something.
Yeah, or Bishop G3.
Just hold.
And then try to go for Rook to h5.
Okay. Nemo's move. This is the last time do they get increment on 60 or no?
They've had 30-second increment the whole game.
Oh,
So they still have it. Yep.
This is the last time they have added.
Yeah, Alex and Andrea are hosting the tournament. I know the Botezes have probably both said that they're dropping out of tournaments before. But, you know, you could say one thing and do another thing. All right, bishop h4 has been played.
Oh, she played it. Let's go. Bishop h4. We're going for bishop f6, bishop g7. Black's just shuffling. Might try a3 at some point.
Yeah, a3 is reading as one of the top choices here.
I need some counterplay.
Yeah, and with the king on d7, that alleviates the knight. So bishop h4 does have some pressure on this knight. Black can simply move the knight or keep it there. I don't think Nemo necessarily wants to take it. The threat was to take it earlier when the king was on c7, but now that the king is on d7, there's no reason necessarily to take this knight. So yeah, I like your idea, going to f6 to g7, trying to remove this bishop. So this bishop is really kind of the catalyst of breaking down this structure on the king side, because one idea was to remove the defender of e6. Okay, now that e6 has another defender, we can pivot our idea to go to g7, removing the defender of h6. So black has these pawn weaknesses in their camp, and Nemo's doing a fantastic job of pointing them out, singling them out, focusing her attention and her pieces on these weaknesses and posing questions and threats to Botez, and that's going to delay her from her other plans, maybe of playing a3. Although she could play it now if she wanted to.
Yeah, she can definitely play a3. And after a3, I am definitely taking that. Yeah, it's not like knight b2 is a very loose piece there. So takes, maybe rook b1 if rook takes. And if bishop takes, that's a pin, but not really. Oh, then h6 falls, yeah. Whoa, so what's the idea? Wait, a3, you would just drop a pawn.
You're saying it doesn't work because rook takes and the bishop is overloaded. The bishop can't protect both a3 and h6.
Yeah, so we would grab something. Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
What's funny is if you allow a takes b2, you're playing the move of the viewer in chat, AB.
Yes.
Shout out to AB.
AB. With B1 Queen happening. What up, Hobby Los? Thanks for the follow, Peter. CBVO. Thanks for the follows. Who's he gonna play though? What's the top engine choice? A3 it is. Oh, and it says take and then knight c6. You are crazy if you think somebody gonna play that one. And then knight c6 and rook b7. Okay.
Alright, so let's look at this top move. A3, B takes,
Yes,
and
after
now knight
takes it
c6.
says, that's what the engine says. I'm like, yo, what? You got it. Like, come on. Like, no.
Oh, well, Botez doesn't do that. She just plays knight c6 right away because she's human.
Yeah, and it's getting the knight off the back rank because that's a bad piece. So now I think she's going for the idea of if we trade the rooks, I have rook h8. I'm sorry, if we trade the bishops, I have rook h8, bishop f6, bishop g7 taking, and at some point I can go rook h8 to try to defend h6, which is going to be weak.
All right, knight c6, solid choice, and yeah, this helps open up the rooks. It doesn't give Nemo the opportunity to take, whether or not she was going to. And yeah, Nemo still has bishop f6 to g7.
Correct. Yeah.
Targeting this h pawn. So if trade, rook takes comes with a check. And okay, king doesn't have to move. We have knight e7, which is pretty important because we want to play rook h7. Black has rook h8, defending the pawn. So if after rook takes on g7, if the king moves, well, you got to go backwards, right? You could play rook h7 there. How do you defend your h pawn?
Yeah, that's the whole idea here. It's trying to grab that h pawn quickly, but also trying to activate our rooks. So rook c1, rook c2, double the rooks at some point.
Someone asking why not rook f6?
Why not rook f6? Yeah, I guess so. It can be played. It can.
Maybe no, there's no king e8 because there's rook takes e6 now that the knight has moved.
F6 is annoying. Maybe I go rook e8.
Rook
Just
f6.
defend.
Rook over. Yeah.
Rook f7, bishop e7. It's possible. Rook f6 is annoying.
Yeah, putting a piece on f6. This looks like the way forward. Either move. Either choice.
Apparently, Andrea quit the event, according to her Twitter account. Is she playing or no?
Well, something to think about. Yeah, Andrea, I guess, has lost 2 games in a row. Maybe a 3rd game in a row.
Oh. Salami John, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, I guess technically she's lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's tough to try to bounce back from that mentally. A lot of times when you lose 3 games in a row, man, that is a hard tournament.
But I do also want to say, like, they are trying to make content. So, you know, some tournaments, like, when you sign up to play, like, is there, like, I don't know, like, FIDE candidates?
Yeah, the norm ones, etc. Yeah, you have to play all of them. You have to play every round.
They don't let you back out, huh?
Correct, because like you'll mess up someone's norm. For instance, if I'm like I was half a point away from my norm, I am norm, but you have to, like, you know, if he backed out or someone's like I just don't want to play anymore, then like you would literally blow someone's chances of getting a norm.
Knight e3.
93. Whoa, eval, that's a huge jump. Hold on, that's not good. Okay, why exactly is a3 something? I don't know. But the eval part did not like that at all. Oh, they have this crazy idea. I see what it is. It says a3 takes and then knight a4. What? That's crazy. Bishop e1, rook b2, king g1, rook a b8. Man, come on, no. It's not human.
Yeah, so we wanted to move this knight so we could bring the rook over to the g file.
Yeah.
And try to be in time to bring the knight back to d1.
That's more human-like. That's more human-like. Doubling the rooks. I mean, this whole a3 thing, okay, yes. But after a3, when I take on a3, I'm going to take the pawn back, generally speaking. I don't think I'm going to just... Oh, hold up. She's reaching for something. Had a pump fake there. And, yeah, human move. What's she play?
Knight back to c8.
Knight c8. The knight's jumping around, but she's hitting b2. Whole idea.
Discovery. So she's keeping Nemo grounded. Has to attend to this b pawn. So yeah, Nemo trying to bring the other rook around and put the knight back on d1, but this knight unleashes the rook with a discovery to the only place the knight can go. And what the computer wanted was the a pawn push to move the knight to a4 to get the rook to the b file. That's deep.
That's very deep, right? A lot to do. Maybe we go. Well, rook g2. I don't
'Cause
really
now-
like, but do I have a choice? I don't think. I mean, there's either. Yeah. Okay, I don't really have a choice. Yeah, she played rook a2. I wanted rook g2, but I mean, okay. Rook a2 is like, ooh, man, the eval bar is hating this. Is it a3 again? Oh, now it's rook b3.
The computer wanted the knight back to d1.
Come on, bro.
So, I mean, maybe Nemo could have just like stuck with her first plan, bring the rook to c1 to c2.
Yeah, right. That's the plan I was liking. Because I'm like, okay, the knight is holding b2. So rook c1, rook c2, double the rooks that way. Very nice and slow.
Ouch. Yeah, she puts the rook back to a2. It's kind of sad. Like, it was sad to go back to d1 as well, but less sad, I guess. Because the knight doesn't do anything really from e3, right? I mean, she could try to go to c2, and that kind of stops like these a3 ideas maybe, but your rook isn't ever going to leave a2, right? So
yeah, such a close game, so positional. Like you get that a lot sometimes in certain Frenches, especially this one in particular. It's just a very strategic game. A lot of maneuverings.
And yeah, another thing about knight to e3 that the computer didn't like is that you give black this opportunity to play on the queen side when it wanted you to put something on f6 because you're still dictating the pace of the game. You're the one causing the threats. You're making black play on defense, right? By not doing that, the active approach, you're letting Botez start throwing the punches with the activity, right? Discovery on the pawn. Rook a2, passive, and now the computer wants to follow up with a lot of different ideas. You can play a3 here. You can play rook to b3 here.
Rook b3 is quite annoying with the a3 idea. Break that up.
Computer's also saying knight 8 to a7, which I don't.
Yeah, that's weird. What are you doing? Man, the engine can give us crazy ideas, bro. What? That's crazy. But I like it because it means knight a7, knight b5, and then a3 is going to be diabolical because after we take, knight takes c3, in between move, and then you'll drop a pawn because a3 is hanging too. So, wow, what a plan that is. Dang, that's nasty. Knight a, I mean, engine just finds everything. Knight a7, knight b5, a3.
Chess Guide says knight 8 a7 is not going to be played.
He's like, nah, that's just not happening.
That's not the move.
This is not happening. Okay. And we wait, and we wait. Botez thinking. She's looking on that side of the board, though. So she's going to play something over there, which, I mean, is natural. What, you going to make a king side move? Like, there's nothing in play over there. So question is what? There's so many moves to play. Rook a7, rook a6, maybe knight a5, maybe a3 now, maybe rook b3. Knight a7?
Honestly, yeah, knight a7 is looking good. To knight b5 to play a3. Like, yeah, she could play a3 now. But she's got to follow it up with rook b3. Maybe rook b3 first, and then she'll play a3.
Right. That's the problem there, is finding that move. Rook b3 or
what,
knight a7, knight b5.
That's what Chess Dude guy is saying. Rook b3 first, then push. So, I mean, yeah, it's nice when both moves are good, right? You have the luxury of choice. The question is, does Alex know that? And is she going to do it? So, yeah. Nemo's kind of given Botez an opportunity here. She's missing this f6 square. She could have followed through with her plan. She kind of pivots. She puts the bishop on h4, and she doesn't follow through with it. She shifts her idea to another plan, moving the knight, bring the rook back over, but it's gotten her into this position where she isn't really getting what she wanted. She has to thwart the rook back to a2 and on her back heels, and there's an opportunity for Botez to make her pay.
I think she's actually checking that light too, like maybe kind of going on what's going on with that window there. Someone's like, "Yo, close the window." I see on chat. The sun is all on the, and actually that can be a distraction, believe it or not. I had this maybe once or twice, but having the light on the board like that is a huge distraction sometimes because the light being on the board is like, bro, the glare, it looks strange, and like, yeah, I've hated that. I've had that once or twice ever that I can remember.
Yeah, the shadows on the board can make it harder to see.
And like, yo, I thought my rook was on A2. I thought, wait, what? Hold on. No, wait, is that an extra rook? You know, like just hallucinating.
Those black pieces can
lighting.
get lost.
Yeah. Very,
and you know, the white pieces are in the light, so. But yeah, rook a2, and Nemo's brought in every piece off the back rank.
That's right.
So.
Yeah, we got pieces off the back rank. So that's good. At least we have pieces.
She's operating with less space. Black still has 4 pieces in the back rank. Can Nemo do en passant? No. She let go of that after f5.
Yeah.
A lot early on.
Yeah, early on we wanted an en passant there, bro. Very locked up game. Jameson Rocket, thanks for the prime. What's up? I have a mansion in Maryland. What's the price? So what up, Chess Ninja? What's up, bro?
Hello, Chess Ninja. If you want to host a tournament, maybe you can invite Canty.
Yeah, bro, let me know. Let me know. I'll definitely come out.
We'll host the Canty Invitational.
That's fire. I'll be out there.
The Canty Chess Camp.
COE Chess Camp. Fire.
COE official sponsor of the Canty Chess Camp.
That's nice. I would only invite Canty. Oh, just me. Okay. Nice.
Just the different Canty.
Good. That's fire.
Chess Ninja versus Canty. the Candidates tournament.
The Candidates. Funny. That's funny. Canty playing on 5 boards. Yeah. I actually have some footage on that on my Instagram. Let me put my socials in the Twitch chat. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me put my socials in y'all chat too over here. Go follow me, guys, on Instagram. If you're not following me, I'm at 100K. We just hit 109,000, I think, today. There we go. Thanks, bro. I'm posting the links right now. Boom. There we go.
Go follow this man.
My IGs, stuff like that.
Canty's always up to something.
Post every day.
It's a content machine, this guy. Mostly bullet.
Yeah, 30-second games that we like to post.
I see you playing against Stellar all the time.
It's my dude. Shout out to Stellar.
Strong national master. Also a streamer.
Correct. The new streamer. Shout out to Stellar. We got to move. What do we have?
Rook b3.
Not something we're happy to see. But, okay, what happens on knight d2? We just repeat?
Knight
yeah,
d2.
we might have to just get rid of this rook. I'm not even going to lie. A3 is too big of a move.
Bro,
if you let A3 happen, we may lose the game. So, knight d2 and just go right back. That's it.
Knight d2, attacking the rook. And you know what the computer wants?
Rook b7.
The rook ain't moving.
Wow. A3 anyway?
A3 no matter what.
Oh my goodness. This is not going to be fun. This is not going to be fun. Wow. So wait, no, after this we're gonna take a break and be back tomorrow for the stream, Shways. I've been streaming literally all day. I started streaming at 12 noon, actually. I mean, I was on chess.com doing commentary. So I've been streaming 10 hours today. But you know, I'm used to it, bro. I'm used to it, to be honest. So it's pretty good every day, exactly.
Oh, what am I looking at?
Chess Ninja, my guy. Shout out to you, bro. Dina 1, fire.
Bishop takes.
Fire.
Although that is what's it? Rook A1. We take. To play.
Who did Dina beat? Who did Dina play?
Today, Dina's still playing Jules. Oh, she just won.
Yeah, they said Dina. Okay, so Dina beat Jules.
Dina beat Jules Gambit. They're good friends. So Dina joins Anna and Jennifer at the number 1 spot. 2.5 out of 3. No losses from them yet. Dina and Anna drawing in the first round. Jennifer drawing against Nemo in the first round. Then winning against Botez and Linda. But yeah, this position starting to look a little dire for Nemo. It's a tight rope that she has to walk to maintain.
Yeah, 92 and 8. Okay, so all right, 92 A3. What happens? What happens? Right, 92 A3. Maybe I have to take the pawn A3. I'm not even gonna lie, because this don't look good. So A3. Anyway, first off, is she gonna find it? If she does, that's pretty crazy. But after A3, I go B8 Maybe there's rook takes C3. That's just terrible, bro. That doesn't seem good at all. Maybe no, yeah, rook takes C3 is just winning. So okay, so we have to take the rook then, is what you're saying. Knight takes rook, and we go down this route. A3, knight takes rook, CB, rook. Yeah, rook A1, pawn takes, and rook B1, and hope for the best. A2, I'm not afraid of A2 because I'm like, okay, well, what do you do? Yeah, here in rook B1, and we good. Rook A2, okay, I go rook G2, maybe there. Rook A1, A2, I'm chilling. Can I get the knight to C1 somehow, or D2? Yikes. Okay, how does black make progress? So, not really that bad. Yeah, this is a route. It's not really that bad. Knight F1, knight A5, knight D2. I'm chilling. But knight B6, these knights is going to work, bro. Whoa. That's
these
crazy.
knights get in there. I think another thing to think about, besides A3, the computer loves a lot of other choices here, including moves from these knights. Another idea that maybe I'm missing of rook B3 is that our knight on E3 is hanging.
So what do they want? Something crazy? Like knight
D4? D4 is a move.
Oh my goodness, bro. This is not good. But okay, practically, like, you got to be accurate with black. You may you might have some moves here, and white still has some chances with bishop F6, bishop G7 still. If we can consolidate, oh my goodness, that's gonna be ugly. Yep.
And I mean, if Alex finds a lot of that, and she likely has good chances to. Props to her. This was a great game, and actually we have a move on the board. So let's see.
What do we have?
Knight back to D1.
Okay, knight D1 hold everything. She said hold the house, and the engine says that is not a move. Okay, but
this is tricky. This is very tricky. So remember, we're saying the C pawn is pinned.
Right.
So there's no knight takes D4 because knight takes back, but there is knight B4.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, big dog. Knight B4 is ridiculous. Ain't nobody playing that, bro.
That's the move.
That's crazy. Okay, knight B4, rook. Oh my goodness.
This is the top choice.
That's crazy. Knight B4 is diabolical. Wow.
Knight B4, I guess you're getting into D3.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a good move.
Let's see if Alex finds it now. She's got over 30 minutes. This is the biggest advantage either player has had. It also just likes knight B6. Just bring the other knight in. A3 is the third choice. But
crazy.
I think A3 there we'll just take, and now the rook can come over. The knight on D1 is holding down C3 here.
Yikes, man. What was oh yeah, we supposed to go knight d2. Yeah, but we was trying to figure out what to do on the man. It was just too many moves. I can understand the knight d1 move. Knight d2 was just like you can play a3 anyway, this and that. And I'm sure she probably calculated a few of them lines. It just was not appealing. Knight d1 holds the house, but knight b4 to d3. Okay, yeah, I can see it's not that hard. It's difficult, but I still have some chances, I guess. So knight b4, rook a1, knight d3. I can't go rook b1. Maybe I go back to a2. Wait. Okay, let's check that out. Right, knight b4, rook a1, and what do we do? Knight d3, I guess. Maybe you don't have to move it at all.
Our F
Actually.
pawn, our B pawn.
Oh shoot!
It's a fork.
F-pawn.
That F pawn though.
That's why. Okay, wait. Rook g8. We still swinging. We just hoping for the best. Rook g8 hit the bishop. It's desperados here, boys and girls. Move? Desperados. Yeah, okay. We hanging on somehow. We're hanging on by a thread.
Shout out to Intercasts. Yeah, Nemo's getting up. She's getting new perspectives. So looking at the board from Alex's point of view, definitely giving her an edge. But all she's doing is seeing a potential winning shot, knight b4, if she can find it. It looks like she played a move. She played it.
Oh my goodness, she found it. You gotta be kidding me.
She's going big, for that bro. KO.
Wow. Alexandra Botez is out here swinging. She is playing out of her mind. Yeah, that's diabolical, Banks. That's diabolical. Wow. I can't believe. I mean, I can, but is this how you play the French? The French hitting like this? No, but also there were some chances that she missed as well. That's crazy, bro. That one's gonna sting. Dang.
So Botez plays the knockout move here, the star move of the game so far. Might probably just finish his move of the game, but she gets up, walks away, and
yeah, that's tough.
There's nobody sitting at this board. Nemo's gonna come back. She's not gonna like what she sees.
Man, listen, I'll be like, man, hold up, bro. You look, it's the sunlight. I'm literally gonna be. Why is the sunlight on here? Let's see the emotion.
Yeah, nothing she's yet. Writing down the move.
Okay, she didn't nothing, but it's annoying. Like the sunlight on the board, man. I'm about to complain, you know.
What's up, Lionel? Good to see you.
Yeah, that was good though. Great game from Alex. Great game from Alex. I think if we could go back again, obviously in the beginning, would be the en passant move. Of course, to give myself where I know a strength for Nemo is actually in open positions. She does like to play e4 and etc. So having the en passant move early on would have probably gave some better chances for her, especially as the e6 pawn would be quite weak. The e5 would have been open. My pieces would have been a lot more active. Yikes.
Yeah, now we see Alex looking at it from Nemo's point of view.
Yeah.
Nemo dejected a little bit, hands on the head, thinking, oh my goodness.
And how did I get in this position type? That's a tough game, man. Chess is hard like that. Chess is very difficult like that. And you try to take your chances and things happen. Of course, it's not over. She still has to convert it. But that is a very big move. Knight b4 is a very, very big move from Alex.
Star move here.
Impressive. Very impressive, in fact. Very impressive.
So you either have to bring the rook back away from the knight and allow this knight to get in with the fork, or you have to remove that knight and allow black to get active and win.
All right, so we call this in Chess Kid, as I used to work with a lot of kids with Chess Kids. Shout out to the Prodigy kids. And on Chess Kid, they have this thing called the Chess Kid lessons, and we're the king levels. If you're on Chess Kid, shout out to you. Let me know your king level in chat. But they even have teaching kids how to do zugzwang, and they don't even know how to spell it. Even prophylaxis, stuff like that, So it's a very powerful tool, Chess Kid, and lessons on there. But one of them was called limiting the damage. And I remember working with a student there. What that means is like, okay, this is not bad. This is not good. So what is the best way to get out of this practically, right? So that's what we have to figure out here from a white standpoint. This isn't good. So how do we limit the damage? So maybe C takes B4. Let's try, because obviously rook A1 wasn't working because knight D3 with B2 and F4. So C takes B4. And then rook takes F3. And here we go. So now we try to fight. We in some type of rooking game. That rook is active. F4 is hanging. Sheesh. Okay, what do we do? Knight C3 maybe? Knight C3, rook F4. Yikes. I'm hanging. Every pawn I have is gone. Oh my goodness. Okay. Bishop G3? We might be onto something. I mean, it's still bad, but okay, Bishop G3. And maybe rook D3, Knight C3, rook D4, now rook A4. Takes, Knight C5 takes. Okay, so let's try it. Bishop G3.
Defending our pawn.
Yeah,
And
Bishop
now
G3, rook, and I'm assuming rook D3.
it wants A3.
Of course. Stupid engine
D3.
just crushes us. Yeah, rook D3 was rook D3 was hitting both. My goal was Knight C3. You see how it goes up a little bit. And the rook takes D4, rook takes A4. And rook takes A4. Oh, man. And B2's hanging too, bro. Everything is hanging. Okay, but wait. Bishop takes out, rook takes H6. My idea is Knight C5 too, though. So, I mean, like, I have some play, as you see, right? Like, it's not over, but it's not good either. Like,
yeah, the game is still not over, of course. Alex has to convert. It is definitely the best advantage that either player's had. Beautiful move, and it's a way to break through, right? So the position's been closed for the entirety of the game, and now Alex has found Knight B4, which is going to lead to the winning of material. So it's been pretty dead even until I would say the slip really came with Knight to E3. And you see Nemo's had these pieces on A2 and D1 here. And she was making progress on the king side. Bishop here, knight here, and she really needed to get into F6.
What was what was move here? Engine says
Either like rook or bishop to F6, and it's equal.
It's equal. Yeah, so, we thought about the bishop F6 move. She went 93. Remember we went with this other idea too, rook C1, C2 to G2? How does that look here? Rook C1 instead.
Let's see, rook C1, yeah, likes A3 again.
Okay, so it's not that bad. I was just trying to see. Okay, I mean, it moves, but not terrible. A3 takes rook C2, rook G2. I mean, I don't really like it. I don't really like it. Yeah, rook takes rook C2, maybe knight A4 is what I was looking at before, with the ideas of like rook B3, bring the other one down and just bully the C3 pawn.
It's gonna hit us with knight B4 again.
Knight B4 was just diabolical the whole time. Okay.
They're gonna.
Well, sheesh, man, this was a tough game. Yeah. From the opening here, remember as the beginning. So let's go back. Let's go to the beginning. I just want to see how good en passant was out the opening, just to see if we had anything on en passant. Right, F4. Okay, yeah, yeah. En passant. Boom. So is the eval bar jump? And it does, but it's equal. Okay, well, then we good. I'm taking this all day because you got the weak E6 pawn. I go knight F2 now. Yeah, just go knight F2. Knight F2, I'm casting queenside next. E6 is weak. A knight can come to E5. Like, this is how I would want to play this. Castle queenside, go G4. Like, this is a much better type of way of playing. I could castle queenside now. I mean, maybe I'm tempted to. But, okay, first glance, I'm castling queenside. Exactly. G4, G5. I cover E4. I'm feeling great here. They like black, but why? Maybe castles or C4 or something. But knight E4, I'm always taking. It's the goal of the knight on F2. I don't like this that much. But, I mean, hey, it's probably better.
It's a game.
It's a game, right? G4, rook G1, bishop T3 type ideas. It's
interesting. Does like 94, knight takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, pawn takes, 95. Takes. 95.
Once knight takes here.
Okay, take with... Oh. Bishops open up. This is crazy. Takes and
Tactics.
bishop c5. You can't take on e4. Like they said 4. It's got wild. So maybe you had to castle king side instead of queen. Too aggressive here.
Well, yeah, I liked c3 still.
I'll c3 back instead. Where? Here, c3 and hold.
Castle.
Things
Bishop
equal.
e5.
Castles, maybe bishop d3. Bishop
Bishop
e5 is
c6.
strange. Oh, they want to take and play knight e5. Very principled.
Oh, French defense theory.
Yeah, tough game.
No
Very
en
tough
passant
game.
from Nemo,
Very tough.
and we have a really strong positional battle in a close position, and yeah, Nemo missing some chances. I think a4 also not a good choice practically.
Yeah, it gave her the b pawn, which I mean came back to bite us later on. The whole b file.
The b file, man, disaster on the b file. The rook getting into b3. Our rooks having to defend, and our knights as well for the longest of time.
Yeah.
And
what's up, Senor?
Yeah, we still have a game, but it's definitely much tougher. It's also like annoying. You find this idea rook c1 to c2 because then you don't want to move the knight on d1, and then later on in the game, you move the knight, and it's like from there it's kind of over. It's you had to bring the knight back to d1. This was the last chance that she could have held for this evaluation, I guess. Instead, she puts the rook back, and she didn't want to bring the knight back. She puts the rook back, but that was the worst of the two choices. Rook b3, and this lines up all these shots. Look at the knight.
I remember we talked about this earlier too as well. Like when she lined up, when she played queen e2 to try to eye the a6 rook early on in the game. And we talked about, and I was saying, loose pieces lose games, right? Loose meaning undefended. Yeah. But literally the whole tactic here, knight b4, works because of two undefended pieces. In fact, a2 rook and f3 knight. So the undefended pieces thing is something to really pay attention to there. Did she take the knight or no? Is that
she hasn't
yet.
Oh
no, she didn't move that. Okay.
She might have to.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is gonna bring her to her longest think here. Gonna be tricky to find a way out though. Eval's reading -2.5 for
no matter
Alexandra.
What happens. I say sack the rook. No, guys. We're not sacking the rook here, guys. We are not going to sack the rook. So what happens on rook a3, though? Rook a3 is the only thing we didn't kind of look at.
So rook a3, rook takes, pawn takes.
Takes, and knight c2, something like that?
Knight d3.
Oh, same idea. Knight d3, which hits two different pawns, and that a pawn is very, very vicious, boy.
Yeah,
that
so
a4 pawn is vicious.
A lot of times giving up this bishop taking the pawn, we were saying, okay, well, we take on h6. Well, black doesn't care anymore about h6 because their a pawn is only a few moves away from promoting. And yeah, like there was an idea before bishop h4 that we could play h4, h5, and then bring the bishop in. And that way we would have maybe a closer chance of promoting, keeping this bishop even closer to home, keeping an eye over the h-pawn. But in this situation, our h-pawn is a lot farther back than their a-pawn. So trading the h-pawn for the a-pawn would be favorable for black in that situation.
True. In fact, says c takes b4 barely holds. Yeah, we kind of went through that line. That's what eliminated damage when I was talking about that before. C takes b4 and just, try to get as many pawns as you can with white and try to hold. You definitely got to get rid of the a-pawn. So and there she goes. She's trying to limit the damage. C takes b4. C takes b4. Rook takes f3. Here we go. Here we go. Rook takes f3. Play it. Now, if knight c3, with rook takes a4 coming, ideas like that possible.
Yeah. So the problem is this rook is infiltrated and our pawns are all weak now. These three pawns back here, all unprotected, undefended.
Yeah, bishop g3 defends. And I looked at bishop g3 as like you just don't want to give up f4 and d4. Like, dang, you know what I mean? So bishop g3, and then hope for the best. A3 is a very strong move. Hoping that they miss. Hey Jess, what's going on?
What about like I wanted to like trap the rook, like bishop f2.
Okay, bishop f2, rook f4, and bishop e3, rook e4.
I think I would play maybe king g3
After
after rook
okay,
takes on f4.
and rook e4,
Rook e4, then like bishop
knight
to
c3,
e3.
very possible. Knight c3, there's f4, stuff like that.
Or
It's pretty nice. It's possible. There are some tricks actually. There are some tricks. Knight c3 could trap because bishop f2 takes king g3. Yeah, king g3 traps that boy. Rook e4, knight c3. As a trick. So maybe we just don't take. You just have to go bishop takes b4. But that's a nice trap though. Right, does that actually work? Bishop f2, king takes king g3, rook e4, knight c3. Rook is trapped actually. There's an f4 check, but then king f3 is like a desperado. Bishop f2. Here we go.
what's up, Mooch? Oh, she did play bishop f2. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little trip here. A little trick.
Computer doesn't
A3
like it.
and bishop takes b4 moves.
Yeah, it takes b4. It also likes a3, of course, as always. I think probably we'll more likely see a3.
Yeah, there's still some inversion involved. As we said before, you're limiting the damage here. Trying to limit the damage. We know it's bad. I'm not doing that great. But, how can we limit the damage and create some counterplay?
Yeah, Alexandra's doing very well. But it is true, she could blunder, and in fact, she has blundered in a completely winning position against Linda.
Oh, really? What happened in that game? Did Linda win, or was that a
No,
draw?
so she ended up converting it. Linda blundered back, but what it was a rook and pawn endgame where Alexandra had a 2-on-1 on the outside. And then she traded off one of the pawns, and it ended up turning into a dead draw. So, even up a pawn, completely winning endgame, these players aren't perfect. And actually, I was watching the SEC earlier today. I was watching Min Lee versus Magnus Carlsen. And some of the best players in the world, they know their endgames really, really well. But it was dead drawn position. Magnus somehow tricks Min.
Oh yeah, that position, the king pawn endgame.
Yeah,
correct.
he gets the king and pawn endgame where he's just promoting. So even the top GMs can mess up for sure in something that the computer is saying, oh, this is completely winning, this is completely drawn. People, they don't know this stuff that perfectly. Like, these players are humans, they're not engines. And bishop f2, the rook is in serious trouble of actually getting trapped. So Botez could very well take on f4 and think that maybe she has some sort of way to bail out and get the rook out of there. Maybe like bishop takes on b4, bishop to like d2 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Very possible. Very possible. Yeah.
So
rook takes f4 is a good chance. It's a good chance because king g3. King g3 looking good. Bishop b4 is an obvious move in a3, but rook takes f4 is tempting. Very tempting. It's a weird rook trap, like king g3. You're like, wait, what? Oh, I go rook e4 and then knight c3, and your rook is actually trapped. That's crazy. Strange rook trap there.
Yeah, Lionel, this is an officially rated tournament. This is FIDE rated. You see, Nemo is leaning a lot more forward, very tense.
Yeah, it's a natural. response when you find yourself in positions like this.
She's
We
feeling the
all go through
pressure.
this. You feel the pressure, correct? 100%. I've been on both sides. I think all serious players have. We've been on both sides of this.
Yeah, Alex looks a little bit more relaxed. Uh, and she's looking at all these moves here. Can I take on f4? Can I get away with it? Do I even want to? What's better? Do I want to take the b pawn and give up my h pawn and give Nemo a passed outside pawn? Right?
Yep. All that's coming to mind.
If you take
And I
on
think
b4, you're allowing rook g7 check in
right.
a lot of lines.
Calculating all of that.
Okay,
It's
so
good.
she's
We have a move.
She's coming back.
Hey, rook b3.
Yep.
Very human move. Okay, now we look for chances and shots. What can we do here? Knight c3, bishop. Okay, knight c3, bishop b4. Oh, we got some tactinos. Knight takes a4 is possible, but there's a rook b4. That's what we don't want. Dang, can we go bishop e1? No. Maybe we could. Bishop e1, bishop e4, rook g7, 97, not good.
I want to do bishop e1. I feel like there's just rook d3 again.
Yeah, it's annoying. Bishop e1, bishop b4, bishop c3. It's nothing. Okay, bishop e1, bishop e4 takes, rook takes h6. So that's probably our best. Yeah, we have the pass h pawn. We got some checks. I mean, you can see, yeah, it's some swindles possible. Clayton, thanks for the prime. Bishop e1, bishop b4, bishop b4, rook b4, rook h6. And we literally hope for the best.
What was the correct move instead of rook to b3? Well, at this point, black has a lot of ideas that are all good. So black doesn't have to play a correct move. There's no only move or anything like this. Black has a lot of ways to win at this point because white has just too many weaknesses, right? And that was the whole point of knight b4, is that either you allow the knight in and start taking pawns, or you take and try to complicate, but you're defending 3 weaknesses. So Nemo was able to defend 2 of them with this really nice bishop f2 idea, saying, go ahead, take this one. You're going to get trapped. But instead, Alex says, well, I don't have to take these 2 pawns. I can go after this weak b pawn, right? So, and you could have done it many ways. You could have left the rook on f3 and taken on b4. Instead, she goes to b3 immediately. She's saying, why give up the h pawn if I don't have to? I'm gonna take the b pawn, like, you know, whenever I want. There's no way for you to defend it if you go bishop e1. I feel like there's rook d3. Probably there's still bishop takes b4.
Yeah, that rook d3 is quite annoying. Bishop e1, rook d3 is like, dang, I was trying. Because then after knight c3, then you have, oh, hold on, I'm smelling tactics here. Okay, look, so bishop e1, rook d3, knight c3, bishop b4, knight a4. But you could go rook a4. My hope was after bishop takes, knight a4. What the hell on the engine say everything equal. So what's the move? Rook a4? You maybe be able to go rook a4. Yeah, here he was going knight c5 when we back in the game. This was my idea. But if rook takes a4, we maybe, I mean, okay, you know, bishop takes, we have something. She goes for it. Bishop e1. I understand. There's some tactino still.
So yeah, there's a good way for Alex to lose the game that we're looking at. Knight takes on a4.
Right.
Bishop takes e1. We have knight to c5.
Knight takes a4. And there's some tactics here. Knight c5, we back in the game for sure.
Now, of course, black has a really nice counter. Rook takes a4, sacking the rook.
Yeah, rook takes a4 is quite annoying.
I guess you get the 2 minor pieces.
So what if we go, it's the same idea. I was going to go rook a4, but bishop c3 is the same thing. Different move order. Yikes. Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough one. But hey, we're fighting. You know, we're fighting. Yeah, bishop b4, rook a4, bishop c3, same thing. Maybe even worse, actually, here for some reason. Rook A4, I was going knight A4. Oh, you about the queen. Oh, I was going knight C5. Yeah, this was the trick. But I'm tricking myself here, actually. King C6. Maybe we go something, right? Knight takes, and then how are you stopping the pawn? Exactly. Yeah, push.
2 minor pieces. Better than the rook.
GG. Start a new one, right? Yikes.
So tricks, but not enough. If Alex plays it right, we might have some more moves coming in.
What happened?
Okay, rook D3 played.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Knight C3 now.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go. It's happening. It's happening. Maximano, thanks for the prime. What's up? Knight C3. It's the only chance, really. And knight's hanging, so you got to move it.
Yeah, Knight C3. Unless she wants to play rook A1, but
yeah, that's kind of ugly. He's rook D4 and bishop. Yeah. Then F4 hanging. No, we can't hang that much material. We got to fight back. Knight C3 at least hits A4 too. That's our whole idea. Let's go. Let's go. Knight C3. Knight C3.
Yeah, Alex.
There's a chance that there is.
Can't put it past her that she'll mess up. Knight C3 played by Nemo. It's on the board.
Knight C3. Here we go.
Yeah, so you're losing material. You're going to lose material no matter what. So like Nemo, or what Canty was saying is you got to figure out how to limit the spread of the fire, right? So yes, maybe the board is on fire, but you can limit it to certain areas. You can't give up all hope, right? You can't abandon ship just yet. And it looks like knight B6 has been played.
Knight B6. That's a good one.
So that's defending the A pawn. And again, Botez is saying, I'm not in a rush to take.
Yeah, that's a good move.
I'm not in a rush. I can take whenever I want. You're still in a pickle.
Trickery. No trickery. Dang, that's a good move. Okay, bishop F2. I don't want you to take D4. Wait, or do I? I do have knight B5.
Knight B5.
Yeah. I do have knight
defends
B5.
both pawns. So Nemo's still holding on to things. Knight B5 is their king C6. We just bring the knight back. She's played knight B5 fairly quickly. Nemo's under 10 minutes.
Knight B5, king C6, and any tricks? I could go knight D6, and if bishop takes, rook takes E6. It's possible. There is some tricks here. I could go knight A3 though. I mean, maybe just back to C3. Knight D6 might be too much. What's the best move? What's the engine say? Is it knight D6 or knight C3?
It's knight A3.
A knight A3. Okay. Well, I mean, I wanted B5, but knight A3 I wasn't really trying to play, bro. That's strange.
Oh.
The strange one. What?
So the E6 pawn is hanging now.
Now it's winning? Oh, because of bishop F2? No, that doesn't work. Oh, rook takes rook B6, bishop F2. That's gross. You got to show that. Rook takes king C7, rook B6, king B6, bishop F2. GG. Unbelievable. That's tricky. King anywhere.
Oh, knight.
Bishop C7 and rook B6 now.
Yeah, rook takes, bishop comes in hot.
And then bishop to, yeah, bishop C7. I'm telling you, boy, tactics, man. You better hit them tactinos. Better be doing them tactics, man. Like, you never know. It's very possible.
Goodness. And you guys, Dina
see
was up, or she was down a piece. I mean, first and foremost, Dina blundered a piece to Anna. And Anna was up a piece. Like, this position's still even material. Anna was up a whole night and couldn't convert against Dina. So
awesome.
Nemo might have missed knight b4, and Alex found it. Yeah. But look at the position is still has to be converted. We're finding solid defense here from Nemo. Knight to b5. There's tricks. If the king goes to c6, that's going to let loose the e6 pawn. So the knight is holding on. The computer is calling for a move that I guarantee is not going to be played. h5.
You lost your absolute. This is a family channel, bro. You crazy. H5.
It wants H5.
Come on, get this nonsense out of here,
the
bro.
only other suggestion it's showing is knight to C8. Like these are not fun moves for black to play. Like, do you
This
want to
is
play
ridiculous.
h5? Do you want to play knight c8?
Nah, bro, you've lost your mind. You think I'm gonna play H5? I would be reported. I would gladly report you. You play H5, bro. What's wrong with you?
Kramnik's gonna find
H5
you.
is crazy. H5 is crazy, dude. What does that even do? And knight C8, I mean, it's kind of the same. So there's gonna be a human move here for sure.
I don't know. The computer's not giving me a third line. What's she playing? She just moved.
A human
Was it
move
her
for
rook?
sure. Rook, of course, something human. There we go.
Okay.
Something
Okay.
human. There it is. Rook
And
F3.
you know, we might get some sort of transposition. King G2. Rook takes. We might still have bishop F2 with the knight coming to C3. Right? Or bishop
Okay.
F2, King
What you
G3.
looking at? Oh yeah,
So
this is the same idea.
it wants
Wait,
King G2
oh,
here.
okay, takes on F4. Oh, this is a little different
Takes.
because the bishop's not on F2 anymore.
You can go to, well, I was thinking go to F2 there, but I guess you blundered the B4 pawn. So it wants bishop D2.
Oh, and we hit an H6. Rook E4 or Rook H4 defends. So really, you're not really getting anything out of that.
I'm telling you guys, Nemo ain't out. You can't counter out. This
She's
game's
not
far
out.
from over.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
She ain't going down without a fight.
This is a very exciting game. This is what we wanted actually early on, but it's just not in this way.
It's coming one way or the other. Yeah, obviously hoping for Nemo. Here's another thing that's really stressful though. After a move like knight b4, like not only is it good tactically, it's good mentally. Like Nemo feels like she's down, and even if she gets the eval back in her favor, it's gonna be hard to know and to have that switch.
Mentally correct, because you like, oh, I can't believe it. I'm like lose. Yeah, you know, you're right. Easier said than done when you plan, and you like, oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, correct. That mentality, that's tough. That's tough.
Also, shout out to Dina Belankaya, who just raided.
Raid. So
yeah.
Dina.
Huge raid from Dina. Dina tied for first, 3-way tie. She's gonna keep a close eye out for Nemo, as she hasn't played her yet. So that's another thing about this tournament is these players are watching everyone else play. And King G2 top move played. And the eval.
Inching up. It's inching up, chat. Okay, then the eval bar says psych.
It wants to go back to B3. But I mean these are concessions. Like the eval was at 2.5. Now it's at 1.5. So yeah, Alex is not playing the best moves, right? She found a great move, but that's not enough.
Oh, yeah,
it wasn't checkmate. So
and you have to commend her. Yeah, that was a diabolical move. She found knight b4, and it was on and popping. Very nice move from Alex. Very impressive. Now, the conversion is the hardest part. I forgot what GM says that, but they say the hardest game to win is the game you're winning, which is a lot of thought to that and a lot of truth to that. It depends on what you're winning. Like, I'm up a queen. Come on, bro. Like, right. But it depends on, a game you're winning because there's counterplay and your opponent will try to seek and look for that. And if you let them back in the game, it is very possible to do so tactically, 100%.
Stead saying, how is Nemo losing to a 2017? First and foremost, she's not quite losing. It's worse off, but it's far from over.
You also have to remember, rating is like relative. I mean, you say that against like kids that are prodigies. Oh, how is he losing to the 2000 kid, where the kid and got 2 IM norms and getting coached by 6 coaches, right? Like, you gotta stop with that stuff,
Yeah.
So ratings are relative,
Yeah, exactly.
People be underrated all the time. It happens.
Next thing is that 2017 is Alexandra Botez. All right, she's a strong player. She had like, I don't know, someone in chat tell me how many games in a row did she play without losing?
Oh yeah, 8 or 9 games in some tournament she played in.
Dude,
Yeah,
I thought
she
it
was
was.
going off.
I thought it
She
was
was
more.
snapping.
I thought it was like close to 20 games.
Oh, I didn't know nothing about that, but I mean, I know she was snapping. I know she was
Bro,
snapping
she won
recently,
like
right?
two like in a row tournament. She was winning tournaments left and right. It's not easy to do.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And
So never underestimate. You don't just look at the rating and say
Yeah.
whatever. Things happen, right? But it's very good to see. Very good to see. Very strong. Very, very strong.
Yeah. So the rating difference isn't even that much. Also, the ratings probably aren't even accurate. And Nemo hasn't played a classical tournament in over a year at least, probably multiple years even. So
Oh, that's good. She did draw you, Jennifer. Was she ever winning in that game or no?
Nemo and Jennifer.
Yeah.
Nemo was pretty much down upon like the whole game.
Oh, she drew. Yeah, that's strong. Especially Jennifer, you 2-time women's champ.
Yeah.
It's nice.
So Brody's asking me how to get this drip. This Collegiate Chess League shirt that I'm wearing is out of commission. They I guess retired this logo. We've got a new one, so I guess the only way to get this shirt would be off my back.
Wow.
But, yeah,
they coming for you. They're
Chris-
like, yeah, send the Addy, bro. We on the way.
So Christopher is
Oh.
telling me the streak was 17 or 18 games without losing. So a couple of draws for sure. But yeah, it was close to 20.
Nice. It's very strong.
Vintage clay. I got all the CCL merch.
Yeah.
Is over the board more difficult than online? I mean, for sure.
100%.
Like online game, you just click, new game.
Think about this, Saint. Think about this. You have to hit your own clock. They like, what? I gotta hit my own clock? I don't
People
even know how
forget.
to. What is that?
You gotta write your moves down.
You gotta write your moves down.
People,
You know what I mean?
like you gotta bring pen and paper. I mean,
Yeah, it's different.
you gotta physically move the piece yourself. Like
Have you
it's
ever
not
hit
point
your
and
own
click.
clock before, right? Exactly.
Yeah, there's people that they can't play with the clock. They don't.
It's different. You
People
have to
using
remove. Yeah, you got to capture the pieces
both hands.
yourself. You know what I mean, buddy? There's no clicking.
Yeah, probably the biggest or inhibitor for me playing over the board is I have to
Welcome,
get out of
Saint.
my own house. That's the biggest roadblock.
You got to get out the house. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
most days I just sit here and playing chess online has never been easier.
Yeah, that's a funny one. When you test a piece, it doesn't show all the legal moves. Yeah, that's just small things
Yeah,
like that.
no
That's
arrows,
funny, bro.
no
No arrows.
free
Yeah.
moves.
No free moves. Yeah,
What's up, Gerbs?
that's good stuff. Welcome to the chess world, though, Saint. What about kicking under the table? Don't do that, Sacrifice. Do not do that. I have actually had games where I was like, should I flip the board right now? Because you have a bad game and you think about flipping the board, but then you don't. And I don't recommend that, guys. Don't flip the board. But it does cross your mind, like I should just flip it right now, shouldn't I? And you're like, you know what? I'm not. Maybe not this time. But I thought about it many times.
You know what I'm gonna do, Canty?
What?
I'm gonna flip the board.
Just
I'm
flip
only
all
here
of these
to tell
up.
Yeah, I
Kevin
just
I
flipped
love
it.
him.
Walk out.
Shout out to
man.
Gerbs for the
Oh,
sub.
flip the board, literally. Oh.
Board flip.
Dang.
We look at it from Alex's point of view. Alex is thinking. And she's got
That's
the
fine.
18 minutes. But she's given some time back. There's a deep thought here to be had because the rook went to f3 thinking it could just pick up that f-pawn. But Nemo's saying, go ahead. Be my guest. I'm going to put some pressure on your rook. King g2.
Yeah, let's look at some lines here, right? So rook f4 is giving counterplay, which is what we want. Rook f4, bishop d2, rook e4, bishop h6. I think we kind of looked at this where, yeah, it feels like we definitely back in the game. Yeah, we just go, well, there's a rook h4. No, we have king g3, rook h5, and then what? Rook h5? Maybe. Knight d6? I don't know. Yeah, but this is something we kind of want, though. Rook's out of the game on h5. G8. No threats, but hey, I mean, we ain't losing that.
We brought the eval back
Really
to
losing.
zeros.
That's what we wanted.
So here, rook to e4. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's the more active move. But now we
it's
take on
still such a
h6,
game.
though. Yeah, we just take an h6, and we take and then the knight comes into d6.
What about
I
this,
mean, we looking good.
Remember knight c3, our old friend?
Oh, but rook d4. Oh, there's bishop e3. Oh my goodness, diabolical. Bishop e3. Oh my goodness, this could happen, bro.
The
This could really happen.
diabolical knight
That
c3.
is diabolical, bro. Oh my goodness,
Nemo's in it.
that is serious. That is really a thing. Okay, yeah, rook f4 is just bad. Rook f4 is just too many things. So maybe rook b3 and go back.
Computer wants to rook back to b3, but yeah, Nemo's testing Alex to the fullest of her abilities.
To convert. To
Alex
convert.
Alex debating like, am I really gonna go back to B3 and like the best I can do is trade this pawn for this pawn? Like, is that really what's happening right now?
Yeah.
You know what else is
Uh-huh.
fun? This knight is really important. Like we have rook takes on E6, knight C7 fork ideas sometimes.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, we have to deal with obviously giving up 2 for 1 because the knight takes A8. We get some pawns for it. I think that's a last ditch effort though. Didn't really work as much.
Yeah, our knight's not happy on A8. We had a knight on H1.
Hmm.
Is it the same knight? Imagine the knight doesn't trade.
Wait, which knight was that? In fact, yeah, we had a knight on H1 at some point, guys. It was a knight on H1. In fact, is that knight? Let's
Is it the
see.
knight? I think it
Let's
is,
check it.
dude. It is. It's this knight. He's made
Knight
his way
D1
from
knight.
H4.
Man, that thing was moving.
He's still alive.
Overtime, boy. That boy was working
This
today.
knight is kicking, bro.
That thing was moving.
If that knight goes from H1 to A8, there's got to be some prize for that, right?
That's exactly right. Night traveling time zones. That's exactly right. Traveling all time zones. That's funny. That's good work. That's good work. Okay. Now, one thing we have to commend here is how much time Alex is actually using. This is what it takes to try to convert and check all your ideas. Where do I move? But she's using a lot of time and time that she is collected earlier in the game to now use it for a critical moment, which is now.
Alex, oh, she's made her move. She took the pawn.
She took the pawn. Oh, we going. We here. We here. All right, here we go.
Bishop D2
Here we go.
instantaneous.
Oh
move.
my goodness. It's about to go down, clown. Let's see what we got here. Wow.
I was just going to ask, I
Wow.
wonder how deep Alex
She
can
calculated here.
calculate takes.
Yeah, let's
'Cause
see what happened.
if you look at those lines that we were looking at and you kind of hit a roadblock or a dead end, that's a tell
Mhm.
that she shouldn't take and that she should go back to B3, right? But to do that takes a lot to be able to say, you know what? I can't get away with this pawn. I'm going to have to go back and reset. Nemo's done a great job to put her here, and it still likes black. You got to apparently go to H4, but I mean, even the computer was showing us lines that it wasn't so sure about. So it's a pawn advantage, but it's not obvious. That pawn's really not. Your rook's going to get not quite trapped, but it's going to hit a roadblock.
It's quite gross on H5. And it's really like, how do you even navigate from there? That is a very good question, in fact. Rook H4, King G3, Rook H5, and then what is next? You can't take on B4. A3 is not possible. The A8 Rook is probably something you want to use, but we don't have any good routes. Bishop E7 is going to hang H6, so yeah, she's back in the game for sure. Practically, humans, or the engine's like, minus 1.3. I got this easy, right? Like, but as a human here, practically speaking, Nemo is back in the game.
She's back in it, and you know what's also really assuring? Long think from Botez, a 9-minute think to take on F4. Nemo instantaneously bishop to D2. She gained time on her last move. She was ready for this. She knew what she wanted to do. She played it instantly, and Botez still hasn't come up with anything. So
yeah,
that 9-minute think to play one move, if she didn't see bishop D2, now she's really assessing her options here. And there's really not many. So Botez is kind of thinking a coin flip in her head right now. And that is really good news for Nemo, because that tells her that Alex wasn't really that confident in taking on F4.
That is correct. As you see, usually you would move kind of fast there, especially when your opponent moves very quickly. You're like, oh, snap, you was ready for that. So, and it makes sense. Lots of tactics here, which suits Nemo's style. She likes open positions and tactics. So you have to be very careful in these type of situations. She grabbed the pawn. Now she has to figure out what to do. And time is getting closer. This is all the time they have, by the way, too, as well. They've already reached move 40, or move 54 now. She's making a move,
Rook
and
E4.
Rook e4. Okay, here we
Question
go.
mark.
Knight c3, and we are back in
Oh,
the game.
is she gonna play
Oh
knight c3 though?
my goodness. Is she gonna play it, guys? We called this. We just showed all of this on the board. Knight c3, rook h4, though. Knight c3, rook h4, king g3. Oh, there's some tricks. Hold on. Yeah, there's some tricks. Okay, knight c3, rook h4. If you go king g3, I actually can go rook d4 now. That's a tricky situation. Because now I have rook d3 after bishop e3 because the king's on the g file. So knight c3, rook h4. Okay, what happens there? Let's take a look at that. Knight c3, rook h4. Wow. What happens? Rook h4. It's playable. It's all equal. Yeah, that's a move, boy. That's a move. And b4 is hanging.
50.
b4 is hanging too. I don't like this. Okay, so what do I do? How do I do it? How do I do this? Like, what do I actually do? What does white do?
E2.
Oh, that's tough. Okay. Not really.
I mean, I'm not even so sure
not really.
Nemo's gonna find knight c3. It's not that obvious. But okay, it does put a lot of pressure on the rook. The thing is, the trick is that you can't take this d pawn because of the skewer.
Right.
So that's why we're looking at rook h4. And the thing is, like, she could have gone to h4 the move prior, right? And yeah, she did win the f4 pawn. But the point is that the rook is very limited in options, right? It cannot really move laterally. You have one option on h5, and that's pretty much it. But yes, your pawn is hanging. That's why it wants to move the knight again, defends the pawn, defends the other pawn. And yeah, past move 40, so no additional time back at this point. You're just getting the 30-second increment and what they have on the clock. And Nemo goes for the h pawn.
Oh, okay. Bishop takes h6. Dang.
So she didn't find knight c3. That would have been quite the shot. And so she's going to stay down a pawn. Black can take on b4 now. But Nemo does have the outside pass pawn.
Still chances, a lot of them. With even like bishop g5, h4, h5, h6, bishop f6, h7, queen. That's the goal. Except she takes the bishop, so forget everything I just said.
Look at that. And the eval says it's triple zeros.
Triple zeros? There's a rook check.
One rook gets in. We play king f3 is kind of...
This is crazy. Wow. They always say, oh, rook in games are drawn. But, of course, we wanted this because now I can get a knight to d6. I also have rook h7 check with some very cool threats. Oh, my goodness. Look at this mate. Like, imagine, I just want to show what's possible. Like, okay, let's go, I don't know, king f1, right? All right, where's she? Let's see where she put the king first. Where'd she go? King f3?
I'll go f3.
Okay. King f3, and let's go like... Oh, hold on. She didn't let it go yet.
She's done it. King f3.
Okay, king f3. So,
only good move.
So let's say f4, right? Pawn f4. And let's just show how... this is ridiculous. But pawn f4, rook h7, king c6. I just want to show the mate. Oh, she plays something that could... Oh, she played rook...
Knight a7.
Yeah, knight a7, mate, bro. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Come on. You got to be looking.
Sheesh.
Knight a7 is disgusting. It's a mate.
A little help.
Very possible. Correct. It's crazy.
I mean, okay, so rook g7, no h7.
He's like, nah, none of those. You lost your mind, bro.
Okay, so now
the rook on a2 is disgusting.
Yeah, let's
b3. Oh, you can't play that.
Let's bail our buddy out here.
Yeah, maybe rook something.
Now it's a game. Nemo has less than half of Alexandra's time, but Alexandra, she spent 9 minutes on rook takes f4. So another think like that, and Nemo's up on time. So both players, the moves are going to have to come in quick, and that's when the mistakes come in. We've seen mistakes from both sides. Definitely Alex had the fancier, the flashier, the more tactical rook into b3 followed by knight to b4, giving her a fantastic opportunity. That was a 2.5 eval advantage, and Nemo has been clawing her way back to neutralize it, and it's so tough to keep doing that because she has to understand that, hey, I'm back in this. It is back to even, and She's got that outside H pawn. Can she push it?
I think she feels that. And that's what she plays. She played Rook A1. We go on Rook H1, H4, H5, Rook H6, H6. Very easy. Very easy moves. And here you have to figure out, what does black do? Believe it or not, this could turn around very quickly. The knight on B6 doesn't do anything. That's crazy how this changed around like that. Maybe you go like C3 and try to go knight C4. But that is risky.
Well, here the computer likes your idea, this F4.
Of course, right? No, but that's just so hard to play, bro. It's so hard to play C3, knight C4 and not be sure. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it looks good, you know, but it looks like it's just not. You got to be sure about that.
C3, there's knight takes again, but then rook takes.
And rook takes D4 now.
Knight takes A4.
Knight takes A4. Yeah, okay. And knight C4. Oh, I might get mated.
I was thinking, yeah, just B takes, but allowing. Okay, so I think we're getting some moves in. Yeah, F4. F4 is the top move. I guess threatening rook to G3. Even after rook G3, it's not so obvious, right? The king goes back. You can't push the pawn. There's no other real rook checks, and you're letting up on the 7th rank again. And if the rook on G3 moves, then you drop that. Wait, no.
Yeah, I don't know. This is. I mean, white could end up mating black in some cases.
Yeah, we love this knight and pawn structure with the rook. Like, that's pretty much all you need to give a mate. Not maybe in this particular situation, but in a lot of lines, a lot of ways you can deliver a mating net with knight, pawn, and rook. And yeah, we're getting down to the wire here.
Yeah, we're getting down to the wire. This is it's tough because you only got 1 or 2 real big things left. That's just tough. How do I do this? Like,
she's gonna have to get in blitz mode here.
Rook H1, rook G3, king F2, and then what? What is black gonna do? Okay, C3, B takes, knight C4. Ooh-wee! That knight is in there, but I don't see mate. You don't even have any checks.
Wow.
H4, you know, what you got?
Computer wants rook A3 as one line.
I didn't like rook A3, but I guess
the top move is king F2. Say get out of G3
get out the way.
But I'm curious, like if we allow rook G3 and then play king F2, what is black's follow-up even? Are they gonna double their rooks or something?
Yeah, probably double the rooks, and at the very least, I mean, you could probably just check into oblivion on the third rank. But you also need that knight in there for mating ideas. So the C3 is going to probably be, you know, flicked in there. Bring the knight in, and then try to double the rooks on the 3rd rank and check and hope for a mating technique like knight C4, knight B2 to D3 could be a mating configuration.
Okay, she's made her move. She's moved the rook over. Yeah, computer. Oh, I wasn't even considering.
Oh my goodness.
The rook
to that's
E3
scary.
check. She wants to guard the D pawn because she wants to move her knight.
Ooh, okay. Well, why is it so bad though? Okay, check king F2. I'm chilling, right? Yeah, I don't see why it's so bad. It don't seem that bad, to be honest. Check king F2.
The computer is seeing something. Oh, look, guys, I can't see it. Canty can't see it. The computer sees it. No, I'm just
C3?
whatever follows after a rook check, king F2, right? Like
rook check king F2, probably doubling, maybe rook E3. One of the rook G. No,
it's even saying you could give up this pawn. Like, this is not what Alex is gonna play. There's just no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
It wants rook E2 after that. Like, really, you're gonna play F4 to give rook E3 check to play rook E2? Like,
nah, you're not. Nah, you cheating. Yeah, you cheating, bro. You cheating. Yeah, you 100% cheating, bro.
Like, she'll go to G3, king F2. Like, I mean,
rook B3.
Rook E to E3. Okay, now you give the check. King has to go back, right? Remember, king C6. We've got a beautiful knight A7 mate.
Yeah, knight A7 mate. So, which might be a perpetual. How do you get out of this box?
King goes to the back rank.
King and then I just keep checking you. Oh, yeah, I think I just keep checking. Perpet? Oh, they say no. It just says there's a way out. Oh, maybe I go towards the rook. Yeah, I just go towards the rook if you're going to try to perpetual me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our H pawn's also missing, but okay. Or under hit. some hits. But
Mhm.
okay, rook g3 check played. King f2 is only legal move.
You have to. Here we go. Hold on to your hats, Jack.
5 minutes
Buckle
to
up.
11 minutes.
Here we go.
We're getting down to the wire. Players, I think, getting another score sheet. They're on move 60.
They're on move 60. Hold your breath, Jack. Okay, don't do that. Actually, don't do that. Make sure y'all breathe it.
Yeah.
Jack, King f2. Sheesh. I mean, c4 gotta be played, right? At some point. c3, I mean. Play knight c4.
Computer's saying best is rook e to e3, doubling the rooks. And I think that's what she's done.
Yes, Van, go, Van. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Need you to breathe there, sir.
So Alex has brought it back to an
Double
almost
up on the bubble up.
-2
Midnight
eval. Nemo's got her checks now to give. But yeah, rooks doubled like this, it's definitely annoying because black's threatening that h pawn. So here's one check.
Check's gonna happen. There's one check.
King has to come back.
That king, yeah, you might have to go to d8. King e8, knight d6, king. No, I could go e8. No, there's knight c7. Ooh, you gotta be careful. I mean, you probably still could. No, I ain't doing that. That's just not
King
feasible. Like, why?
e8, it wants
knight c7.
It wants knight d6.
Really? So knight c7's nothing. Unbelievable.
It wants that
How? I'm
d6
taking both
check.
with check. It's crazy.
Either way, king d8 played, right? I mean, yeah, you don't want to give any check. So king here. Now it wants knight c7.
Oh, that's hard to play. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, imagine king c6, king c6. We should.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah,
king
knight
c6,
c7, king c8.
Okay, another check.
Yeah, that's a natural move.
But this is tough. This is tough because this is you're running out of time. King's gonna wiggle his way out. You can give another check if you want.
King e7.
But
oh, knight d6 now? No, but there's nothing. She's this is getting rough.
Yeah, because she's low on time. She didn't find knight c7. Knight c7 still was good for black, but what's the problem? So now that black's rooks are doubled, the h pawn's hit, but also black has a lot of checks.
Check into oblivion. But there's a king f8 and king g8, and then how does black win though?
Rook g
we
to
get a
f3,
check off, but then correct. But then I go king
to
g2.
g2.
Correct. And now
rook
I'm just
check
like,
again. I guess you
want
to go back to f2. You don't want to go to h2 because you allow a check on the second.
Exactly. Just go back.
What was the point of rook d1? To defend the d pawn to free up her knight.
Yeah,
but
it was passive.
Yeah, so it was preferring, I think.
It was passive. You gotta breathe, lone gamer. You gotta breathe. Breathe through it, big dog. Breathe.
It was preferring maybe like rook a3 or rook c1.
Rook c1 could seem crazy. Rook a3 at least was like, okay, we trade rooks if check.
And after this check, I liked the rook on the 7th. Here, no, she's allowing the king over to f8. So this rook h8 check was not so good. She needed to bring the knight in, but knight c7 was just not an obvious move because it wasn't a check, right? So you have to survive black's slurry of attacks. The problem is you're gonna have to do that anyways. So
here we go. Even bar jumped a little bit. Did they want something else? Oh, they recalibrated. Dang. Okay. Knight c7.
And yeah, the threat is our h pawn's hanging, our king's gonna get checked, and our rook is out of checks.
It's just a lost endgame.
So
that sucks.
Yeah, and she's really low on time. 3 minutes now to 12 minutes.
Any type of draw technique. What about a rook g1? Rook g1.
Yeah, I was thinking rook g1. If you do
nothing active. Rook b7. It's the knight. Where do you move that knight? Yeah, that could be something. Rook b7. You got to try everything you have. What happens on rook b7?
Rook
Actually,
b7, attack the knight.
that knight is not going many places. Like, in fact, I think it's gone. Like, you have to win all my pawns. No, I mean, how do you defend the knight? Rook b7, knight c8, rook b8, knight gone.
Black might have a perpetual. That's funny though that we're thinking that black's losing a piece, and the computer's like, no, black's still good.
No, right, exactly. Black's good, but I mean, they don't know that practically. Shoot, rook b7.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking of this earlier, and I dismissed it for no good reason.
Yeah, attack the knight. Try to get a piece and hold. If I get a rook active to like the g file, it could be winning.
What
Gotta
the
be
heck is
careful.
the idea? I mean, I guess black can just take a bunch of pawns, right? You could take the h pawn, you can give a h2 check, king in the back rank, take on b2. I mean,
b2, yeah.
you got
She
two
might be
pass
going for
pawns
it though.
there.
Oh, she went knight c7 instead. Just natural.
She needed this to move prior.
Dang, that's
Because
-5.
now
That's
there's
a
king
whole rook.
g8.
The whole thing.
Now there's king g8, and that's just crushing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so painful. She missed it by a move. And she
Very
was low
painful.
on time. She just give another quick check or two to get another minute on the clock, but those two moves allow the king to be on f8 instead of where it was on d8, giving the king an attack on the rook from g8. But Alex still has the sun in her eyes. Maybe she misses.
Yeah, the board. I was definitely all over the board at one point, which is quite annoying. I've had it a few times of like, bro, why is the sun on the board? It can really mess you up. But impressive. It all started with that knight b4 from Alex here. Very impressive knight b4 to get a position that's winning now.
Knight b4 was definitely the winning move, but Nemo did a great job to complicate it as much as possible, bring it back to even. But
Right.
unfortunately, Nemo a little bit too far behind, down on time, and it's looking rough here after the move king to g8. But Botez is calculating there's a lot of rook checks to give as well now, so you have to make sure you include this in your calculation, right? Do I play?
Yeah, exactly. It is possible to mess this up still. Like, do I check you? Like, do I go king g8? Do I go c4? Do I go rook b3? Like, there's so many moves to play. Actually, let me see what EJ Valbar say. Dang, actually every move wins. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. Everything is winning. It says king g8, rook ef, or rook b3. It doesn't matter. All of them are within like 0.4.
Rook b3 is not going to be played, but
yeah, that sucks. Okay.
oh,
Check.
dude, it's unfortunate when it's been even and players from both sides have a chance. Obviously, Botez finds a really nice knight b4 and is winning, but then Nemo brings it back, right?
Yeah, she brought it back. So very good. So f3 probably doesn't win. Okay, well, yeah, I guess you have a point. You don't play pawn f3, buddy. I guess you're right there. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't work.
She brings it back, and now it's lost again. So, but who knows? There's a check. King moves. Again, the computer is calling for rook to b3. Yeah, the problem is these rooks are just so... Oh, she's played rook b3. That's so nice.
That's like a mating nut. That's some type of mating nut.
Take on e6.
6, king g8. I don't know what, rook b1 or something.
We might be losing Canty a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I hear you.
You hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Okay.
Your camera might not be.
Uh-oh. Everything good? Y'all can hear me, though.
Oh, there you're moving again.
Oh, all right. I'm moving.
He's moving.
I'm moving and grooving.
All right, well, Canty's computer knows that we're getting close to the end here.
Dang, my computer just did that, huh? Canty simulation breaking.
The Canty
see that.
computer calling it quits soon.
I see that.
bet.
Oh, I'm moving on Meets. I see me moving on Google Meet. Oh, there we go. I'm back. Okay.
All right. So yeah. Oh, Nemo takes the
I'm
pawn.
back.
It is the top move, but it's dire
Canty
after.
GPT. I knew
the rook is
Canty
hit.
was an engine. That's funny. That's funny. Okay,
So-
what happened? King G8. Yeah.
Black's gonna take on b2 with check once Nemo gets her rook out of there. And Black's gonna get 2 passed pawns and a king on the back rank.
Mm-hmm.
So looking very good here for Botez. Nemo looking at her first loss of the tournament at the hands of the organizer.
How many rounds are left?
So it's a 8-player round robin, so 7 rounds. This is round 3.
Okay, so she
So,
has a chance to bounce
4
back. Like if you
games.
just, go off the next 4 or 5 rounds.
She's gonna pop out. All right, so rook h4 played, saying, all right, I get it. You take my b pawn with check, but I'm gonna take on f4. But yeah, I'm scared of these a pawns, the a pawn and the c pawn. Ooh. Yeah, Canty is very strong.
What did somebody say?
So he's really good.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get better every day. That's all you do, man. A little bit better every day. Work on your game. Oh, they got lights on in there now. It's nice and clear and all
It
that.
took the sun
Look
off
at
of her. And this is the 3rd round and the 3rd time in a row that Nemo has the last game going. Actually, is that even true? It was yesterday? Yesterday, her game ended earlier, but it still might have been the last game. I can't remember.
Who did she play yesterday, actually?
She played Linda.
Oh, Linda. She won that game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the other game, yeah, it was Alexandra lost to Jennifer faster than Nemo. Won.
Okay.
So yeah, 3rd day in a row, Nemo with the longest game.
She fighting. They fighting in here,
They
man.
got long games.
Long games, using your time. It's a lot of time here. And literally they're used all the time. Like this is, if you, coaching Nemo, like time would never not be an issue. It'd be like, maybe try to obviously move a little slightly faster, but a lot of times when you're coaching students, it's more like, yo, you need to use more of your time. So that's good.
Yeah.
She's been actually using all of her time.
We just passed the 5-hour mark, so if you've been here from the start, you're a trooper.
So chat, I actually been officially on air for 12 hours today, 11 actually, with Speech Chess Championship.
That
Started around
SCC,
12.
the Canty grind is real.
You know what I'm saying? I am a Jedi. Sometimes I forget that.
This man been watching chess more than anything else
Chess?
today.
No.
Who's
It's been a
winning?
good day though.
This position is fantastic for Alexandra. She's using her sweet time here. Ooh, she gets an X.
What
She gets
happened?
the X.
Oh.
Hold on. Listen. Low on time. King F1 top move played instantly from Nemo. Let
King
off the
F1.
hook.
Oh
The
man.
computer wants her back on F3, but the king goes to
Oh,
E1.
man.
Takes. What's the eval gonna say? It's thinking.
She takes
Is
on
this an
H3. Slight
opportunity?
hesitation. Wait a second.
Can we give
Takes,
check
takes.
and knight? Oh my goodness.
What you
Ladies
talking
and
about?
gentlemen, it's back to even after being -5 for Alex.
No.
In 2 moves, she blunders a 5-point eval swing, and we're back to a coin flip here between Nemo and Alex. Both
Okay,
players
so
under
what
10
do we do?
minutes.
We first probably have to take, right? Rook
It-
takes H3, rook takes H3.
It also likes taking on F4.
I was just immediately.
It says you
Rook
can
takes
check. It says
F4.
you can
Nice.
take. You can trade. You can check. You can take either pawn or rook. It's all
I
triple
actually like
zeros.
rook F4. I might have some tactics in there, but she had a minute 20, and this is where it really gets tough because of the minute 20, and you got to keep your notation, bro. Dang,
She
that's
gives
the
a
hard
check.
part.
She gives a check.
Take first.
If the king goes to f7, you're gonna get forked. So what
Maybe
does this
king
mean?
h8.
King
King
goes to
h8
the
only
h
move.
file. King h8 only move. Yeah,
Only
if you go
move.
up to
Literally
h7, you're
only
getting
move.
forked.
She
King
finds it.
h8 played, and now it wants to take on f4.
With the rook or the knight?
With the
Maybe
rook?
either?
I was
Oh,
thinking
no, you
knight
would
takes as well, but
lose. Yeah, there's
knight
something with rook
takes...
h1, rook b2, rook h2. So you gotta be careful of dropping a rook
Rook
here.
h1, rook b2, that's right. If you
You gotta
block
be
here, you're gonna
careful.
get checked here.
Yeah, you walk right into losing a piece. A rook
Block
here.
here,
Oh, rook.
there's c3.
Knight
Oof.
b2, c3 hit. Oh my goodness.
All right. What is she doing?
What's
Oh, she
doing?
took with the knight. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Nemo in time pressure. She's looking at f3 checks, but she missed h1. Rook takes, rook block. She can block on g2, but she's not going to be able to block c3, a killer move. A killer move if Alex finds it.
Everybody hold your breath. Hold on.
It's a 4-move combo.
Okay, that's enough.
Less than 10 minutes. She needed rook takes f4. Knight takes is natural because it attacks the knight. You free up your e pawn. You're threatening checks on g6. Lots of good reasons, but
she could miss it though. What's she play?
She played the first one.
She played the right one,
and she did it fast.
Yeah, king e2 is only move. Wait,
no,
what's
no,
one?
she
Oh
can
yeah,
block
rook g1. You drop a rook. I mean, you drop a piece.
She needs to block.
Rook g1,
she
rook
needs
f3.
to block. But no, she's gonna go to e2. Or yeah, e2 to defend the rook. You're gonna drop the other with the check.
Oh, wait, what happens on rook g1, rook f3, king e2? Oh yeah, you just drop everything. Jeez, you just drop a whole piece.
Rook
you have to go.
You gotta block with something, and then c3 is the killer. The killer combo.
I mean, she's gonna find it because even if she didn't see it immediately, it's just easy to find after you. Exactly, it just flows in the combination. Why not g2? Because rook takes d1 there, Dima. That's the problem. King g2, rook takes d1. So king e2
needs to be
if rook g1, there's rook f3. King g2, rook takes g1. King f3, rook d1, and if king or rook takes, then rook f3. I mean f4.
She feels it. She was hovering over her rook. She's gonna block with the rook. Wow.
Yeah, that's the best move, I guess. Just stay in the game. And try to fight here, man.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it's very sad. Very sad. I mean, it was like 3 chances, like 3 times.
Wait, hold on. She's thinking about rook check, king e2.
Rook g1.
She wants. Oh, but the rook guards g6.
Exactly.
Check.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, she could still give the knight check, rook takes, and king takes f3, but she's just down that knight. Why did you take on f4, Nemo?
Yeah, she had no time, bro. That's so crazy. Like,
dang, guys.
So crazy. And this is how you see games like this. I mean, high-level games and like this too.
Check.
She finds it. Rook f3.
She brought it back to equal like 2 or
3 times, bro. Like 3 times.
Oh my goodness. Can she do it again? Can she do it again?
Okay, it's not over. Like, I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible. I guess it is.
They call her No Quit Nemo.
That's what they call her, huh? Okay, No Quit Nemo. I believe it, though. She always a fighter.
King e2. Now rook g1. Yeah, dude. Dude, the rook h1, rook b2, rook h2, block, and then the c3. That darn c3.
My goodness, man. My goodness. I mean, hey, you got to give credit to Alex. She played an excellent game. And Nemo, I mean, this is just a great game. They both. Nemo was finding resources, and then Alex was fighting too. She found a knight before and didn't give it back. She got the piece.
Dude.
She's going to try to push. Maybe
even
rook
king e3 doesn't even work. There's rook e4.
Rook e4. Yeah, rook g6 is a try. Which she tries. Yeah, rook g6 is a try. It's definitely a try, and this is what you have to do: is try it.
Oi, computer just says C3.
Anyway, bro, that's disrespectful.
Or
That's
A3.
disrespectful. Nah, dog, that's
Gross.
disrespectful.
It's gross. It's so brutal.
That's crazy. Hey,
Let's
C3
see.
anyway.
Will Alexandra Botez continue with the diabolical moves?
Yeah, yeah. So C3 is very diabolical. I ain't even
Bringing
thinking of
down
that.
the
That's
hammer.
crazy.
She says, listen,
C3
I
is
got
crazy.
2 pawns. You've only got your pawn on
That's
B2.
true though. Like if you could grab the pawns, Rook Knight versus Rook. We good. It's very hard to make that happen though. Very
Another
hard.
brutal 5-hour plus game from Nemo. And this time not gonna go in her favor.
The worst is when you lose these games. Boy, that's when I'll be ready. Like I told you earlier about flipping the board. Like you sit there and before you resign, I'm like, should I flip this board right now? Nah, that's probably not a good idea. But it crosses your mind, you know what I mean? Crosses your mind because it definitely hurts. Definitely hurts. She has some chances. A very good game. Very good game.
Yeah, that's a brutal moment where you make a move and then you see you're calculating, okay, I go here, they check, I go here, they check, I block. C3? Like, are you just kidding me? C3 and I have nothing?
Yeah, C3 is diabolical.
You're saying
Seriously,
you're
that's
gonna
crazy.
make me block on G1 and lose my knight? Like,
it's crazy. Wait, what happens on C3 beats C? And what you want, A3? I don't understand. So C3, I guess you go on knight C4, that whole idea from before. But I got pawns. Is that what they want? What's she play? I heard a move. Knight C8.
knight back.
Okay.
There's chances
right.
she could get a fork or
Yeah.
a pin. That knight is not so happy.
Rook A6. Ooh.
Rook C6.
Recalibrated engines like no chance. But Rook A6.
It wants B5.
I'm hitting a. Oh, it wants B5 now. B5
run
takes
your B
B6.
pawn.
Just run the pawn. Very smart.
But yeah, this D pawn is inconsolable.
Okay.
You can't save this D pawn.
Yeah, she's fighting for sure. Look at the fight. B5 is definitely playable. And Rook A6 is a move I would play quickly too. Like one of those.
Oh.
Rook A6 or B5.
Nemo under a minute. Rook A6 played. She's threatening Rook A8 as well as Rook takes A4.
Yes.
Dang,
bro, it's that bad? Dang, bro, that's crazy. The engine be so disrespectful. It's that bad. Rook A6, Rook check.
Alex blunder. She's blundered before. She's could blunder again. The B pawn.
97.
It wants the B pawn to run. Put it in B. Go B pawn.
Put it in B. Right, there we go. Push the pawn. Push.
It's the only. Oh, I guess there's a.
B5, Rook 6, B6, knight, B7. Nah, okay? How are we actually stopping this pawn? B5 is very annoying, actually. B5, Rook something, but they're not taking. I don't think I take it.
She takes the A pawn.
B6 check.
Nemo's trying to take all the pawns. She wants to draw.
That makes sense.
This way.
That makes sense. What's up, Tina? What's good? Take D4 yet? Yeah, I see you curious.
For anyone joining us, this is round 3 of the Botez chess camp. Nemo versus Alexandra Botez. 3rd day in a row. Nemo has the last game standing. We're over 5 hours at the board here. A very back and forth game. A very locked up position out of a French defense from Alex. And Nemo trying to break through. Misses a couple key ideas, and Alex had a fantastic knight b4 move, leading to an advantage. And here we see Rook takes pawn. And it's very much not over. This could very well be a draw.
It's so close. It is very close. B5, Rook check, King C3. Rook takes, King C3. Yeah, we close, guys. We are very close.
Nemo has more pawns than black. It's a piece for a
Very
pawn.
close.
Have a good night, Gremlin. Thanks for being here. Take care. Shout out to the Gremlin. Why is she so nervous? Well, you don't want to lose to Alexandra. Think of all the content.
The content.
Think of the
Oh
content,
my-
guys. I mean, you don't want to give that. It's twofold. You're giving Alexandra the content of your
Oh
loss,
man.
and you're not getting any content from Alexandra's loss. Guys,
I guess. I
listen.
guess that makes sense. I guess
Imagine
that
a lot
makes
of us are chess players. Yeah, I think that's reasonable, and a lot of us don't like to lose. Right? You lose your chess game,
sense.
that could ruin your whole day. It could ruin, you know, you start having some existential dread. Like we've all been there,
Oh
right?
yeah,
But
punching
now
the air all hard. Yeah,
imagine you
I've been
lose
there.
your game, and the next thing you know, you're waking up, social media has your face on it, losing millions of views. I mean, blasting that out. I mean, listen, all the
Yeah.
stakes are higher, right? Not to mention she's got good money on the line, you know? But
There's still a lot of rounds left, but yeah, I get it. I get it.
it
I
is
can
not
understand.
lost just yet.
That's
All
true.
she has to do
That's
is
true.
trade the pawns, and the knight is not going to be enough to win. And that's why Alex is thinking here. I mean, listen, guys, we all know Nemo. We all know that she will not give up. And if
hmm
anything, she, with 4 minutes down, she might try to flag Alex here. I'm not joking. She would do it.
Yeah.
Don't put it
Yeah.
past her.
She gonna fight. She gonna fight, bro. And it's possible because especially Ricky 4 check happens, King D2, we get the king over to C3. We play pawn B3. And then at the right moment, we use the B pawn as a decoy for the knight to take on B8. But then we use the rook to take the pawn on D5. That's the whole plan. If Ricky 4 happens, King C3, King C3, King D2, King C3, play B3, use the B pawn, use that for the knight, and then play B3, trade that off, and Rook A5,
Boom.
King D4, and we have a draw.
Easy. You guys follow all that?
Easy.
Done.
Right.
I mean, it's basically, I mean,
Easy. That's if Rookie 4, though.
shake
Like, you have to
hands.
see if she does something else.
The computer says the top choice is King G7. You guys think she'll play that?
Get out of here. King G7. You've lost your absolute. I'm telling you right now. I would never play King G7.
King
I will
G7, you
report
guys,
you. If
listen,
you play King G7 in this position, I'm reporting you
eval
ASAP.
is almost -2 for black. Not even quite, but it's only if you play King G7. Only
Yeah.
if you do anything
all right.
else, it's minus
okay.
0.3.
Yeah. King G7. Okay. All right, bro. Yeah, for sure.
King G7 easy, they say.
Yeah, okay, bro.
All right.
Okay, bro.
Shout out to Gilby. I wouldn't put it past Gilby to find a King G7. But listen, King G, and now Botez under 5 minutes. We're watching a blitz game at this point. You know, minus the 30-second increment, but still.
That's true. 30-second increment.
So it's
and
a
they
draw.
still have to keep notation, which is tough.
Guys, this pawn could promote if Botez isn't careful about it.
Mm-hmm. Time gap is closer now. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
I'm not even playing. I feel like my heart rate is going up.
Everybody hype. Everybody.
There it
yo,
is.
oh
The
my-
rook check. She missed
Let's
King
go. I told
G7.
you, Ricky 4. Yeah, King G7 ain't happening. Ain't nobody playing that.
Oh
Ricky 4
my
though.
goodness. Question mark.
One.
Question mark. King D1. She plays King D1. Top move.
Oh, that's top. Okay.
Top
we good,
defense.
Yeah. We good, boy. And she takes the pawn. Oh my
She
goodness.
takes on E5.
What a save, bro. This
It's
is
back
much
to
closer to a
zeros.
draw. Wow. Is it gonna be a draw, Chad? I think it's crazy. This is like stage.
Guys, how many
This
is
is
it?
staged.
4 times? That was another -5 eval.
This whole thing was staged.
Paid
This is
actor.
staged. You know, it's content, Chad. Remember, it's content. Like,
The
this whole
B
thing was
pawn.
staged.
You can't count Nemo out. She ain't going nowhere.
That's crazy.
Bro.
Yeah, I think she feels that too.
To
It's
play
a draw.
knight takes f4 blunder, have to block on g1, giving up your
Yep.
knight,
Yeah,
and still playing on saying I'll give you peace
play a
odds.
draw.
Nemo says, I'll give you peace odds, and I'm still not going to go down.
Yeah, even games like this, like if she's able to draw this, right, the confidence goes through the roof for the rest of the tournament. Now, of course, obviously, you need to obviously calculate, and there's still more work to do, but the confidence goes a long way. You're able to save these type of games. The rest of your games, you're like, I'm invincible. Obviously, you're not. Still play your best chess, but it
Oh
helps
my
a
goodness.
lot to salvage games like this.
I think
If she's able to draw.
Nemo's feeling it. I think she gave Alex a glance there a second ago, and yeah, neither player out of it. They're still thick in the woods here of calculation. There's a pass pawn to be caught. I mean, up a whole knight, but listen, that knight's gonna get taken off the board sooner or later, or it's just not gonna matter, right? You could be up a whole piece, but if you trade off all the pawns, it's a draw. Right now, it's up to Nemo. She's 2 squares away from promoting. 2 squares. And we've seen rook and pawn endgames get drawn off. I feel like you're going to see knight c6, rook a8, and b7. I mean, that's straightforward, right? Yeah,
b7, rook a8 is like unstoppable. And okay, maybe not, I wouldn't say unstoppable, because you can obviously block b8, but when that happens, the king walks up, because now your pieces are all like tied up. And also b7 is a pawn. So like knight c6, rook e8, rook b8, obviously. It's okay, b7, knight c6, then maybe there's a check, king up, queen takes, yeah, and then that's just draw.
There it is, knight c6.
b7, rook e8, rook a8, rook b8, king c2. And like we're just drawing king c2. I go king g7.
Check.
Rook takes b8. Knight takes b8. King c3. And like, shoot, you might be careful. You might lose that. No, you can't. It's gonna be very difficult to do that.
God, listen, Nemo could still win. She could flag Alex.
I mean, it's possible.
She could flag her, and king and rook.
b7 on the board.
b7 on the board, baby.
And girls, oh my goodness, what
she gets the piece back.
She gets the piece back. And it's going to be what? Didn't she already have a Philidor position?
She did. She defended a Philidor against Jennifer Yu in round 1.
Unbelievable. Look at that. You can see she's more calm now.
Look at that hair.
You see the calm. I'm fucking breathe. Everybody
loosen up her collar. And I think Alex also had a moment of like, wow, I am not winning this.
Yeah.
A moment of realization. So yeah, you guys, the -2 eval, she needed king g7, but Alex is human too. There's a new queen on the board. Knight takes, and now she's only down 1 pawn, and we've seen her down a pawn in rook and pawn endgames before against Jennifer Yu.
Very, very nice.
Knight takes, and now rook takes. And yeah, time advantage also not even a factor.
King f6. Now, of course, this takes, okay, this ain't over yet, right? Because this still takes some accuracy, and this is sort of a harder Philidor position, I believe. When you get this king to d4, yeah, this is a more difficult Philidor, but you still will be able to get it. Okay, yeah, there's still some work to do. There's some small tricks left. I'm not even kidding. There are some very small tricks left. King gets to d4, king gets to d3, maybe even king b4, b3 on the right positioning. There's still some time. Okay, all right, guys. Oh my goodness, this is gonna take some time because it's not technically Philidor position yet.
We're on move 83. There's 30-second increment. Maybe we get a prediction. Is this gonna be longer than her game against Jennifer? At 93 moves, they're 9 moves away. I think it's gonna be. Is it gonna be over 100 moves?
I love King D2.
Dude, the chess gods are making Canty work, bro. Had to see overtime between.
Oh yeah, I've been streaming since 12:30 today, guys. 12:30 Eastern time. You know what time it is? It's 11:23 p.m. Eastern. We've been on the stream all day. You know, barely even tired around here. I'm a real Jedi, so I'm half man, half Jedi. It's all good. It's all good.
Canty's gonna join a Blitz tournament after this.
It's all good.
Wait, Canty, actually, you could keep streaming. We'll raid you, bro.
No, I'm actually gonna get out of here. Jedi do need to actually go back to the dojo
Oh.
and train and sleep a little bit.
Oh my God.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
Canty's got another life to get back to.
I have to go back to fighting Jedi crime
Saving
and
the
keeping you
planet.
guys safe. I gotta make sure you're
Exactly.
safe. So we'll be back tomorrow.
So, okay, 2 pawns versus 1. This is not a king d2, top move from Nemo, getting that king in the center. But imagine like messing up at this point. How brutal.
Yeah,
I mean, we've
yeah.
seen Nemo claw her way back to equality like 4 times.
Elliptic chess was good. Yeah, I know, right? 4 different times here. And now she has to do it really one more time. One more time. And if you can't, like, I mean, it's okay to cry here if you lose this game. Like, it's just possible. I mean, that's okay. You know, we would be there all together, crying, holding hands, kumbaya, because that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. But I mean, her king's active, so I think she has a great chance of drawing this.
I'm playing
King
Rookie
C3?
8.
Playing Rookie 8. Oh, cut the king off. I like it.
She
Like
did
it.
she did a recap of her game against Jennifer Yu.
I
Shout out
like that.
to Nemo's YouTube if you guys want to see in her own thoughts and words. There was
Mhm.
a moment where Jennifer played king to c1,
Mhm.
idea to get behind the f pawn,
Okay.
and so Nemo went to a2 and said, you know what would have been better if I had cut the king off vertically. So I'm expecting Rookie 8, a lesson learned from her Jennifer Yu game, cutting the king off to the king side half of the board. The king cannot assist the pawns.
So what can happen is Rookie 8, Rookie 7, right? And then after Rookie 7, Rook has to move away. Then we go King E5. There's King up to maybe you might have to go King C3 to sidestep because if King E3, there's King E5. King E5 with the idea of D4 check, push the king back. Then there's going to be some weird things happening there. Pawn gets a little closer. We move the king around. And there is some possibilities, but it is very 100% holdable, even as you see the engine says too as well. But it does take precision. And time is getting lower. That's the scary part. If there's 20, 30 minutes, come on. Why are we playing this out? Obviously play it out. But, no time, things can happen.
Nemo, bullet specialist. She's
Let's
playing
go.
King C3. This is better.
Beautiful.
This is
Excellent.
the top choice
Get the king active.
over
There we
Rookie
go.
8. And now,
Get the king active.
if Alex tries to copy King E5, then there's Rookie 8.
Check into oblivion.
King
Check
E5
into
played.
oblivion.
Check should be an easy move here.
And Rookie 8, King D6. Rook check, Rook D7, takes, maybe King E5, King up. You gotta be careful there though. Hold on, don't trade
Check
rooks.
played. Yeah, you don't want to trade
Don't
rooks.
trade rooks, yeah, don't trade rooks. Don't trade rooks. So we gotta find a good waiting move.
You can give another check.
Yeah, check Rook D7, maybe Rook C8, Rook C7, Rook moves, Rook check again. Yeah, I mean, this is strange. King C3, we should be able to hold though. Should be able to hold.
Another check.
Rook D7. King C6.
King was just, you can give another check.
Check. Check Rook C7, and you got to move away. Trading is not recommended. Possible. I think you can trade, but I don't want to play those type of games.
I forgot. Someone asked me the standings. You can check out the games and the standings at... I didn't even have the command ready. But there's an events page on chess.com. I'll share the link in my chat soon. But it should be Jennifer Yu, Dina Belenkaya, and Anna Kramling all tied with 2.5 out of 3. And draw here from Nemo will get her at 2 out of 3. She'll be in second place, but half point behind first. Not bad. I'm still not counting out a win from Nemo. We could see some catastrophic blunder. I'm thinking, look, king to d7, rook a8. There's a skewer.
King D7, Rook A8, Rook H4. Rook check, and we walk up the side of the board. I mean, weirdly enough, okay, she might just be going for like, yo, you ready to, good job, like you held.
No, Botez is gonna play on like she should, up a pawn. Eventually, she's gonna go for some rook block. There it is. And the point being that you don't want to trade rooks. You have to leave the rooks on. So this is how you get out of the checking net. The computer still likes rook a8. But I guess pretty much, I mean, could you just go anywhere and it's fine?
I think the same. I think you just go anywhere. There's a long side and a short side that they talk about in Deverescu's in-game manual. But I think this doesn't really matter here. You might need to go where there's more checks. So short side, meaning, F, G, and H versus long side, where it's A through D files. So A through D files, black has a shelter by going King E4. So going short side, I think in this case, because you do have chances to be able to check the king because it's open space that way.
Yeah. And I think the difference between the top three is negligible.
Right.
Computer saying rook a8 is triple zeros, rook b8 is 0.01, and rook h8 is 0.02. So
0.02. Oh no! Oh, I'm
yeah,
losing.
that 0.02 eval.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we've gotten the eval to triple zeros so many times throughout this game, and I'm curious to see like the game review. The highest eval that it got to, it's showing me right now. It hit -6.5 at one point right here. There was a rook takes b2 check that wasn't played. Instead, rook from g to e3 was played.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were lots of moments where even after a lot of the dust had settled and Nemo was up a knight, there was the c3 a3 idea. I mean, it's so clean. Just tossing the pawn and saying you're gonna promote one of them, right? Your b2 pawn can't stop both my pawns. And Alex just missed. Alex found some nasty moves in this game, but she missed the knockout.
She did.
Chess is brutal, man.
Did. Chess is brutal, 100%. Chess is brutal, and it's like that. It's a learning experience for both of them. I think Nemo's going to have a huge confidence boost, even though I was losing, never getting this type of position again, right? Number one. But number two, it's like, yo, I was resilient. I kept fighting. I was down. I was losing. And guess what? I drew. Well, okay, if she can hold here, obviously, still work to do, but holding, I'm like, I did it. And then Alex, obviously, be a little hurt there after you get over the fact that, I was winning this game, I lost, or I drew, like, I'm okay, cool. It is what it is. Hey, I got a draw. I didn't lose. And remember, we talked about that before. It's like, you just don't want to lose. I heard this from a coach I used to work with. He's like, yo, just don't lose. Like, you ain't got to win every game. Just don't lose. That's easier said than done. Bro, just don't lose. Oh, all right, cool. Thank you, coach. Appreciate it.
Words of wisdom here. That's something that a lot of chat just hasn't thought of, I'm sure.
Yeah, just don't lose, chat. Easy. Like, come on, bro. Just don't lose.
I didn't think of that.
Oh, I didn't even. Wow, man, that's good.
That was an option?
That's good. I didn't even know that.
Oh my goodness. Nemo so low on the clock. Holy smokes. Playing with time. These checks, I don't know. I was thinking she goes to E8.
Hold on, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh, I don't like this.
I thought she stayed from behind, but she's going from the side now.
I don't like this because I can go to C5.
Wait, but okay. Can we go to D4 now? Ooh.
There's some mating nets, but okay, you're right. Yeah, we could just go to the
King
center.
D4.
He does.
So the idea is that if you take, you have rook
okay,
takes and king takes, but I'm expecting rook B5, but then we have this rook H6 check, and then we can come back to H5. That's nice and simple. I think she should be through the thick of it.
Maybe yeah, we're good. Oh man, guys.
Rook check.
Wow. I think we about to hold.
Rook check and back.
This is it.
And if Alex wants to do anything else besides defend the D pawn, she's gonna take. allowing rook takes, and then the c pawn's gonna fall. The only trick maybe is if you do go for the d pawn and take on the c pawn, maybe if the king is like attacking the rook, our king can get distracted. But no, even if you have like some rook check, the king can move, giving
And
up
the
your
king's
rook.
decentralized too as well. I mean, that's one of like, you know, king activity 101, you know, Deveretsky 101, page like 12. Put the king to the center, bro. Like just centralize the king. And you have a good time. You're good. She's fine.
You can
It's hard to
see
lose this one.
Nemo's face. This is I think she's getting a little bored at this point, so that's a good
Yeah.
sign.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, all right, Alex. Alex is still
Breathe.
perked up, pen
Breathe.
in hand.
Yeah.
Take it up. This is where Alex could forget about her clock. Where she thinks too.
I lost all time. No, I didn't.
This is a classic, like, okay, give my opponent a pawn, make them think that there's something, and then they think too much and lose. That's what I'm saying, Fizz. Flag her. Nemo ain't out. She ain't out
Just
of
flag
it.
her, bro. Come on, dog.
Just win.
Flag her, bro. It's easy.
Just beat her. No, I think the easiest is rook h5. Just play rook h5.
You know, I think it's yeah. Rook h5 is very easy. You also have right there.
I'm playing rook h5, bro.
You could even go like rook g6 and just like fill a door from here. Rook g6, rook b2, king takes, and then I'm threatening to take c4 and rook c6. It's a forced draw.
I feel like rook h5 is just so simple.
Yeah, rook h5 is easy too.
Oh my
rook
god,
h5.
wait, it's Nemo's turn. Nemo's gonna flag. Holy smokes.
Oh shoot. Hey, you gotta move. Hold on. Okay, stop playing around like that.
Okay,
everybody,
she's here. I thought
everybody
it was
like, hey, wait, you gotta move, girl.
guys,
what you doing?
I would have flagged. I forgot. I thought it was Alex. I'm like, wait, why isn't Alex?
We all.
Alex got over 5 minutes. Nemo's got. She made that move with 12 seconds on the clock. I mean, come on, Nemo.
Come on, Nemo. We got like kids watching this. You gotta chill. Don't do that.
Nemo might flag because she might fall asleep.
Don't do that.
She's slow blinking.
Can't think, could you win this position against a 1,000-rated player? I mean, if they in-game bad, then absolutely. You know, if they in-game garbo,
I think
100%.
it depends on the time of the clock. I think no increment, Canty gets it. Easy.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm gonna flag you. Definitely. I done played a lot of. I used to spot people 5 minutes to 30 seconds OTB. So I want to take 30 seconds. The lowest I went was 25.
OTB
it was like 1,600. Yeah,
1,600 with 25 seconds.
25 seconds.
You gotta revoke his 1,600 card.
That's the lowest I went. 25 is crazy, dog. I mean, 30, I could do it.
Canty's a beast, but I'm talking OTB. Like,
OTB,
you don't got pre-moves.
No, exactly. You don't have pre-moves. Yeah, it's different. I can flag them. But here, okay. You know, got time. Should be fine.
Nemo's got to make it an exciting game. I mean, holy smokes, though. If Alexandra was dejected after losing to Jennifer, this game is a heartbreaker, too, because... I mean, it was -6.5 at one point.
No, it hurts. It hurts more when you lose these type of games. A draw, I mean, it feels like a loss, but you didn't lose. You know, like you didn't lose, and you're actually playing great chess. You're like, I was winning. Like, you know, I'm feeling good. Here we go.
Another king move.
Maybe just rook d6 and like, yo, can we do this or not? Rook d6, rook b2, I take. She goes for it. Rook d6, b2,
rook
takes
check. B2.
Yikes, here we go. And man.
Now, after rook takes b2, you don't want to take on d5 with the...
It doesn't matter. Oh, you mean with the king? Oh my goodness. Take with the king, bro. Okay, now that's a legit. I'm knocking all the pieces off of the board. And you can just understand what happens there. Oh my goodness. That would hurt so bad. Yeah, this is a way you could lose 100%. Rook b2, king takes d5. And then you just knock all the pieces off the board. Yeah, and you are literally a tempo short.
Yeah, but rook takes, you can get checked. The important thing to do is to take the pawn and defend the king. If you do anything else, rook takes, king takes, that pawn's promoting. So
Man, what a hold. What a hold, bro.
I think in my mind for a second I forgot that the pawn on c4 was no longer defended.
Yeah, I mean, heart was racing here. You could tell she was jittery and moving around. It's all people get, you know, when you're under that type of pressure, losing for most of the game. I mean, when did knight b4 happen? What move was that?
Knight b4 was
we on move 97.
Right on move 47.
50, what, 47? 50 moves, bro. 50 moves of suffering.
Oh
man, all my life I had to fight, right? Like,
I think if anything, Nemo would say this was 97 moves of suffering. But
suffering.
We're gonna see one more move. Rook to d2 check.
There it is. Rook d5. Yes, you got it, Chad.
This might just be a 100 mover. Oh, king move. We gotta. Okay, wait. She's gonna make her play rook check, rook takes c4.
Oh man, look at the tricks, man. Dang.
So what? If rook check, the trick is if king takes c4, then rook c2 wins the rook. So yeah, Nemo didn't fall for this first trick of king takes d5. She didn't fall for the second trick of king takes. You let the rook take all the pieces, and now they agree to a draw.
Whoa,
smiles. That was
crazy.
move 100. The crowd goes wild. Let's
just
listen into the camera.
You know, let's go.
I feel so bad for my commentators. Anybody assigning up for this being like, oh yeah, this content tournament is gonna be like, we're here, like, grinding. Oh my god. Oh. I feel like that was a really interesting game.
I mean, like, I felt like I was better, but you were defending so well, I have no idea.
Honestly, this is like a game for the eval bar, because I feel like you must have thrown at some point.
I know, I'm sure.
Like,
You want to know where?
No.
Excellent.
Okay.
Not right now.
Not right now.
I'd like to...
A lot of people watching, so I think that's good.
99 moves?
Yeah.
Oh, we should play one more move. Fuck.
Oh, no, I
You don't get an
knew.
extra prize for it.
Like, I saw I'd have to sack my knight, and I thought the other one would be... I didn't see it way there.
Yeah, that was the draw.
Yeah, it was a draw with the knight, right?
Yeah, so you miss here. You're supposed to take rook check, and then you...
Wait,
where?
Where's the rook check?
So when you still have the knights, and you have the king was here, your rook was there.
Holy shit, that was way back.
Yeah, way back.
That was the only place where she had a win?
A clear win, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I feel better. Like, I tried. Yeah, you're like, this game is so grindy. This is supposed to be chess camp, summer camp. I'm sitting in a fucking living room grinding chess.
I hear this guy throwing a ball outside.
Yeah.
It's not a friendly tournament when you play.
And we're back, you guys. I just wanted to let Canty get going because the dude's been live for 12 hours today.
12
Absolute
hours,
beast. So shout out to Canty, the Jedi,
12 hours.
bringing some of his magic to help Nemo fight from a hard position, a hard fought match from Botez. So yeah, everyone, be sure to follow him if you're not already. Shout out to Canty again. And we'll be back with Nemo. I don't know if we'll do an interview, but yeah, stay tuned.
Peace out, Chad. Love y'all, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. We'll be live.
Canty, thank you so much. Absolute beast. All right, chat. Well, it's I guess I'll let you guys listen to Nemo again.
I tried. You defended well. And I'm still undefeated against
There
you.
you are. Let's go. That's crazy. Well, this is our second game. So
Yeah, our second game ever.
Yeah,
Hopefully the
so
last.
yeah.
I'm
Hopefully
done
the last,
playing
yeah.
classical chess against you. Enough. We've had enough.
same. All right, let's go into dinner. I hope they ordered food for. I missed like every dinner order.
Yeah, they ordered it for them.
Oh, they did. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
big fan of stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's okay. We can just wrap.
Feel like you gotta pass me my phone. Thank you.
We ordered a bunch of food. There's Italian food in the kitchen.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. I'm gonna say bye to my stream.
Yeah,
real
go
quick.
for it.
thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Well, okay, we're just casually getting feet cam.
Oh god, these chairs are so rough to move.
Yeah, they are. They're kind of heavy.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. That was an amazing game.
Oh, cool.
We're free. Finally. I feel like I've been the last person to finish
No,
every.
you've had a lot of long games again. This is why I kept thinking it was so fun.
Well, that was fun.
Like I was kind of sad I wasn't winning,
Yeah.
but also I was like finding it very fun. And again, you played very well, and I think you're a better player than I am. So
Okay, thank you. Wow. Did we get that on video? Okay.
although you're definitely rustier than
Yeah,
classical
I am.
than I am, so actually right now in classical, like maybe it's
Dude.
closer than I thought.
Yeah, literally during the game, I was like, fuck. I remember all the like problems I had before I quit classical, and I didn't work on them, and I was like, why did I expect that coming back to classical would make me better? I was like, I just played a whole bunch of moves, not trying to like, I don't know what I was doing in the middle game.
Yeah,
But-
it was a weird game.
Yeah.
It's okay, we take those.
This is my stream, but.
So they're waiting
Alright.
for an interview on Twitch.
No, I'm not doing
Okay, I'll come.
Thank you.
that. I already told you, like, I don't have to talk.
That was fun. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'll let you do your
Okay, sounds good. Oh, do you mind if we get thumbnail pictures?
Oh yeah.
After. Do you want to do it now?
Let's do it now.
Okay, really quick. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna let the commentators go. They've unfortunately had another 6-hour day that he did not sign up for. I think Canty was doing commentary, and he already had SCCs.
Do you mind taking thumbnail from this side?
Sorry, guys.
It has to be completely from the side for thumbnails.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get over
For the space. Okay, yeah.
I can squeeze it in there. Un minuto. Need to try changing the white balance real quick.
All right.
Level
Hi, chat. Sorry. Wait. I don't have my phone yet. Mila forgot to bring my phone over, but it's okay. Okay, I'm sure something there is good. Okay, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you, guys. Okay, the poses.
Squeak the Destroyer.
Okay.
Squeak the Destroyer.
BTS. Okay, I'm gonna let Joe and Canty go. We don't need to do an interview. We're gonna just, I'll just recap this. It's like, I can't believe it's been another 6-hour stream. This is actually so crazy. But yeah, okay. Oh, Canty's left. Fair enough. Okay, sorry that the games went so long, but I hope you guys enjoyed. I assume you guys had fun, I hope. That was a crazy game. I'm honestly, I was expecting a better result, like I said, but I'm okay. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. But I'm okay. I was so dead. But it's okay. I'm just gonna go get dinner. I'm gonna go. I don't even know who I'm playing tomorrow. Honestly, at this point, I'm gonna go home. Why is everybody making me play freaking pawn down rookin games? It's so wild. All right. So nice hole. Thank you. All right. We'll try to do a recap. No promises. I'm honestly so freaking dead. Like, I did not expect my first return to classical be 2 games of 6 hours within. This game almost went to 100 moves. We should have played one more move just for the memes. Yeah, Nemo is sick. Let's try to make her die, literally. If she dies, it will count as a win, right? But yeah, anyways, thank you guys all so much. This was really interesting. Are you going to... I assume you are not going to keep streaming. Also, I'm so sorry to Canty for, he had an SEC in the morning and he probably did not expect to have a 6-hour game in the afternoon too, but thank you very much to Canty. Thank you so much, Joe, for doing the commentary, for covering this, for producing. I assume Joe is not going to keep streaming, so I'm going to go find somebody to raid. I am keeping up. I feel very rusty. You know when I said like I have problems in my classical chess is kind of wild. I did not fix any of the issues I had in classical chess before returning to classical chess. So I don't know why I thought that, like in the middle of the game, I was literally just there like, bro, I remember having these issues of not being able to push middle game, like slight advantages for a win. I remember like not being more, what's the word, like objective about the position, always pushing for a win. Like all these random shit that like I knew I had issues with before I quit. And I'm coming back, and it's like, I did not, work on this in the last 2 years. And I'm just sitting there like, well, what am I supposed to do? So anyways, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Pagan, for the 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm really hungry. I'm going to go get dinner. Let's give the raid over to Joey Chaotic. Actually, wait, let's see. Oh yeah, Canty's already left. I just saw his stream on. I was like, there's no shot. But yeah, thank you guys so much. This was super fun. Oh, Anita's on. You know what? Let's raid Anita. Anita's really sweet. Am I feeling better today? Yeah, it's improving. When I get a lot of adrenaline, the cough gets a little better, which is why I keep telling myself I need to do exercise, and I am not really doing exercise. So, oh, wait a second. Yeah, it was a little less coughing. Jake and Bake is in Shanghai. That's kind of cool. I want to go to China. Why am I not just traveling instead of... Anyways, okay, have a great rest of your night. You guys are awesome. Thank you all so much. You guys are actually amazing. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Thank you so much. One more shout out to Joe. One more shout out to Chianti. I'm so tired. But yeah. Alright, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Okay, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, once again, Chianti and Joe. Please, one more shout out to them. And I will be back tomorrow. Take care, chat. Let's hope that tomorrow is not a 6-hour game. Honestly, it's fine. I can handle 6-hour games. I'm just really hungry. At least they ordered dinner for us this time. Okay, good night. Thank you. Good night. Bye. Peace out.